That's William Z. Foster. Now, people may not have noticed, but when Chris Smalls began his heroic union efforts at Amazon, the Financial Times was forced to admit that the team of people that was trying to organize Amazon workers in Staten Island, New York, that they were reading a manual about how to organize steel workers, and that manual was written by William Z. Foster. When this was acknowledged in the Financial Times and in other publications, they referred to William Z. Foster as a forgotten labor leader. When you think of labor union activists in the United States, you generally think of what? Jimmy Hoffa, Trumpka, the head of the AFL-CIO, Sweeney, you might think of George Meany or some of the old figures, but you don't think of William Z. Foster. And the reason that William Z. Foster is not generally mentioned is because you can't talk about William Z. Foster without talking about communism. You can talk about various labor leaders and their role, but William Z. Foster was not just the leader of the Great Steel Strike of 1919. He was not just the organizer of the Chicago packing houses. He was not just the ideological and basically the organizer and director of the Great Sit-Down Strike wave of the 1930s. He was basically Mr. Communism. From the 1920s to the 1930s to the 1940s and up into the 1950s until his death in 1961, he was Mr. Communism. He was the face of American communism. And because of that, he's been kind of obscured, even though he was highly influential. So our first class this morning is going to be about William Z. Foster and who he is. And the reason that we're studying William Z. Foster is because this is probably one of the most successful communists in American history. I can't think of any communist leader who's achieved anything near what William Z. Foster achieved in the history of the United States. And so if we're trying to build a working class movement and fight for a government of action that fights for working families and build a working class socialist movement in the United States, we really ought to know what William Z. Foster did. We ought to learn from his achievements, his successes, maybe some of his shortcomings as well, and talk about him. In our first two classes, we're going to talk about two important communist activists in the history of the United States. We're going to talk about their successes, their failures, their strengths, their weaknesses, what they achieved, where they came from, understand them in order to later in the afternoon figure out what we're going to do in our time. So William Z. Foster, he was born in 1881, and his family, both of his parents came from Ireland. His father had been involved in the Irish freedom struggle and was basically forced to flee Ireland because he had fought the British and was going to face retaliation and possibly execution. So he fled. William Z. Foster, his mother bore 23 children, and only 9 of them survived. He was one of 9 who survived because they grew up in poverty. They were first in Taunton, Massachusetts, and then later in Philadelphia. And the conditions that his family faced in extreme poverty, I mean, you can imagine only 9 children out of 23 surviving. That's the kind of poverty that he grew up in. He was definitely from the working class. He was not a limousine liberal. He was definitely somebody from an impoverished working class neighborhood. And in fact, he talked about when he was a teenager, he was involved in a street gang called the Bulldogs that he was involved with. And they were involved in some kind of semi-criminal activity. And he started working at a fairly young age. And he had a number of jobs in his life. He was a lumberjack, he was a sailor, he was a streetcar driver. He had many different jobs. And the day that changed William Z. Foster's life was when he was living in Washington State. One day he was walking to work, and there was a soapbox agitator from the Socialist Labor Party. There was a man standing on a soapbox speaking to the masses about socialism. And William Z. Foster was walking to work, and he stopped and he listened to the soapbox agitator talk about socialism, and he stopped and he argued with him, and he debated him. And they argued for a little bit, and William Z. Foster became convinced that socialism and Marxism was the way to go. And so William Z. Foster was convinced by this street corner agitator. And because he got interested in socialism, he joined the Socialist Party, but then he got very involved in the Industrial Workers of the World, the IWW. And that was a labor union in the United States that organized quote-unquote unskilled workers. The American Federation of Labor, they existed, but they tended to only organize what they considered to be quote-unquote skilled trades. But the IWW, they believed in one big union for all workers. They were syndicalists, meaning that they wanted to organize the workers to eventually seize control of their factories. And so William Z. Foster joined the Industrial Workers of the World. And The IWW during this time was known for what they called their free speech fights, which are very crazy when you read about these free speech fights. And it tended to happen on the West Coast and in the heartland of the United States. There'd be some little town that would have a law, no socialist agitation in our town, no agitators, no speakers, no radicals in our town. Some wobbly organizer would go to the town and start giving a speech and get arrested. And so then the word would go out, and all the wobblies from all over the country would come to that town and one by one get arrested until the town's jails were full. Not only did people come to town and give speeches and get arrested, but there might be some windows broken and some vandalism. And after a while, the little town would give in and say, okay, fine, we can let folks speak. But the biggest of these free speech fights was the infamous Spokane speech fight of 1909. And William Z. Foster was involved in it. It was October 28th, 1909. There was an ad that went out all over the country, wanted men to fill the jails of Spokane, Washington. And on the first day of the free speech fight, 150 people got arrested. One by one, they started giving a socialist speech and dragged to jail. And by the end of the week, there were 400 people who'd been arrested. And then Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who was based in New York, she went all the way out to Spokane. She was only 19 years old. She was a leader of the Wobblies. And she made a point, she wanted her arrest to be a little more challenging for the police. So when she got up, she chained herself to a lamppost and made the police have to cut the chains. That was Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. So from October until March, people were coming to Spokane, Washington and getting arrested. William Z. Foster was one of those arrested. They finally, in March 4th, 1910, after all the bad publicity that they'd received, they ultimately let folks go. One of the interesting things was that Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, when she'd been locked up, they had separate jails for men and women, she revealed that the police in Spokane, Washington were using the jail as a brothel and basically renting the women out there in order to make money. And that exposed the city and exposed the corruption. And William Z. Foster talked about how the jails for men were so crowded that they started using local schools. And they used local schools to lock people up. And that it was wintertime and they didn't have heat. And so they were locked in these schoolhouses basically with no heat. And that was the Spokane free speech fight. And William Z. Foster became a prominent leader of the industrial workers of the world. And one thing that William Z. Foster did was he started going to international conferences. So at the time in the world, you had the Second International, which was, that's basically what.
Yeah. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to another interview. I'm here with Caleb Maupin, and today we're going to talk about Stalin. Now, I've done a number of things on Stalin on this channel. One where I started reading around and asking the question, have we been lied to about Stalin? I did an interview with Grover Furr. I think we may have touched on it last time we talked as well. So I've got a number of things on Stalin that you can check out. They had some pretty big views, those videos, and it remains a topic of interest because as somebody who's interested in the mechanisms of power, as somebody who's interested in history, Stalin is just a towering figure of the 20th century, whichever way you look at it, whether you love him or hate him or, whatever else. He's just a very important person, I think, to get right, to understand what he was about, to understand what was actually happening there. Before we get onto it, I'll just remind people, pick up a course at the Academic Agency, Trivium, many other courses, Foundations of Shakespeare, Economics, many other things there. Caleb, where can people find you?
Sure. My work is at calebmaupinbooks.net, or you can check out my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org.
All right. So I don't know. I mean, I'll just touch on some of the stuff I've been interested in with Stalin. One of the really interesting things that I found looking at him, I mean, yeah, there was the lies of Khrushchev, the amount of stuff that is not, there's not documentary evidence for a lot of the claims made about him. But I've also been interested in, I'll let you come in a second. In elite theory, there's this thing called the high-low middle mechanism, okay? And I actually went and bought Stalin's own writings. They were published like by Moscow Press in the 70s. And I've got basically everything, like all of his key essays in 2 different books. I've got them over here. And I started reading through them. And one of the concepts I was really interested in was his notion of a kind of, I can't remember what he called it, like revolution from below, or like he had this idea of using almost like these struggle sessions where the middle management layer, the commissars and so on, would almost be kind of put in, like they had these criticism sessions where the workers and where people would then be given the floor to voice their criticisms, and they just had to take it. And if there was a problem, that lower level could actually have remit to go to Stalin, which I found really fascinating. Another fascinating thing is the fact that we think of Stalin as an all-powerful dictator, a totalitarian, and so on, but actually he had a constant struggle with the middle layer of bureaucracy, right? He was always trying to make things more efficient, and he was always trying to take direct action and things like this. And there was this big middle management bureaucracy layer, and for almost the entire time that Stalin was in power, there's a kind of give and take, push and pull, fight with this middle layer. And one way of thinking about Khrushchev and the Brezhnev era and so on is actually the final victory of that bureaucracy against what Stalin was trying to do. That's become my understanding of it, but I'll let you take it from there.
Well, I guess in response to what you just pointed out there, this is a point that I have raised over and over again, right? What does democracy mean? It literally just means the rule of the people, right? And actually the Greeks meant it in kind of a negative sense, right? They had a positive and a negative, like monarchy was the good king and tyranny was the bad king. Oligarchy was the good elite, plutocracy was the bad elite. Republic was the good elected government, and then democracy was vulgar mob rule. It just means the rule of the people. If you look at the Soviet Union at the time Stalin was leading it, or today you look at Iran, or you look at Cuba, or you look at North Korea, these countries, they don't have anywhere near the level of freedom in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of association, et cetera, that we have in the West. But they are more democratic in one sense, in that those governments depend on a highly involved and engaged population, right? The Islamic Republic of Iran would not be in power for 1 minute if it wasn't for those Basij councils they have in the neighborhood of people who wake up every day and think it is my job to enforce the Islamic revolution in my neighborhood and go out and carry out the will of the revolution. And in North Korea, they would not be in power for 1 day if there wasn't a huge population that wakes up every day and say, I'm carrying out Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-un's will. I need to go around my neighborhood and make sure we're carrying out the revolution. These governments depend on a heavily involved and heavily engaged population to carry out their activities. Whereas our governments in the West, they don't want us involved at all. They want us, smoking drugs or looking at porn or what, they want us to just be on our own while they manage things for us and don't manage things. Let the corporations just do whatever they want. So in that sense, these governments are more democratic because the population is heavily involved. And what you're pointing to there with Stalin is that, yes, Stalin, the 5-year economic plans that he carried out and these meetings that you're describing, the population was heavily involved in carrying these things out. Look, I wrote my book Khrushchevism because after Stalin died, Khrushchev got up and condemned Stalin before the entire world, and that confused and destroyed the global communist movement. And I wrote this book not just as a defense of Stalin against Khrushchev, but also an examination of why his defamation of Stalin destroyed the global communist movement and why that was so effective and how it fit in with this anti-totalitarianism, which has been a CIA obsession and et cetera. That's my work on it. But like the first thing, if you ever bring up Stalin, people just throw out a body count. Well, Stalin killed 100 gajillion million people, right? 50 million, 70 million, 80 million. The first question you need to ask is how? How did he kill them? And most people can't answer the question. You'll get crickets. Well, he killed them. Well, how did he kill them? Well, those big numbers that you get, they come from famines, right? That there was a famine in the Ukraine. You do realize there were famines all the time
before Stalin and industrialized the country, right? There were famines routinely. People died of malnutrition all the time when Russia was an agrarian, non-industrialized country. It's Stalin who brought tractors to the countryside and mechanized agriculture. It's Stalin who electrified the whole country and built the power plants. It's Stalin who built a modern educational system and wiped out illiteracy. So it's like you're blaming the guy who cured the famines for that doesn't make any sense, right? It's not logical, right? Stalin cured the famines. Maybe he could have done so more effectively. Hindsight is always 2020, but like he got the country out of being a primitive agrarian society where there were, famines all the time, to being a country with a modern food system, to being fully industrialized, to having the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, to having the world's largest steel industry. I mean, it's like Stalin took the USSR from being an impoverished country and made it an industrial superpower. And that's just something you're not allowed to say in American media, right? It's just communism just failed everywhere. Everyone just starved and was miserable. It's like, no, Russia went from being an impoverished country to being a superpower with central planning and 5-year plans. And that's like the elephant in the room. And so then if you ever bring that up, people say, well, at what cost? At what cost, right? Well, it didn't come at the cost that it came for the West, because we industrialized over the course of 200 years of colonialism, of killing people in Africa, killing people in Latin America, dragging people to America in the transcontinental slave trade, starving people all over the planet. Like, the process of the West industrializing was genocidal and murderous all over the planet. And what Stalin did in Russia was only in Russia, right? They didn't have to colonize anyone to do what they did. The other thing is, now then when you get past these big numbers that come from famines, 70 million, and it's like, wait a second, Stalin cured the famines. Then people start talking about, well, what about the gulags? Right? What about that? Well, there's no question that in 1936, 1937, there was an episode of mass fear in the Soviet Union where people turned in their neighbors. People were terrified that there was some kind of Nazi conspiracy within the government. And a lot of innocent people ended up going to gulags, and that was wrong. And Stalin ended up executing the guy who was the head of the secret police for that, Yezhov. And Stalin, they call it in Russia, Yezhov's terror. Yezhov is generally blamed for it. But regardless, it was largely the population that was traumatized and very afraid that kind of made that happen. And the basis of it is pretty believable, right? Stalin has a great book called Mastering Bolshevism, where he says, look, the imperialists, the French, the Americans, the British, the Germans, they spy on each other, and they spend millions of dollars spying on each other, wrecking each other, competing with each other. Is it really crazy to think that they would spy on us? And we're their enemy, right? So I'm here outside of a polling station in Chinandega, Nicaragua, and I must say it just makes me downright angry to see how our leaders have lied to us. I'm here in Nicaragua. It's election day, and today is a Sunday. It's a national holiday, and it's a weekend. They're doing everything they can to make sure that their people vote, to encourage their people to get to the polls, to encourage their people to participate. The United States, we have our election on a Tuesday, and there's lines around the block, people voting before work, voting after work. There's every barrier created. But here they have a very transparent electoral process. They are trying to get people involved in voting. They are trying to encourage participation. The voting age is 16, so people as young as 16 are able to participate in choosing the leaders of the country. The hypocrisy we get from U.S. leaders is ridiculous. The United States, if you live in Guam, if you live in Puerto Rico, if you live in any of the U.S. territories, you have absolutely no say in who is president of the United States. Now, could you imagine if Daniel Ortega were to pick a region of Nicaragua and say, oh, they don't get a say? That would never happen. That would never be tolerated. The sheer hypocrisy of U.S. leaders who just go out of their way to demonize the elections of Nicaragua. It's shocking and horrifying. It's really, really shocking and horrifying, the hypocrisy here. It's really unbelievable. And the fact that, in the United States, if you so much as question the electoral system, you can have your Facebook taken down. You can have your YouTube channel taken down. You can have your social media censored just for questioning the U.S. electoral process. But even though Nicaragua is having a completely fair and transparent election,
Regardless of that fact, U.S. media is endlessly trying to cast doubt and suspicion on it. And the CNN has lied about the election observer crew here and dismissed us and made it sound as if we are not legitimately overseeing this process. This is an open, transparent election, and U.S. media gets to lie and cast doubt about it endlessly. But if you question American elections, they shut down your social media. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. The hypocrisy from U.S. leaders here. This is a clear and transparent election. People are participating in the voting process. They have all kinds of mechanisms to make sure people aren't voting twice, to make sure that people are able to participate and exercise their right to vote. I mean, this is what we're being told in the United States just isn't true.
Hands off Iran!
Hands off Iran! Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran!
Democrats are complicit!
Democrats are complicit!
Control the opposition!
Democrats are
How do you feel, Irving?
My grandfather was still alive now. He was a civil surgeon who used to serve in a rural part of Iran, so like in a northeastern part of Iran, a city called Mashhad in close to Afghanistan. So he used to serve there, and my mother grew up there in Iran when she was younger. And this was after the revolution, so there was a real need for like doctors. Holding this flag, it means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Yeah. Well, Iran's being bombed right now, and they're standing with Palestine.
Yeah, very much so. It's the main country that's resisting, and you have much of the not just the Islamic world, but much of the world. The global South stands in solidarity with Iran. It's a very big pleasure to be joined by Caleb and by the CPI.
Yeah. Did you hear, Noah, that the No Kings organizers didn't include no war on Iran in their call?
Yeah, even mainstream media, like, how can you not do that? But it's, of course, the Democrats, they applaud when Trump lies about the Iranian people, but, when he talks about stuff that doesn't really matter, then they scowl.
All right, so we've claimed a good spot here near the stage to do our thing. All right, are we ready, guys? Ready to do this? So when the song ends.
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Democrats stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Go away, lady.
Follow you, damn it! They don't deserve to get bombed!
You're still out to your own country.
Yeah, you support kids getting bombed by the U.S.? You support that? Fucking dumbass.
They deserve to get bombed!
They're killing, we just bomb babies in the school. The fuck?
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
I've been chased by cops at the war.
Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Hands off Iran! The Democrats can end the war! Why are the Democrats
Stop the war!
Democrats can stop the war!
Stop Iran!
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war!
Hands off Iran!
Let us
Let's go stop the war! Come on, man!
The war! Stop the war! Stop the war!
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Stop the war!
Democrats can stop the war!
Stop the
Hands off
war!
Iran!
Stop the
Stop the
war!
war! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war! Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war!
Hands off Iran!
Let's
Let's go stop the war! Come on, man!
Democrats can stop the war! Democrats can stop the war! Democrats can stop the war!
Hands off Iran! Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Just move. We are on the same side. Can you please move?
Hands off Iran.
Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Democrats are complicit.
Democrats are complicit.
Control opposition.
Democrats are complicit. Democrats. What do you think?
I think it's great. We're getting the word out. I mean, there's so many people here who are anti-Trump, but they don't talk about the Democrats.
Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran.
Hands off Iran. The unions, the Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran.
Stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off the wars. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the wars. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the wars. Hands off Iran.
You can't touch from the side. You can't block it.
Real quick, let's first take the deal. Hands off Iran.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off
Hands off Iran. Hands off. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran.
So we've been standing here holding up the march for over an hour, and we're getting lots of thumbs up from people, lots of support. Everyone going by likes us. We had kind of a dust up with the marshals, but this is really going really well.
Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit.
Hands off Iran.
The Democrats are complicit.
Hands off Iran.
How's it going, Gabby?
Going good. Going good.
The Democrats are complicit.
How do you feel?
Good.
The Democrats are complicit.
Finally.
Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran. The Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran.
Do you like our message?
Yes, I like your message. I think that the U.S. bombed threw a missile on those children and they died for nothing and nobody even cares. And I wonder what Hexas would say with his 7 children if they would throw a bomb on his children for nothing.
Thank you. Glad you're here.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. The Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war.
DSA has an on and off relationship with the Socialist International. That's the German Social Democratic Party, the Socialist Party of America, the British Labour Party. They were trying to get socialism through elections, right? Their idea was like Bernstein, we're going to gradually get socialism through elections. And so more radical forces tended to be associated with the syndicalists. And the syndicalists, their goal for bringing socialism was they said no politics at all. We don't vote. It's just about direct action on the job, right? You know, the worker versus the employer. And we're going to organize one big union. And there's going to be one big union that has a big general strike, and the workers will seize their factories, and that's how they were going to do it. And William Z. Foster started going to international conferences because during this time you had the crisis of Marxism, because Karl Marx long died, but after Karl Marx's death, Marxism was spreading everywhere. You had these huge socialist, Marxist groups, trade unions all over everywhere, but you didn't have a revolution. So something was wrong. So what was going to happen? And syndicalism and the anarcho-syndicalist, or that was one response to the crisis. You had other forces that said, well, this proves that there's not going to be a revolution. We need to just water it down one step at a time. And we ultimately know that it was Lenin who had the understanding that the problem was imperialism. It was that capitalism was entering its monopoly stage. The big corporations and banks based in the Western countries were dominating the world. As a result, they were able to stratify the working class at home, play the skilled against the unskilled, the white workers against the black workers, divide the working class, create the aristocracy of labor, and that was why you weren't seeing a revolution despite Marxism spreading. And it's also why you weren't seeing the big economic crisis that Marx had predicted. Marx's prediction was that basically that in the Western capitalist countries, the poverty and unemployment would just continue to grow, and the capitalists would continue to enrich themselves while everyone got poorer, and eventually the workers would rise up and seize their factories. But as capitalism moved toward its monopoly stage of imperialism, you started to see a new layer of stability in Germany and France and the United States and other such countries. So as a result of that, you didn't see the revolutionary activity and the revolutionary crisis. But there was still an underlying economic crisis, no question about it. And ultimately, it was the underlying economic crisis that gave birth to World War I. So capitalism was still not stable, and World War I eventually resulted from the contradictions of imperialism, etc. But you saw a level of stability in the Western countries. And it's pretty clear that when he was going to these international syndicalist conferences in Europe, William Z. Foster was probably heavily influenced by George Sorel. And George Sorel was the figure in the syndicalist movement in Europe who was saying that the problem of Marxism was a spiritual one. He was looking at the French Socialist Party, looking at the German Social Democratic Party, the British Labour Party, and saying that the problem was these folks are not making a revolution because they are trying to build a mass organization. They're trying to organize millions of people. You know, in a lot of towns, they'd have a socialist marching band, they'd have a socialist choir, they'd have a socialist Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and they were building these mass organizations. But in the process of doing that, they were watering down the message. And George Sorel was saying, well, what we need is an isolated group of fanatics who will engage in violence, and with their violence, they will inspire heroism. And George Sorel was openly opposing materialism, and he was saying that the problem, we need to appeal to mythology, and we need to appeal to kind of a spiritual kind of thing. And Sorel eventually joined a monarchist party. He thought the monarchy might, inspire people to go out and sacrifice. But Sorel was very influential in syndicalist circles, and it's probably because of Sorel that some of William Z. Foster's early writing is a little bit weird. For example, William Z. Foster, in his first pamphlet that he published about syndicalism, he called himself a neo-Malthusian. And he wrote this. He said, "The syndicalist is a race suicider. He knows children are a detriment in his daily struggles, and he knows that rearing them is once again tying a milestone around his neck and furnishing a new supply of slaves to capitalism. He therefore commits the double error and carries on an extensive campaign to reduce births among the working class." That's William Z. Foster, the idea of the concept of the birth strike, right? With the idea the syndicalists were promoting this idea that in order to, not, drive wages down and have more competition for jobs, workers should not be having children. Well, obviously, the Marxists and Rosa Luxemburg and others, they critiqued this, and they said this is not correct, right? That Marxism seeks to increase the population. The problem isn't that there are too many workers. The problem is capitalism. But birth strike and some of these other concepts were spreading among syndicalists because they were questioning the widespread social democratic movements because they were ineffective. So William Z. Foster was a member of the industrial workers of the world. But the industrial workers of the world had a problem, which was that they would organize these very big strikes among textile workers in New Jersey and among miners in Colorado and elsewhere. And they would organize these strikes, and these strikes would be successful. But then when all their organizers got out of town, a lot of times everything that they won kind of slipped away. The Wobblies refused to sign contracts. They said if you sign a contract with your employer, you're recognizing your employer's right to exploit you. So they refused to sign any contracts, and they advocated only direct action on the job. They didn't make alliances with politicians. And on top of that, they tended to, they were openly revolutionaries, and so their union was pretty openly revolutionary. If people weren't down with what they were about, if they weren't all on board with syndicalism and the workers' revolution, it wasn't the right union for them. And so as a leader of the Wobblies, William Z. Foster started to realize that their tactics weren't effective. So he and a group of Wobblies that were around him broke away, and they formed something called the Syndicalist League of North America. And it was a breakaway from the Wobblies. And the reason that they broke away from the Wobblies is they said, we need to go into the reformist unions. We need to go into the American Federation of Labor, and we need to bore from within. That's the term he used, bore from within, meaning we'll join these reformist labor unions and try to push them in a more revolutionary direction. And we'll build what they called the militant minority, which was a group of workers in the union who were revolutionaries and radicals, but they would join the union, and through their efforts in the union, they could mobilize workers who maybe didn't agree with them and maybe had more conservative or right-wing ideas, but they could be the militant minority that would infiltrate the unions and push them in a more revolutionary direction. And that's what William Z. Foster was advocating. And the Syndicalist League of North America was a very highly disciplined organization. It was a group of very dedicated labor leaders who William Z. Foster had worked with, William F. Dunn, Jack Johnstone, and many others. And it was a group of people who had been involved in strikes and were radicals, and they said, we got to join the American Federation of Labor, we got to join the AFL, but we're going to infiltrate it, and we're going to push it in a more radical direction. And they had a relationship with the Chicago Federation of Labor, the Chicago wing of the American Federation of Labor. And their first victory was they organized meatpacking workers. And the conditions of the meatpacking houses in Chicago were very, very horrendous. Low pay. It was largely immigrants from Ireland and Italy and Eastern Europe who were working in these meatpacking houses 12 hours a day. You had a lot of child labor. And the way they organized the meatpacking houses was they shamed the bosses. They basically put on these conferences where they had people get up and testify before the media and the press about how bad the conditions were. And they just humiliated the bosses, and the understanding was that if they would sign a union contract, they would end this negative publicity. And they never full-on, said they were going to go fully on strike, but they hinted at it. And the USA was getting ready for World War I, and World War I was happening, and there was fear on the part of the government that a strike of the meatpacking industry could lead to big problems. And so by kind of implying they might go on strike, and by humiliating the bosses and exposing the way they were treating the workers, the meatpacking houses of Chicago backed down, and they created the Stockyards Labor Council. And that was a union that represented meatpacking workers in Chicago. And it was very effective. And that was William Z. Foster's first great victory, was organizing the meatpacking workers. So then, as World War I came to an end, he got support from the Chicago Federation of Labor and others to organize the Great Steel Strike of 1919. This is the biggest steel strike in the history of the United States. 365,000 workers went on strike. And it was a national emergency. The military was called out in many places. Gary, Indiana, the military, and there were fights between the striking workers, and many parts of the country you had just chaos in the streets as workers were organizing and demanding their rights, demanding representation in the steel mills. And what's kind of interesting is that, as many people have mentioned before, that William Z. Foster was actually called to the White House, kind of like Chris Smalls was recently called to the White House. And Woodrow Wilson tried to get him to call off the strike and spoke to him in a roughneck accent, assuming that he was an ignorant worker and couldn't possibly understand things. And on top of that, William Z. Foster was called before a congressional committee that was investigating labor unions and the role of communists and radicals in labor unions. And so he was called before this congressional committee, and they held up his pamphlet about syndicalism that I read to you from. And they read some of the more radical lines from it about overthrowing capitalism, etc. And William Z. Foster laughed it off, and he said, oh, I was radical back in my youth, but, we all are young once. They kind of laughed it off. Well, anyone who knows anything about William Z. Foster knows he was completely lying through his teeth. He was still very, very radical, but that was what they had to do. And so, in front of Congress, he said, oh, yeah, I was radical once, and it was very clear. The other thing was that the Stockyards Labor Council and the American Federation of Labor had supported World War I. We know William Z. Foster was very opposed to World War I. However, if he had been going around agitating against the war as
we're an alternative economic system, is it really crazy to think they might conspire within our government? And to some degree or other, there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet government. I mean, I think when the Second World War began, there was a top general who went over to the Nazi side. So the idea that there was Nazi penetration of the Soviet state, that there was sabotage, that there was, something like that, that's not outrageous. Was Trotsky and were Zinoviev and the others, were they actually like on the payroll of Hitler and of Japan? I don't know. I think it's very possible, though. I think it's very, very possible. And I think that Trotsky, especially, in the late 1930s, he was being boosted by fascists, and he was a professional anti-communist, and he wanted to be in power, right? And so was he knowingly working for them or not? Grover Furr maintains he was. I am not 100% convinced, but I'm not saying it wasn't possible. But the number of people that went to gulags in the Soviet Union is much lower than the rate of people that are in prison in the United States. And the other thing is the gulags were not death camps. Most people went to the gulag for a year or two and then they got let out, right? There were no gas chambers in the gulags, right? Everybody knows what Hitler did, right? Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their race, put them on trains, took them to places, and gassed them to death for nothing other than their race, being Jewish, being Roma, Gypsy, or whatnot. No one can point to anything that Stalin did that is on that level, right? They moved the population around on the basis of ethnicity during the war, and that's what saved millions of Jewish people in the Soviet Union from being captured by the Nazis and killed. And that was done, they had what they call the forced deportations they talk about, where like the Chechens were moved out of the regions they'd historically lived in because there was a pro-Nazi insurgency in the area and they wanted to go in and just get the job done. So they moved the people out of the area. This is all in the context of a war in which like 27 million people in the Soviet Union died. This is like a catastrophic war with death on a scale that we can't even imagine, a military situation where people moved around on the basis of their ethnicity. Yes, but you can't find anything that Stalin did that fits this genocidal mass murdering dictator, monster image we get in the West. It just doesn't line up. We have a guy who led a very authoritarian government in lifting Russia and the surrounding countries from absolute poverty to inventing space travel, to being fully electrified, to being a superpower like the world has never seen. And also, if you are an American, right? I know your audience is largely British, but and this probably applies to Britons as well. But if you're an American,
about a third American.
Yeah. Okay. If you're an American, you directly benefited from Stalin. And I'll tell you how, right? If one thing we constantly hear our politicians talk about, those good paying jobs. Remember those good paying jobs in industry, those good paying jobs that used to exist? Well, they weren't always good paying jobs. If you go back to the 1920s, the people who worked in the steel mills, the people who worked in the automobile factories were making about what fast food workers make now in America. The only reason that those good paying jobs were good jobs is because the industries, steel, auto, meatpacking, were unionized by Stalinists, by the Communist Party that was sponsored and aligned with the Soviet Union. The Flint sit-down strike of 1937, the 1934 strike wave. 1934 in America, you had a strike wave where you had a general strike in Seattle or in San Francisco that shut down the docks. You had a Teamsters strike in Minneapolis. You had the Auto Light strike in Toledo, Ohio, and you had South Carolina declaring a state of emergency and sharecroppers on strike all over the South. And in that context, the U.S. government and Roosevelt, fearing being overthrown by people who wanted to replace him with a fascist dictatorship, and also fearing a revolution, Roosevelt moved to legalize labor unions with the Wagner Act, and start hiring workers with the Works Progress Administration. That would not have happened if they were not aligned with 1/5 of the planet. The biggest strike wave in American history was in the 1870s. It was the railroad workers' strike, and it didn't win a damn thing, right? All that resulted from that is the USA built a network of armories all over the country so they could put down unrest more effectively. And it was way bigger. But in 1934, when there was that strike wave in the summer of 1934, the American government panicked and huge concessions were won. If anyone in your family was a meat packer, or a steel worker or an auto worker, and you got those high wages that they got post World War II, that came from industrial unions that were built by Stalin. That would never have happened if 1/5 of the planet wasn't being led by the Soviet Union. Another thing I will never forget is that I remember being in high school. And in high school, I lived in a little town in Ohio, and they had all the old newspapers from my little tiny town in Ohio on microfilm. And so one day, one of my high school teachers brought me a printout of a microfilm from my little town's local newspaper in 1951. And the headline on my local town's newspaper was, "Take that, Uncle Joe," right? And it began with a quotation from Stalin. Stalin had said, "The way America treats black people is unacceptable. The American government is racist. The crimes against the black people are unacceptable." It began with that quotation. And the article was all about how the first black family in my town had bought a house. And so clearly Stalin was a liar. He didn't know what he was talking about. That shows you how important Stalin was. There would not have been a civil rights movement in America without Stalin, right? When Emmett Till was killed, the famous case of the young man from Chicago who was visiting family in Mississippi, whistled at a white woman, and was brutally killed. They took that picture of Emmett Till's mutilated body. The Soviet Union took that picture and sent it all over the world and said, "This is America, the land of freedom and democracy. This is what they do to black people." And it was only because of the Soviet Union and the way it embraced the black freedom struggle that the power structure in America was forced to start dealing with the issue of race. And, the same year, 1951, the Soviet Union, as a permanent Security Council member, brought William L. Patterson, a black activist, to the United Nations, and he gave a speech called "We Charge Genocide," condemning the American government for crimes against black people. And the Communist Party of the United States, that was functioning as an illegal organization during these years, was illegal. You could go to jail for being a member. Went door to door in every black neighborhood in America, handing out copies. This is an official UN speech, about the conditions of black people in America. The Soviet Union presented this to the world about America committing genocide. And door to door, I've met old communists who remember that, going door to door in black neighborhoods, handing out or selling copies of a United Nations speech by William L. Patterson. I mean, this is huge. So the impact that Stalin has had on your life, if you're an American, is massive. It's absolutely massive. The good paying jobs wouldn't have existed. The civil rights movement would never have happened. Like it's massive. There are a few individuals who have that big of an impact on world history. Stalin led 1/5 of the planet and a mass movement that was aligned with him, the Communist International, and that movement dramatically changed the course of history.
If we can just go back through some of these things, I want to try to bring some of the objections, because obviously I've had a number of videos on Stalin now, and there's always somebody kind of trying to counter in the comments. So I want to try to bring some of these up. On the famine in Ukraine, I've got a book by Anna Strong here.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got several books written around that time. They're pretty hard to find. I actually had to dig pretty hard, and I'm resourceful, but that one was hard to find, the Anna Strong one. I've got one. I had to pay good money for it as well. But in there, she says, basically, you have to understand that when they were making the collectivized farms, the people, the kulaks, or the people who had the farms there, they didn't want their land being taken from them. So they basically murdered all the livestock. They're literally killing chickens and cows and so on, and destroyed their. So he wanted to bring in tractors and things like that. But obviously they were using old plows and things. They destroyed them all. So that one of the reasons that there was a famine that year, it wasn't the only reason, but it was greatly exacerbated by the fact that all of the capital stock, you might say, whether it was livestock or the actual equipment they were using, was destroyed. How true is that? How true is that claim from Anna Strong?
When it comes to the Ukraine stuff, there are so many layers of lying that go on. First of all, the narrative that you get from the Ukrainian side is that somehow this was a plot against Ukraine, right? That Stalin, he just hated Ukrainians on an ethnic level, because he's Russian, but he wasn't Russian. He was Georgian, but let's not quibble about facts. And those Russians said, we're going to kill us some Ukrainians because we hate Ukraine, and starve them all to death. There was a famine all over the USSR. It wasn't just in Ukraine. Ukraine just happens to be an area where there's a lot of agriculture. It's like the breadbasket. But there was a famine in Moldova. There was a famine in other countries. So the idea that it was intentionally aimed at Ukraine, that's a big part of the Ukrainian nationalist narrative. That just doesn't match the facts. There was a famine all over the USSR. That's one thing. The second thing is what you pointed out, that Anna Louise Strong pointed out. It was like a civil war in the countryside. And that largely the Red Army was sent in to hold back the population. The local peasantry wanted to go and hang those kulaks from a lamppost. They wanted to go in and just exterminate them. They were furious. The peasantry was kind of carrying out the collectivization, and the Red Army was sent in to kind of hold back the population from just killing the kulaks and taking their land and making it a kind of controlled kind of thing. And that's one thing that comes across in a lot of testimonies from people who were there, is that it was the population that was furious at the kulaks for, burning their crops and killing their animals and such. And the Red Army coming in was kind of bringing a level of order so that it wasn't just, mass slaughter. And that comes across as well. And that, Trotsky makes the criticism, which maybe there's some truth in this, that Stalin zigzagged. During the 1920s, he was encouraging private farming, peasant, enrich yourself. They were kind of built.
Entonces, con así vos dejás de pensar. Entonces, you gotta verify, make sure that you are to go in the same. So when they verify your name, they're going to the one that is with the photo on it. So they make sure it's you, the one who's voting. So that's the list where everybody that is supposed to vote here. So you have to check for every person that comes and goes. Once you find the name, and then you move to find their picture.
Una vez localizado, el ciudadano.
Once they find you on the photograph album, you have to sign and make sure you know to them once they feel it.
Una vez que hizo esto, el siguiente paso, entrega su boleta.
Once that's done, they're going to give you the ballot so you can proceed to do.
La boleta viene con firma y sello del contribuyente. Es un código exclusivo para cada junta receptora de votos, tiene su código.
There is a stamp and a code that is for every single place have a different code. And it has to be the stamp for the council, the electoral council, and signature of the members.
Cada junta receptora de votos tiene su código específico. Y lo firma.
So once the president signs on the table, they're going to give it to you.
El ciudadano coge la boleta y se le indica que puede pasar a la urna.
So once they give you a ballot, you go through the boxes to check, exercise right to vote.
Lo hace con toda la privacidad y seguridad que se le está otorgando a ellos para que tu voto.
If you want the security and privacy, then nobody is see who you decide to vote for.
Aquí el ciudadano vota en privado, dobla la boleta aquí adentro.
By the marked ballot, you fold it.
Y procede a depositarla en la urna.
And then go through You're welcome to share.
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, "Hands off Iran." Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution.
We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
Debs was, or as others were doing, he would have been thrown in jail and their union would have been broken apart. So strategically, he pretended to support World War I while giving money and support to anti-war voices. Again, strategically. And when you look at what William Z. Foster accomplished in this first period of his life, you really are just struck by how hard it was to get workers in industry into unions, right? I mean, just to get basic union representation on the job in the steel mills, just to get representation in the packing houses. A lot of people died, a lot of sacrifices were made, and it's worth noting that the 1919 steel strike ended in failure. They lost. It was quite a lengthy strike. It went on for months, and ultimately people started going back to work. It wasn't successful. The 1919 steel strike failed, and the main reason it failed was because of racism. Because the AFL unions that were trying to organize the steel workers were whites only. And so in areas where the white workers would go on strike, they would use the black workers as scab labor. And William Z. Foster reflected on that in his pamphlet. And he said, this shows that racism hurts the labor movement. It hurts labor unions. And during this strike, he almost functioned like a military commander. He had an apartment in Chicago that became kind of like a military headquarters. It's where the strike was directed from. And he was on the phone and giving messages to people all around the country. It was almost like a military operation. People described him as almost like a commander or something. And it was this military operation. And it was largely unsuccessful. And after the steel strike of 1919 failed, he went back to work as a railroad worker. He had a connection in the railroad union, and he went back and he became a railroad worker. And he basically had lost out. A lot of people were quite disappointed in William Z. Foster. They felt like, he had done this great steel strike and it hadn't been successful. So he went back to work as a railroad worker. And he had been very frustrated during the strike because the Communist Party, that had just been formed, the two communist parties, the Communist Labor Party and the Communist Party, didn't support him because he was in an AFL union. And because the strike had been organized by what they considered to be a reformist union, they hadn't supported the strike. And in Gary, Indiana, the Communist Party had done something particularly wacky. And they had put up posters all over Gary, Indiana, saying that, don't go on strike. What you need to do is organize a workers' militia and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. And you can imagine a lot of striking workers that are risking their lives and jobs and families looked at this poster and said, what in the world is this? And just, and it showed that the Communist Party was in its ultra-left phase, where it was dominated by anarchist and ultra-leftist elements who liked the Bolsheviks because they'd had a violent revolution, but were not actually understanding Bolshevik methods. So after William Z. Foster went back to work as a railroad worker, after the strike of 1919 failed, he got an invitation from Moscow, from the Soviet Union, to go to a conference of labor organizers that was being organized by the Bolsheviks. And when he went to Moscow, he learned that the communists in the Soviet Union had been urging the American communists to support the steel strike and had been pushing boring from within. They'd been pushing that all along. And in fact, a lot of the methods that William Z. Foster was using had already been employed by the Bolsheviks. They already had been building this kind of radical, the vanguard party of the most dedicated and committed, a party of new type. They already were going into unions that were reformist unions. And a lot of the same conclusions that William Z. Foster had drawn during organizing had also been developed by Vladimir Lenin. And that kind of shows that Marxism is scientific, right? That two scientists can do the same experiment in different places and get the same result. That Vladimir Lenin had come to the same conclusions when organizing the Bolsheviks as a militant minority, as a group of radicals that would go in and mobilize the broad masses of people. William Z. Foster had come to the same conclusions. So based on conversations with Lenin, sitting in Lenin's home, having extensive conversations with Lenin, William Z. Foster came back to the United States, and he was part of the founding merger that eventually established what is now called the Communist Party of the United States. And it was a merger of the Communist Labor Party, which was English-speaking workers. It was the Communist Party of America, which was the Foreign Language Federations. It was the Trade Union Educational League. That's what William Z. Foster called his labor organizer group at that point. They changed their name. They were no longer the Syndicalist League of North America. They were the Trade Union Education League. And there was also, at the founding convention of the Communist Party, there was something called the African Blood Brotherhood. And this was a group of black workers who had formed armed self-defense to fight the Ku Klux Klan. And they were led by Harry Haywood. And they saw that the Soviet Union was supporting the black freedom struggle, so they also merged into the Communist Party. And the Unity Convention was held in Bridgman, Michigan. And they had a convention, it was in the woods, you had to have a secret passcode to get in, all kinds of, invisible ink and decoder rings because the Red Scare was going on. And they had their convention in the middle of the woods in Michigan. And the FBI, or it wasn't the FBI yet, it was the government men or the Bureau of Investigation, raided it and arrested everyone there. And they were all charged with conspiring to overthrow the government. And some of them were convicted, and William Z. Foster was actually acquitted because there was a librarian on the jury who felt that his freedom of speech allowed him to be a communist. So he was actually acquitted in his trial in Michigan, but some others were convicted, including Charles Ruthenberg. So that's the first talk of the class about who William Z. Foster was in the lead up to joining the Communist Party and merging into it, about his efforts in the steel industry as well as his efforts in the meatpacking houses, his struggles with the Wobblies. So I thought this would be a good place to stop and have some discussion.
It's interesting about the IWW, and Lenin was critical of this, was their so-called dual carding approach, right? So there's no law that you have to be in only one union. You can be in multiple unions, right? So the IWW, you'd be a member of the IWW and a member of some other union. And the goal was to draw people towards the IWW as like the one big kind of true union, which is why I think it actually didn't necessarily achieve its goals and why they had to split off of it, I think. That's separate from the Bolshevik strategy, the Third International, of going into unions and agitating, but not trying to draw people into a separate union.
Yeah, right. And now if you join a union in the United States, every union makes you sign something against dual unionism.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that one.
Yeah, still today, but go ahead.
Yeah, I find this and this is a pattern I find when researching Foster, some of these early communists, there's this kind of pragmatism about them. They're very political. They're looking at the big picture. They're not a lot of modern leftists today don't look at the big picture. They get stuck in the minutia of tiny splits and details. But with Foster, it's this pragmatism. Okay, I'm going to line from this House committee because that's what's going to keep me out of jail and keep me on the streets organizing. So it's something that I think we need to really pick up as 21st century communists and socialists.
Yeah. Who else? Oh, go ahead.
I've been reading through the 1936 CPUSA organizing manual, and it stuck out to me as kind of like a cell structure. Did Foster get that from the Soviet Union in his visit, where he talks about whenever there's 3 communists in a factory that they should... Is that the boring from within that you talked about?
Oh. Well, the cell structure, that was how the Comintern organized. And that was the Communist International. And that's what's kind of different than, about the official communist parties that makes them separate from like other leftist groups, is that most communist groups have branches. You have a branch in this city, a branch in that city. The way the Communist Party, even up to today, is set up is they have cell structure. Now they call it clubs because that sounds a little more friendly, right? But the idea is that every member is a member of a club, and a club can have no more than 5 members, and then it has to divide into another club. And then there's an organizer of each club that goes and meets with regional people, and then there's a district organizer they meet with, and this is the way that every person is kind of directed. And that's the club structure or the cell structure. And that's because if you look at the communist parties, the way they're set up, it's almost like a military kind of organization, right? In the military, every officer has certain people he's over, and it's much more like that. A branch is kind of a loose association. I'm in the Chicago branch, I'm in the Philadelphia branch, we all get together and hang out and listen to some speeches. But the idea is that every member is like being fully utilized. So there's they're in a group of 5 with one person who's responsible for all of them. And that's why even today, like in France and places like that, the French Communist Party, if they have a rally, they can get thousands and thousands of people to come out because every person, there's somebody kind of on top of them making them do, etc. Right? And that's one of the effective things of the cell nature of communist parties around the world. And it separates them from some of the more looser and free associating left-wing organizations. But now, as far as what you're talking about boring from within was a strategy of going into reformist unions, right? The idea was we're not going to form a separate union. We're going to go into the unions and another point that you raised, which is interesting, is that, and a lot of people don't realize this, and we don't do this now, is that your club in the Communist Party was not based on the neighborhood you lived in. Usually it was based on where you worked. There would be a club in a factory. So you'd work in this factory, and there'd be 5 other communists that worked in the factory with you. And so you would be it was about your workplace. That was really about where you did most of your organizing, was it in your workplace. Now later with the unemployed councils, et cetera, it became more about your neighborhood, et cetera. But the focus, if you read that manual, the organizing manual from the 1930s, it was about your workplace, your factory, your mine, your mill. You were organizing your co-workers. And one thing that I often think is that, when I'm writing something about socialism, I often think, how could I explain this to my coworkers? And that's the best way to think of it. Or when you're in college, think of how could I explain this to my classmates? Or how could I explain this to the people in my neighborhood? Right? Is this thinking for a mass audience? Right? It's extremely important.
Out of the movement
to the masses.
Out of the movement to the masses. Out of the movement
to the masses. All right, go ahead.
So I think I'm phrasing this correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong. You had said that William Z. Foster made a strategic decision to support the U.S.'s presence in World War I. In what similarities and differences do you see that decision compared to today with principled communists either supporting Russia in its military intervention or at least having sympathy, if not outright supporting?
Well, I think it's a matter of strategy. It was division of labor. Eugene Debs, he was the face of American socialism, and he went around publicly opposing World War I and eventually went to prison for it. And he was, sent to prison after giving an anti-war speech in Canton, Ohio. And there were thousands of socialists who spoke against the war and went to prison for it. And people don't realize this, but it was completely illegal. There was actually, during World War I, there were a couple cases that are shocking in terms of free speech. For example, there was a movie, a patriotic movie that was made called The Spirit of 1776. It was a silent film. And it was called The Spirit of 1776, and it was supposed to rile up everyone to support the war. But it was about the American Revolution. It portrayed the British as the enemy, right? So they put the guy who made it in prison because he was hurting the war effort by portraying the British as the enemy. There was another case where some police officer or FBI guy or something, federal officer, his car broke down. So his car broke down in the middle of the country, and he went to a farmer's house to get help, with his car. And the farmer was talking to the government guy as he was, fixing his car, and made comments about, I don't really think we belong in this war. And it was in the privacy of his own home, and they put him in jail. That's how extreme they cracked down. And they had these groups of people whose job it was to go around enforcing the draft. Most people, if you were young and male, you got drafted. But if you were in with somebody and you had a tight relationship, you got to be one of the people who went around enforcing the draft. Right? That was the job you wanted to get. So you got to stay home, but your job was to go around looking for anyone military age and male and try to find out why they weren't in the military. And if they couldn't produce a card that showed that they had gotten an exemption or something, then they would be dragged to jail or sent to the military. So, and those guys, they would also go around selling loans. They wanted people to buy, they called them victory loans or war bonds. And those guys would also suppress what they called seditious oratory. They were supposed to be on guard for anyone criticizing the war. And you have Supreme Court rulings like Schenck versus the United States, where somebody who passed out a leaflet encouraging people not to fight in World War I was sent to prison, and the Supreme Court ruled that that was okay because it was a state of national emergency. And we all know that World War I started with a big lie, the Zimmerman telegram. Right? Mexico was about to invade the United States. The Germans had sent a telegram allegedly to the Mexicans asking them if they would invade the United States, and the Mexicans had said no, we're not going to. But this telegram, it's been questioned historically whether it even really ever happened, and that on the basis of the Zimmerman telegram, that was the basis of the USA getting involved in World War I. Woodrow Wilson had run for president on the platform of he kept us out of war. He wasn't going to lead us into World War I, and then he did. I think what was going on in the socialist movement at that time, it was a matter of division of labor. A lot of people went to prison for opposing the war. A lot of people made great sacrifices, and William Z. Foster and others supported them behind closed doors, and they gave them money and they supported them, but their job was they were to run the labor unions. And so their feeling was that if we are going to continue running the labor unions and build workers' organizations, we have to publicly make statements one way while behind closed doors we're helping somebody else. And it showed that they were much more serious than people are now. Right? They were much more serious. They said, okay, these people are going to go to jail for opposing the war, and these folks, they're going to say they support the war so they can build the unions that can actually build the movement. And there's a level of military discipline and seriousness about that is really kind of almost foreign to us. People don't act that way anymore. It's so much virtue signaling and all of that, but it was like, okay, we're going to have him say he supports the war so he can keep the unions. We're going to have this guy go to jail, and we're going to raise money for him, and this guy will go to jail. And it was a strategy. It was a strategy of actually getting things done. And I think that there's plenty we can learn from that, absolutely. And yes, the correct position was to oppose World War I. But for strategic reasons, Foster didn't publicly do that. And what's interesting is a lot of kind of ultra-left, Trotskyites and anarchists will point to William Z. Foster's statements supporting World War I as like, oh, we got you. If you read The First 10 Years of American Communism by James Cannon, they just reprint his congressional testimony where they ask him if he supports World War I, and he says yes. Well, and it's supposed to be like a got ya. Well, the thing is that they wouldn't have asked him that if there wasn't extreme suspicion that he didn't, right? It was assumed you would support World War I. But if someone's before Congress, they're the leader of a radical labor union, they say, now, did you support World War I? It means everyone thinks you didn't. And if they then hold up your syndicalist pamphlet and say, this says here you want to overthrow the government, and it was pretty clear that Foster was known to be a radical, no question about it. After the Russian Revolution and after the Great Steel Strike and after the Communist parties formed, William Z. Foster, because he had
building up the kulaks as part of the new economic policy, and then very dramatically they shifted towards collectivization and building the collective farms. There may be something to that. Hindsight is always 20/20, and if you look at how collectivization of agriculture and the building of collective farms was done in China and it was done in Cuba, it was done gradually. It wasn't done dramatically. But it appeared that in the 1920s, things had gotten so out of hand in the countryside, it was almost like dual power. These kulaks were not following the Soviet government, and that they shifted very dramatically to pushing collective farms. The other thing that's interesting that people don't realize, collective farms are not government farms. The Soviet Union had what they called state farms, and state farms was just like being a government employee. You went in, you got your wage at the end of the day. Collective farms sold their produce to the state, right? That's how the collective farm system works, is that, they produce as much as they can and the government buys their wheat or grain or whatever at a fixed rate. They're kind of capitalist in that sense. They're like cooperatives, if you will, right? And that they try to produce as much as they can, and then the government gives them, a rate for how much they produce. And so when people always noticed that, like, if you looked at a collective farm in the USSR, and there would be barely anything there because everything was going into producing as much as they could. Whereas state farms, the people were much more comfortable because they're just, hey, they clock in, they get their wage. And that's interesting. The other thing is that in Russia today, There is a collective farm that still exists that's run by the Communist Party, the Lenin Farms Cooperative, and it's they have strawberries. They produce the strawberries for Russia, and the presidential candidate for the Communist Party was actually the president, the CEO of the Lenin Farms Cooperative. And I actually got to meet him when I was there to cover the 2018 elections, and that was kind of interesting. And that this Lenin Farms Cooperative that exists in Russia, it is very much a kind of a holdover from the Soviet period, and they have like their own school that is like of higher quality than most of the schools in Russia, and it's actually kind of a prestigious thing. A lot of people would really like to work at the Lenin Farms Cooperative that's still around. So it's again, there's nuance to this, and that we are given such an over-the-top version of events that, again, there were famines all the time before Stalin. There were no, I mean, one thing that we often will hear, right? And again, we can't imagine the conditions these people were in. Let me just talk about this for a minute, right? This is a criticism of the left and the people that will defend, the USSR. Sometimes they can be a little bit naive, but it's also a criticism of the standard narrative, which is demonization, right? The conditions that these folks were in that we can't even relate in any conceivable way. After the Bolsheviks took power, this is Stalin, this is Lenin, this is Trotsky, this is before Stalin became the leader. A couple days after the Bolsheviks took power, everyone was drinking and partying. They had alcohol parties celebrating the revolution. But the White Army was coming. The counter-revolution was coming. So what did the Bolsheviks do? They forcibly conscripted every adult male. They confiscated all the alcohol. And they instituted the death penalty for drinking alcohol. Now, I cannot imagine a situation where I would ever shoot somebody for drinking alcohol, right? I don't drink myself, whatever. But I cannot imagine a situation where you would implement the death penalty for drinking alcohol. But that's the conditions they were in. Millions of people died in the Russian Civil War when 15 different countries invaded.
That was Trotsky, wasn't it? Who led the Red Army.
Yeah. And the level of like authoritarian, rigid military discipline that they implemented. And we can't imagine the conditions these folks were in, right? And as the left in the West, you get this whole like, well, I like Lenin, I like Trotsky, but Stalin was a big, mean guy. No, Lenin and Trotsky were big, mean guys too, that killed lots of people and put lots of people before firing squads also. And the circumstances of the Russian Revolution, it was a kill or be killed situation where, we can't even relate. What I take from the Soviet Union, this is what I take from it, is that a country that had been deeply impoverished, was in dire, desperate conditions, had a revolution, was invaded, had an ugly civil war where millions of people were dying, was blockaded, they couldn't get medicine. They came from that situation to being the country that invented space travel, to wiping out illiteracy and building a modern education system, to building the world's largest steel industry, the world's largest, tractor manufacturing, the world's largest power plants, making films, the films of Sergei Eisenstein, the music of Shostakovich. They got from circumstances we can't even imagine to real solid accomplishments that the world couldn't ignore. That shows me that socialism and having a planned economy, it's not a big failure. Oh, it just doesn't work, like we're all told. Like, if you look at what the Soviet Union achieved and what they were up against and what they were able to accomplish, the idea that, we just have to have capitalism, human nature, that's such obvious bullshit, right? And that's what I take from it. But I don't romanticize what these people went through. I don't pretend that these people didn't have to make decisions that I could never even imagine. Look, the Soviet Union, during that Ukrainian famine, they sold wheat on the international markets. People didn't have food, and the wheat that they did have, they sold internationally. Why did they do that? So they could use that money to buy tractors to make sure they didn't have another famine again. But can you imagine having to make that decision? There's people in your country that are going to starve, but you have to buy mechanization to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So you have to let people in your country die so you can get the materials to make sure that more people don't die next year. This is circumstances we can't even imagine, choices we can't even imagine. But the over-the-top character we've been given is false, but the romanticization is also kind of naive.
Yeah, there's a few other little things I want to get into, and we have to get into the weeds a little bit here as well. Mm-hmm. My understanding of the NEP, the new economic policy that Lenin brought in, was that if Lenin hadn't have done that, the Soviet Union would have failed at that moment. Okay, so he had to bring in what is known as the NEP, the new economic policy. Bukharin, who later became the leader of the so-called right, the right deviation under Stalin, he wanted to continue that. But Stalin's reason for zigzagging, as Trotsky said, for going back on that, is because he spotted in the way Bukharin and the NEP was going, basically creating the new bourgeoisie, the new, if that had been allowed to go on, they would have reproduced the problem in the first place, i.e. reproducing capitalism within the Soviet Union. So my understanding is that the reason he went back on the NEP was look, it served its purpose. It was there to stabilize us in the short term, but the actual plan is to have the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and we can't do that if we're going to empower a new middle class, essentially. Is that correct?
It's more than that. I think if the Soviet Union had been at peace and not been threatened, what Bukharin advocated, which was we're going to just kind of let capitalism develop but build up our state industries at the same time, they might have been able to do that. But Stalin knew that they didn't have time, that the Nazis, and there would be an invasion from the West. And the Sixth World Congress, right, 1928, is the turning point. That's when Stalin solidified his leadership, defeating the left opposition of Trotsky and the right opposition of Bukharin. And basically Stalin announced the capitalist West is going to have an economic crisis, and that is going to motivate them to invade us. They are going to have a war with us. We have to build this country up and have this country ready to repel that invasion. And so we don't have time to just let capitalism develop while we gradually scrape off the top and build a state industry. We have to just mobilize to have the 5-year economic plans. And the brilliance of Stalin. See, I almost think Stalin didn't get enough credit. A lot of what we think of as Marxism, Leninism came from Stalin, right? That the Soviet system was the brilliant compromise, right? The Bolshevik leaders, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, they were all living in exile, writing all the books. Stalin was the guy on the ground who organized the organization. Right. The theoretical journal was called Iskra, the Spark. Right. That was the theoretical journal that was illegal, that they all wrote all their articles for. But they had a daily newspaper called Pravda, which means truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. And Pravda was mainly short articles that were what they called worker correspondence. So people saying, at my factory, the boss has made us work, so many more hours. That's bullshit. My relative just got shot in this war with the Germans that we're not gaining anything from. And it was like short little letters to the editor. They called them workers' correspondence. That's what made up the Pravda. And Pravda would be distributed in mass everywhere. And it was like a place for people to voice their grievances. And it was very popular in mass. And Stalin was the editor of that publication. That publication was how the Bolshevik movement communicated with the broad populace. The government of Nicaragua has gone out of its way to encourage the participation of its population in the political process. They've lowered the voting age to 16. They have laws mandating that women be elected in the government and that 50% of the candidates of every party be women. They're doing everything they can to try and ensure that their people go out to vote, to bring their people into the political process. They have voter privacy, they have voter transparency, and when you look at this, the huge effort to bring the people, the broad masses of people into the electoral political process, this is far different than what we have in the United States. I mean, this is a government that is trying to advocate on behalf of the working class and the broad masses of people. And in order to do that, they have to have an electoral system that brings in the broad masses of people and encourages their participation. Look, in the United States, we have our elections on a Tuesday, not a national holiday. People line up for hours to vote before work. They line up for hours to vote after work. In the United States, there's whole regions, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, that have absolutely no say in who is elected to the U.S. Congress or who becomes president. But yet here in Nicaragua, in a socialist country that's demonized as a quote-unquote dictatorship by the United States, we see a much bigger effort to include people in the electoral process, a much bigger level of transparency, a much bigger level of voter participation. And I mean, this is ridiculous what we're hearing in U.S. media. I must say, if you question U.S. elections and the integrity of the U.S. electoral process, if you question that, you get your Facebook account taken down. You get your Twitter account taken down. There's all this effort to ensure that no one's allowed to question the outcome of U.S. elections. But this election hasn't even happened yet. And the USA is already poised to put new sanctions on Nicaragua in response to these elections. They're basically threatening the people of Nicaragua. If you dare vote for a socialist leader, we are going to hit your country with economic sanctions. We're going to hurt your economy. If that's not election meddling, what is it? What is election meddling? The hypocrisy of all of this is just astounding to me.
Been the leader of the steel strike. He was like a celebrity because he led the steel strike. He became the most public face of American communism. And he organized the wing of the Communist Party that did labor work. Was called the Trade Union Educational League. It was his Trade Union Educational League. And at the time, their strategy was to go into the existing labor unions, make them more radical. And so he was the enemy. He was like public enemy number one as far as the labor union bosses were concerned. At one point, he went to the American Federation of Labor's convention because he was the leader of the Communist Party's labor work, and he sat in the balcony. And the president of the AFL at the time was giving his speech about the labor unions, and he pointed to him in the balcony and said, "There's one man here we want nothing to do with, William Z. Foster. He's a communist, he's a traitor, and we, the American Federation of Labor, we're patriotic. We want nothing to do with this guy." But it got a little more serious than that. For example, in 1923, William Z. Foster was organizing a meeting of the Trade Union Educational League, and they had to do this in secret because if you were proven to be a member of the Trade Union Educational League, they'd kick you out of your union. So they had a secret meeting of workers of the Trade Union Educational League, and at that meeting, someone showed up and shot at him 3 times. Probably someone hired by these right-wing labor union bosses who were threatened by what he was doing. So he was shot at 3 times. Now, they didn't hit him, thank goodness, but they took 3 shots at him. That's how serious, this was life and death kind of stuff. When the Communist Party was formed in the 1920s, it was very confused about what it stood for. They first had this period of ultra-leftism where they were preaching violence and they weren't clear about doing mass organizing. But then in the 1920s, they were trying to figure out how they could have influence among the broad masses of Americans. And there was a huge amount of factionalism in the Communist Party. And factionalism is a little bit different than like political line struggle, right? Factionalism is more about you scratch my back, I scratch yours. And political line struggle is, well, I disagree with you, but it was much more about I'm friends with so-and-so is friends with so-and-so. And a lot of them were trying to get Moscow to say, you're the right one. And that was going on. And so they were both kind of, whatever Moscow would say, they would kind of outdo each other in trying to say it louder so that in the hopes that Moscow would appoint them the leaders. And William Z. Foster, he was the leader of one faction, and J. Lovestone was the leader of the other faction. And the two of them battled, and Stalin gave his speeches to the Communist Party where he attacked both factions. And the reason he attacked both factions is the J. Lovestone faction and the William Z. Foster faction were both calling themselves Stalinists. And Stalin said there's no such thing as a Stalinist. There's no such thing as a Stalinist, right? There's only Marxist-Leninists. Stop calling yourselves Stalinists and, stop it and just get along, basically, was his idea. These two factions were battling each other, and it wasn't clear what they disagreed about. They were both basically doing the same tactical work, but they were constantly accusing the other one of not being loyal, etc. One thing that happened during this time was that you had the Farmer Labor Party. This was like an attempt to form a new, more radical third party that would be separate from the Democrats, the Farmer Labor Party. And so the Communist Party went to the conventions and tried to kind of take over and infiltrate the Farmer Labor Party. There was a Hungarian guy named John Pepper who was sent from Moscow to kind of advise the American Communist Party. And John Pepper, he argued that basically because the American people had very right-wing ideas and were backward, they shouldn't advocate communism. He said they should advocate the Third American Revolution. He said there was the revolution against the British, then there was the Civil War, and he said they were going to advocate the Third American Revolution. And he described the Third American Revolution they were going to advocate. And he said they would have elements of Bolshevism, Danish cooperatives, Ku Klux Klanism, and socialism. So that was what he advocated. And he had come up with this formulation. We're going to form this kind of populist movement that will somehow defeat and that was kind of voted down. But that was his idea, is we're going to form this Third American Revolution. And that obviously wasn't quite a hit. And that the Communist Party was quite reluctant to work around the black liberation struggle. The black liberation struggle was something that the Soviet Union said was so important. You have to fight for the rights of black people. But in many cases, because there was so much racism among the workers, the Communist Party was saying, can we not? We prefer not to, but the Comintern, the Communist International, was adamant, no, if you are in the United States, racism and black oppression is one of the main contradictions of U.S. society. If you don't do something about it, you're kind of, you're missing the boat, right? Marcus Garvey was very popular at the time. And Marcus Garvey was a black nationalist leader, the Back to Africa movement, millions of followers. And the Communist Party's position was to support Marcus Garvey because he was fighting for the black liberation movement, because he was fighting for black people. And the Communist International took the position that black people actually represented an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. They were not simply victims of racial injustice, that black people were a colonized people that were being exploited. Just like they exploit nations around the developing world, the black people of America are being exploited as a nation. And that was the position that they took. And because of that, the Communist Party offered critical support to black nationalism. And they actually developed, a little ahead because this is from 1932, but this is a Communist Party election campaign poster. I'll move this over. An election campaign poster from 1932. It says equal rights for black people everywhere and self-determination for the black belt. And the idea was that in the black belt, in these regions of the South that are majority African American, they would have the right to secede from the United States and form an independent black republic. They were not advocating it. They said it was up to the people in these regions to vote for their independence. But that's how much they took the position that black people were an oppressed nation, that independence of the black belt was one of the positions that they took. So that's how much the Communist Party, even though there was a lot of reluctance from the leaders, that's how much they were focused on the black freedom struggle, which at the time was very much not a popular position to take. The Socialist Party of America was not taking this position. The Socialist Party of America, on the issue of lynching, they put out many statements that were almost neutral. They would say things like, obviously, capitalism is an awful system that produces the horrible barbaric crimes of lynching, and also the antisocial elements who are lynched. They would make statements like that, trying to take both sides, But the Communist Party was always clear they were for equal rights for black people. And that was not a popular position to take, but they took it. It's then worth noting that in 1928 you have the 6th Congress of the Communist International. And that's after Trotsky had been defeated. That's after Bukharin had been defeated. And 1928, the 6th World Congress happens, and that's when the 3rd period began. The feeling was that following World War I, you'd had a period of revolutionary upheavals around the world. And then, after that, you had the Roaring Twenties, a period of capitalist stabilization. But then, in 1929, the 3rd period began, which was a capitalist economic crisis, and this was the period in which they would go out and fight for revolution. And the position was that social democrats and reformist labor leaders were the main barrier, the main roadblock to revolution. So in order to combat them, it was necessary to focus on calling out the reformist leaders. And that meant that because the labor unions in the United States banned communists from joining, the Communist Party would form its own trade union federation, the Trade Union Unity League. And William Z. Foster said, all right, even though boring from within had been the position that he'd fought for, we're going to go into these unions, he said, all right, we're going to focus on organizing the unorganized into the Trade Union Unity League. Well, J. Lovestone, who was the leader of the rival faction of the Communist Party, didn't agree with that. And he said his position was that basically the 3rd period line, the 6th Congress, that applied to the rest of the world, but not to the United States. And he was accused of what? Stalin accused him of American exceptionalism. And he kicked him out of the Communist Party. American exceptionalism is now a phrase we use in the English language pretty widespread, right? Obama was attacked for not being an American exceptionalist. But the word American exceptionalism, the phrase American exceptionalism, actually comes from Stalin. It was the word he used to describe J. Lovestone. So J. Lovestone was kicked out of the Communist Party, and William Z. Foster became the leader of American communism in 1929 after the fight over American exceptionalism and the removal of J. Lovestone. So I guess we can talk about that. Folks want to pass the mic around.
I had a comment and a couple questions, if that's all right.
Sure.
You were talking about the pragmatism of William Z. Foster, and that reminded me of Assange. There's a great quote from Assange where he said, I'm not trying to be a martyr. I don't want to walk out in the street and nail myself up. I want to stay free as long as I can to do as much good work as I can. And that reminds me a lot of Foster, because it exposes the liberal system. It forces them to show their hand and go against their supposed principles. I'm sure we'll get more into that as we go on. I was curious. I've heard before, was the Communist Party the first American party to run a black man at the top of the ticket for office? Not at the top of the ticket, but on
as vice president.
As vice president,
I think so. Yes,
I think it was. Yeah, that was amazing to me. And could you just say a little bit more about the black belt?
Population, 60% of which was illiterate. Like one worker would read it to all the others. You know, I mean, Stalin was a mass organizer. He was from Georgia, right? From an impoverished, nationality. And he went to seminary school. And the Bolshevik leaders were constantly attacking him for having a Christian approach, which I think is fascinating, right? That Trotsky was furious. Apparently, a lot of these people he recruited were not atheists, right? They didn't understand that they had to be atheists to be communists. And that Stalin, he was able to work with Muslims and Christians. He organized in Baku. He organized in Azerbaijan and Batumi, and all throughout like the Central Asia, like the southern USSR. Stalin is going around organizing strikes and protests. He was a mass organizer. He had a brilliant knowledge of how to work with people. And the system that he created was like a compromise, right? On the one hand, you had the radical, very liberal ideas of the Bolsheviks, women's equality. We're trying to build a socialist society. On the other hand, you had this deeply conservative Russian peasantry, right? That was orthodox. And Stalin created a hybrid. And the Soviet Union was a hybrid between the radical leftist ideas of the Bolshevik leaders and the deeply conservative Russian peasantry. And for example, they put, Lenin's body in a mausoleum, and, the icons are a tradition of the Russian Orthodox Church. They made Lenin an icon, right? And then, women had equality with men. They could vote. They were leaders of the military. They worked. They had daycares that were created so women could work. But at the same time, they glorified the Soviet family. They outlawed abortion. Stalin outlawed abortion. They outlawed homosexuality. And in fact, Stalin instituted a policy where if a woman gave birth to more than 10 children, she got a medal. That was one of the highest honors, to be a mother of the Soviet Union, meaning that you had more than 10 children. And they glorified the Soviet family. And if you look at the role that Stalin played, he was like a king. He was like, he played the role that a czar had played in the previous system. He was the face of the system. And what did Stalin do? He went around rewarding people, right? That's basically what he did, is he spent his life going from factory to factory, from collective farm to collective farm, giving awards to people for working really, really hard. And he was, it's like, you can imagine the Soviet Union being like one giant corporation, and he was the CEO who visited every workplace and handed out awards to people for working really, really hard all the time. And that's what he did, right? And his job was, he was the national celebrity, the face of the nation. And if you worked really, really hard in your factory and you produced so much, he would come to your factory and give you a special award and a cash bonus, right? And and I have met people, it was the achievement of their life when their grandfather got to meet Stalin, because they worked so hard, they worked so many extra hours in the coal mine, or and that's that model. That's what you call really existing socialism, real socialism, or Stalinism. That was like the Cold War model. It's very effective at taking countries that are underdeveloped, that don't have industrialization, don't have electricity, don't have paved roads, don't have a modern education system, and building them up, right? And getting them over that hurdle of industrialization. It's very, very effective, right? And you have a charismatic leader who's the CEO. You have 5-year economic plans. You have collective farms that sell their goods to the state at a fixed rate. And that model, it made many countries industrialized. And I don't think just Marxist-Leninists. I think, if you look at Iraq and Syria, Saddam Hussein, Assad, they were a similar kind of system. Gaddafi's Libya was a very similar kind of thing, of this kind of like, we're going to have a state centrally planned economy to industrialize. After that, though, it starts to stagnate. After that, you need the market for material goods, right? For the things that make life fun. State central planners shouldn't be designing clothing, right? People need to vote with their dollars about what kind of clothes they want. Children's toys, video, like things that make life fun, hotels, restaurants, that kind of thing. Yes, you do need market incentive for, but you don't need market incentive to run a power plant. You just need somebody who's getting paid to clock in and clock out and make sure it works, right? And that's the Stalin model was very, very effective, and he pioneered it. And it wasn't what Lenin and Trotsky thought of. He thought of it himself because he knew his people. right? This is what the crazy thing. Leftists in America burn the American flag. We hate it. Stalin loved his people and his nation, and he knew them so well that he could take what the Bolsheviks had created and adjust it in a way that the people that he knew, that he had organized in every corner of that country, they could accept it, right? That's how well he knew and loved his people. There was a rock band from the 1960s that played at Woodstock. They were called Country Joe and the Fish Band, right? Some stoner hippie stuff. But why were they called that? Country Joe and the Fish? Because that their parents were communists, and Country Joe was Stalin. That was Stalin's nickname, Country Joe, because he was from the countryside. And the fish was Mao. It was Stalin and Mao, because the fish, Mao said, the masses are the water and the revolutionary is the fish. Mao and Stalin, they were both mass organizers. They knew how to work with people, right? And that when the Communist Party of the United States became what you might call Stalinized, it changed the way it approached people. It had a much more mass approach. Its literature was much more clear and coherent. They put forward very clear demands, and they moved the headquarters of the Communist Party when Stalin, assumed leadership in 1928. Stalin had the Communist Party of the United States move its headquarters from New York City to Chicago. And in the Communist Party's 1932 book, Towards Soviet America, they say Chicago will be the capital of America, not New York City, because Chicago is an industrial city in the heartland. And one of the complaints about the Communist Party is they pointed out that its membership was largely immigrants, people that came from somewhere else, largely African-American. They always found a white dude to be the leader of it, right? They had William Z. Foster, who was an Irish Catholic from Philadelphia. They had Earl Browder, who they called the man from Kansas because he was from Kansas, an agricultural state. They had Gus Hall, a guy of Finnish descent who had been an Iron Range worker in Minnesota. Stalin was always saying, if you want to build a serious communist movement, you can't look like some foreign conspiracy trying to direct things. You need to build a movement that the heartland, the bulk of the American people will accept, that is really just an expression of them. And, under Stalin's leadership, the Communist Party of the United States really amplified the cult of Abraham Lincoln, right? And they built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade that went to fight in Spain. I am fascinated by a phenomenon in Russia. My next book that should be published in the next couple of weeks is going to be called Mystical Stalinism. Mystical Stalinism is a trend in Russia now of people who admire Stalin, but they don't see him as a communist. They see him as kind of a representation of the Russian people and their history. And that there's a whole trend of people in Russia who admire Stalin, seeing him in kind of Russian Orthodox and a spiritual way as an expression of the Russian people, of the Russian Empire kind of asserting itself against the West. There's a lot of talk nowadays of geopolitics, civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land, right? And the understanding is that when civilizations on the land are besieged and conquered by civilizations of the sea, on the land, messianic figures kind of emerge that rally the people of the land to defend their land and build themselves up and repel the foreign invaders. And civilizations of the land are much more collective, where civilizations of the sea are much more individualist. And you have empires of the sea like the Roman Empire or the British Empire that are about controlling trade routes and having wealth be concentrated in mighty cities. But civilizations on the land, in order to hold land masses together, you have to build roads, you have to develop in order to hold civilizations together. And that when the civilizations of the land are besieged by the empires of the sea, figures emerge on the land to kind of lead the people of the land to repel the invaders and industrialize. And that's an understanding of Stalin that I think is fascinating. They call it mystical Stalinism. And that's what my next book that should be out pretty soon is going to be about.
Very interesting. I mean, just before we wrap up on this, my understanding was that Kalinin did a lot of that, going around giving people's medals type stuff as well. That, maybe if Stalin was not available, you might get Kalinin come into your town, give you a medal for hard work or reaching a quota or whatever else. I made a video a while back last year on the industrialization part, because I actually...
Welcome back to Sputnik. Almost 40 years ago, I entered the politics of Nicaragua, and the United States empire entered it too. The Sandinista front was the darling of the international left, as it mounted that most daring of challenges to the US, the threat of a good example. It was another battle I lost.
The U.S. prevailed in Nicaragua, and the good example was snuffed out. But the Sandinistas came back, though with less of their allure and a much reduced leftist support base around the world.
Caleb Maupin of RT America is there now, observing elections, all but written off by what we now know as the international community. Let's catch up with him. Now, Caleb, let's deal with that point first. You think you're there as an election observer, but the rest of the media, most of it anyway, has already decided that these are not elections at all, that they are a farce, and that you're merely adorning that farce by being there.
Well, we've been around the country. I've been in Chinandega. Folks have been in Leon and other parts of the country, and we were given full access. We saw how the voting booths are being operated. We saw how the votes are being counted. We saw their photo ID, voter identification system. This is a transparent election, and it will enact the will of the people. I mean, the results are legitimate as far as any independent observer can tell.
The turnout at the election, the last figure I saw was about 50% turnout, with the Sandinistas winning a good 50+% of that. Was the point of holding an election if the opposing presidential candidates are unable to take the field because they haven't made the qualification cutoff?
Well, there was not a single actual candidate who's been arrested or disbarred. Now, there were some opposition figures who maybe wanted to run hypothetically, who weren't participating, but none of them were candidates. In order to be a candidate, you must be nominated by a registered legal political party, and you cannot be, convicted of crimes. And there were 6 parties on the ballot. And there were a number of candidates that participated in the election. There were other parties that were represented at a local level and won more seats. I've seen lots of campaigning for the Liberal Party and for other forces. This notion that there were candidates arrested, this is a complete distortion in U.S. media. There were individuals who violated the amnesty that was granted. There was violence in 2018. There was an amnesty granted afterwards. And there were a number of individuals who violated the terms of that amnesty, went around the world lobbying for sanctions against Nicaragua, engaged in social media distortion campaigns designed to incite violence, hid and concealed funds from the United States, and engaged in other nefarious activities that are illegal here, and were arrested for that. But they were never candidates. When Joe Biden gave his statement condemning these elections, he described these individuals as potential candidates. There's no such category in Nicaragua. There were 6 presidential candidates, 6 parties participating. They were on the ballot. People had the option of voting for them, and the Sandinistas were victorious.
Well, the virtual results show that the Sandinistas are indeed victorious, but some of these potential candidates that you mentioned include, I believe, a former ambassador to the U.S. They will not sit still. Once the result is confirmed and official, they will continue their agenda. How's that going to play out on the field?
Well, these forces from the beginning have worked to delegitimize the elections here in Nicaragua. Look, if you're in the United States and you question the electoral process, they take your Twitter down. They take your Facebook down. They take your social media accounts down. You're not allowed to question the U.S. Election results and the U.S. electoral process. But from the beginning, these forces have been working to undermine it and engage in a series of provocations and dirty tricks designed to prevent that. For example, the candidate you just referenced and the so-called Democratic Restoration Party intentionally did not register their political party in time. They didn't register in time for the lead up for the elections so that they wouldn't be able to be on the ballot, so they could declare that they were somehow being locked out of the elections and being persecuted. and that this is a game that they are playing. They want to be persecuted. They want to be able to declare these elections invalid because at this point, it's very clear that the population of Nicaragua wants the Sandinistas to remain in office. They support Daniel Ortega. They support the vice president, Rosario Murillo, because they've raised life expectancy. They've raised living standards. They've built hospitals. They've built schools. They've paved roads in this country. I mean, they've vastly improved the rate of electrification. They've done so much to raise the population and improve the economy of this country that basically the only hope that the opposition has is to discredit these election results, is to say that, oh, it wasn't a real election. When Joe Biden gave that statement condemning these elections, he called Daniel Ortega, the president, unpopular. That is ridiculous. Daniel Ortega is one of the most popular presidents in the world. His economic policies have had very clear and measurable results. Compare Nicaragua with Honduras. Compare Nicaragua with Guatemala. Compare Nicaragua with the other countries throughout this region. It's night and day. The economic results of their policies have won them mass popular support.
President Biden's struggling a bit with his own level of popularity, but that's for another day. It's not hard to work out why the traditional critics are so against Ortega and the Sandinistas. What is much harder to understand, and frankly more problematic, is why so many parts of the international left coalition that used to support Nicaragua and the Sandinistas but no longer does. What's your take on that?
Well, I think during the Cold War, the Soviet Union kind of served as a political axis. People understood that being against the Soviet Union and being against the Soviet Union's allies meant you were aligning with Ronald Reagan and the right wing and the hardliners and the Cold Warriors. So things were a little bit more clear. But nowadays, the way the imperialists push their regime change operations is through the guise of social justice, right? They claim that they are concerned about people's rights. They support these, supposedly spontaneous protest movements that we all know are being paid for by George Soros and USAID and other institutions linked to American intelligence. And so by hijacking left aesthetics, that has confused a lot of people who would have in the past seen blatantly clear that these are regime change operations from the United States. And the Sandinistas, their socialism has vastly improved people's lives. It has raised people out of poverty. I mean, you should see the level of development here. So much has been done for the population. But yet, when the left focuses simply on identity politics, it focuses simply on culture wars, they don't seem to appreciate that. They're not so concerned about that. They're concerned about culture wars. But even if they were concerned about culture wars, when it comes to the rights of women, the record of the Sandinistas here is very good. Every party is required to have half of their candidates be men and half of their candidates be women. By law, if the president is a man, the vice president must be a woman. Right now, they have policies where they're essentially giving people the deeds to the land that they own. No more are people basically, renters or debt slaves on the land. Instead, they are giving the land to the people, and it's the women of the household who are granted the deeds of the household. So this idea that the Sandinistas, they're right-wing authoritarians and we should oppose them, well, that's being pushed by a lot of the elements, the same elements that are pushing to destabilize Syria, to destabilize Venezuela, that are pushing hysteria against Russia. But it's not legitimate.
Daniel Ortega's been around a long time. I knew him when we both were young. He has, it's said, built a kind of cult of the personality. You make the point that the vice president is a woman. She is, but she's also his wife. I saw a picture of you this morning talking with a senior government advisor, but that's Daniel Ortega's son. What do you say to this argument that there's an Ortega cult of personality?
Well, I know that within the Sandinista National Liberation Front, there are many different political forces. There are many different viewpoints. There are many different ideological expressions. And in reality, they've expanded democracy to be far bigger than just people going to the polls every 5 years. There are citizen power councils in local neighborhoods that enact the plans of the government and the agenda of the Sandinistas on a local level. And Daniel Ortega would not be in power for 5 minutes if it wasn't for a widespread, well-organized population that has his back. Last night, the people were in the streets celebrating Daniel Ortega's victory, pouring out into the streets. And let me add, there was some foul play in this election. And you know where it came from? It came from Joe Biden. Joe Biden waited to sign new sanctions on Nicaragua, the Renaissance Act, waited to sign the new sanctions until after the election, basically telling the people of Nicaragua that if they voted for Daniel Ortega, if they voted for the Sandinistas, he would take measures to crush their economy. That was election meddling. You know, they talk about Facebook memes or this or that. You want to talk about election meddling, what Joe Biden did with the Renaissance Act, waiting until after the election to send a message to the Nicaraguan people that basically how they vote could determine whether or not he tries to crush their economy with new sanctions. That was election meddling. There was foul play, and it came from Joe Biden.
Caleb Maupin, thanks for joining us on board the Sputnik.
Thank you.
I've seen that poster before. I like to show it to people just to blow their minds that this exists, but I'm always a little scared to show it because I don't know what self-determination for the black belt means. I know you said a couple sentences on it, but what exactly were they going for?
So it's the idea that, you know, Marx said just workers of the world unite. There are no nations. But Lenin comes out with his understanding of imperialism, which is that, you know, the Western capitalist nations are oppressing different nations around the world. And so, as Marxists fighting against imperialism, you support any nation that's fighting for its national liberation, even if they're not fighting on the basis of socialism, right? You know, we support Russia in their struggle against the U.S. imperialists. Russia's not a socialist country, but we support them as a nation up against the imperialists, right? And the understanding is any nation that is fighting for its national liberation, you would support them against the imperialists. And the Communist International and leaders of the Communist Party came to the conclusion that black Americans constitute a nation, because they're segregated, they live in certain regions, they have separate religious groups, they have a separate dialect, that they constitute, the descendants of slaves living in the United States constitute an oppressed nation. And as a nation, they have the right to choose independence if they want, right? They're not demanding that they do that, but they have the right to self-determination. And you had figures like Marcus Garvey and later the Nation of Islam and others that were saying, yeah, as a nation, we want independence. So the Communist Party said, because this group of people are a nation and are oppressed, and because their population is concentrated in these particular regions of the South, it's actually called the Black Belt not because of black people, because of the soil, right? The reason that there's so many black people there is that's where all the farms were. And the plantations were because the soil there is particularly rich and very good for growing. And even today, it is still the highest concentration of African Americans. It's not what it once was. At this time, it's nowhere near what it was. But even today, there's still a huge concentration of African Americans in these areas. And because of that, the idea was that if these areas wanted to vote to break away from the United States, the communists would support that. And that was the position that they took. And that demand for an independent black belt was taken up by other revolutionary forces and other black liberation movements. For example, the Nation of Islam later advocated that. There was something in the 1960s called the Republic of New Africa, which was a revolutionary black organization that was demanding, they wanted to call the Black Belt the Republic of New Africa and have it be an independent territory for black people. And I believe a leader of the Republic of New Africa was elected mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, Chokwe Lumumba. He was part of the Republic of New Africa. But the position of the Communist Party was never that it was required, right? It was always that it would be up to the people there to choose. And that's an important distinction to make. And the reason that I think in this time it would not be appropriate for communists to go around advocating this kind of thing is because it sounds like segregation, especially from white people. If we're walking around being like, oh yeah, we want you to have your own country, it sounds like segregation, right? And that if there was a feeling among the black masses that they wanted this, it would be our duty as communists to support it. But right now there is not that feeling, right? There are some black nationalists who still advocate it, I think the African People's Socialist Party and others, and we respect their right to do it, but for the most part, the majority of the black community is not feeling that they want an independent territory. So because of that, you know, we would recognize the right of black people, if they chose to do that, to have that but at the same time, we don't go around promoting it. And the choice of self-determination, the choice of independence or integration, separation or integration, is up to the oppressed group, right? If black people want to integrate into U.S. society, they should be allowed to do so. And if black people want to separate, they should also be allowed to do so. And that's the principled communist position. At this time, because of the Marcus Garvey movement in the United States, and because legal segregation was in effect, the black community overwhelmingly did want self-determination, that black nationalism was the prevailing view, that white people will never give us equality and so we want to separate. But later, during the period when Earl Browder was running the Communist Party, the position, they backed away from this, and we'll get into that throughout. This is a very big, important debate that took place throughout Foster's life, the black national question. So there you go.
So this third period, right, of capitalism. Now this was a period of crisis, right? Or, so I'm just thinking. So when Jay Lovestone believed that we were not in this, America was not in this period, was this before or after the great stock market crash?
The position of Jay Lovestone was that the policy of the Communist International in response to the economic crisis, which they came up with these policies a year before the great stock market crash, but there was already an economic crisis in Europe at that point. It just hadn't hit the United States yet. They came up with, in 1928 at their 6th Congress, this orientation that their slogan would be class against class, and instead of building a united front and trying to get socialist parties and anarchist groups to merge into one united front, they instead would do a united front from below aimed at the membership. They came up with these policies, and Jay Lovestone said these policies are not correct for the United States. The USA should not apply these policies. They might work in Europe, they might work in other countries, but in the United States, we can't attack the Social Democrats. And that was largely because of the fact that Jay Lovestone, like William Z. Foster also, had a huge following. He had a lot of people who were in the American Federation of Labor Unions working from within. And this policy meant they were going to have to pull all those people out, and that they were going to have to, start from scratch and organize the unorganized, right? Organize people who weren't in unions into communist unions and the Trade Union Unity League. And Jay Lovestone basically said, no, I'm not going to give that up. Little known fact, Jay Lovestone, he was kicked out of the Communist Party for American exceptionalism. He started his own group called the Communist Party Opposition, which was his group, and they were just the Communist Party Opposition. They had a newspaper called the Workers' Age, and they were just this other communist party led by Jay Lovestone that believed in American exceptionalism. And then starting during World War II, they started working for the CIA. And Jay Lovestone became the main labor organizer of the CIA. And in fact, the Solidarity dock workers movement in Poland was considered his greatest achievement. He had an office in the Reagan White House during the 1980s, and he became the main anti-communist labor guy for the CIA, which is a fascinating history. Yeah, Jay Lovestone. And, they were called the Lovestoneites. That was his group. It was a network of labor activists who'd worked with Jay Lovestone. And first they were trying to be kind of aligned with the Communist Party, but outside of it. But the Communist Party was very hostile to them. And then they were working with the Trotskyites, and then eventually they worked for the CIA. And so another example, and this has come up in a lot of debates I've had, you'll often hear American newspapers make reference to the free trade unions. They'll say, in China, the labor unions are being suppressed. And then you point out, you say, actually, every worker in China is a member of a labor union. In China, it's illegal to have a workplace that's not unionized. You have Walmarts that have unions. And the strikes that have happened in China at Honda and elsewhere have been workers in government unions who, yes, they take control of it and move it in a more radical direction, but it is those government unions. So when they say workers in China are not allowed to join a union, what they're referring to is Jay Lovestone unions. The CIA has these free trade unions in China that are funded by the American government. And actually, the AFL-CIO has something called the Solidarity Center, or the Solidarity House, which is funded by the National Endowment for Democracy and operated by the AFL-CIO to set up labor unions around the world that serve U.S. foreign policy. And they started this during the Cold War. And Jay Lovestone is the guy that directs that, or directed it. He's dead now, but he was the guy who started those efforts.
I've heard you talk a little bit about Jay Lovestone and how it was kind of a tragedy, I feel like, in some ways that, he kind of split and then, they just, I don't know. Can you give any insight into that and, how, I feel like, sometimes how, I guess, radical politics can split and split and split and split and split, and it feels like that they're...
Hey everybody. The world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches, and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time, and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America.
Think that there is a heroic core, right? You imagine these people, the conditions, again, unimaginable for us, but you know, they're carving whole new cities out of rock. Okay, I mean, the industrial basis, not just the steel industry in Russia, but the infrastructure, the energy. You know, it's a gas powerhouse now and a oil powerhouse. All of the work that was required to do that happened in the 1940s. And in fact, I think when it came to energy policy, the same guy was in after Stalin. The same guy was in charge for like 30 odd years. They didn't touch that bit. But that is still the economy of Russia today. It's Putin's economy is built directly on top of what Stalin left for the country. There wouldn't be a Russia if it wasn't for what he did in that time. And you know, one of the things that I find frustrating is that, you know, I make these points and people say, oh, well, the thing is, they brought in American help. They stole, you know, they copy the technology. They land lease gave, and I'm thinking like, look, if you've ever played Sid Meier's Civilization, right, you've got another civilization that is ahead of you in tech. What you're going to do, you have to catch up. You have to get it from what they're going to just like reinvent the entire supply chain themselves. They're going to have to get, you know, if you're trying to get ahead, you have to get the technology from, you know, if it exists over there, it makes sense. We need the tractor now. Okay, we'll use American tech. Who cares? So I don't understand why that argument is always brought up as if it kind of takes away the achievement or lessens it in some way. How would you respond to that?
Well, first of all, they paid for it largely. That was what socialism in one country. Trotsky wanted just to be antagonistic towards the West and eventually march communism there. Stalin said, look, we have to make trade deals. And they paid for it. They hired General Electric to come help them build their power plants. They hired Ford to help them build their auto plants, right? And on top of that, the idea that somehow that means that they couldn't invent anything on their own. They invented space travel. The first person in space was Yuri Gagarin. The first satellite was Sputnik. So LED lights were invented in the Soviet Union, right? AK-47, which is like considered one of the most efficient weapons, that was invented in the Soviet Union. They were clearly capable of inventing things, but they were starting out at a lower level than the West, and so they hired the West to help them set up. I mean, I don't understand why that's an argument against them. And it clearly, I mean, if people are inferring from that they were incapable of inventing things. 1981, the Soviet Union had a home computer system. They invented their own home computer system, completely different than you know, Western technology, with nothing like IBM and Apple. But they just didn't mass produce it. They didn't have the resources to have everyone have it in their home, but they developed one. You can look at it. I mean, they were able to have technological advancement. There was the Treaty on Multilateral Technology Controls that was implemented, where all the NATO countries basically said you cannot give what they call high technology to the USSR. And that was a big part of the Cold War, is that, yeah, during the 20s and 30s, the Soviet Union had hired a lot of Western technicians to come in. But starting after World War II, that was a big policy of the NATO countries, was don't let them get any technology. So that's kind of interesting. The other thing is, you talk about the oil industry. You know who one of the main architects of the Soviet oil industry was? That was Fred Koch, the father of the Koch brothers, right? The Koch brothers, yeah, he had invented a method of thermal cracking turning oil, petroleum into gasoline, right? And he was sued by all the major oil companies in America. They wanted to put him out of business because he had copyrighted it and it was more efficient. And he was basically, the capitalist system had bankrupted him. Basically, he couldn't function because he was so good at it. He was kind of an Ayn Rand, kind of figure. But luckily, there was a guy named Stalin who hired him, and he spent 20, 30 years in the USSR building Stalin's oil industry. He was impressed with the Soviet system. He was also terrified of it. And he came back to the United States, and his sons are these big right wingers and big anti-communists, because they saw how efficient communism was and how it very well could displace the West. It's kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, the Koch brothers' dad was hired to run the Soviet oil industry.
But last thing we have to get to, I have to remember to come back to it. You mentioned the gulags earlier on and the purges. Okay. I mean, again, people who want to kind of paint Stalin as a monster would say, well, look, it was pretty simple. I mean, he had Yagoda was there first, right? And the story is Yagoda was not zealous enough. He was too sluggish in his purges. So they brought in this other guy. What was his name? The replacement?
Yezhov.
Yeah, they brought in Yezhov. Then he was got a bit too carried away. Okay, and then Beria kind of had him investigated and sewed it all up. A kind of reading that paints Stalin as a monster was that Stalin was that each one of those things was Stalin's decision, and the claim that Beria's report and all the rest of it, the claim that Yezhov had gone too far and so on, was just a kind of inter-Soviet cover-up on behalf of the Stalinists. How would you respond to this sort of reading that,
Well, this is, again, Khrushchevism, this narrative of the big evil man, right? The big evil man, the evil genius of one man, right? That somebody is clearly just motivated by pure maniacal self-gain. And, it's like, you could do that to anybody, right? You could go through anyone's life and choose to interpret every event as a sinister scheme to gain power or something, right? If you can do that to anybody, but that's a big part of what Khrushchev did with his speech condemning cult of personality and its consequences. And that's an Oedipal narrative, right? That's a child who wants to kill their father, right? That's a teenager rebelling against their father, that sees their father as this all-powerful tyrant, and they want to tear him down. And leftism as a movement appeals to the Oedipal thing. I mean, that's really, and that's, again, there's another text that I quote a lot called Freud and Marx, A Dialectical Study. There's another one called The Psychology of Reaction, both by Reuben Osborne. And they talk about how during the Stalin years, there was an effort to change the way leftism appeals. Leftism's appeal is largely libidinal, letting people unleash their rage, letting people unleash their sexual impulses, their anger, and Oedipal, the desire of a teenager to kill their parent, to assert their independence. And that under Stalin's leadership in the 1930s, the appeal of the communist movement kind of shifted to more like appealing to people's loyalty to their country, to their homeland, feelings of community, etc. And that the reason narratives like that really hit home among the left is a lot of leftists are motivated. They want to kill their parents, right? So you present Stalin as like you go through every decision he made and it was all a secret plot, right? Look, this is an interesting fact. They have spent millions of dollars. The Russian Studies Department at Yale has spent millions of dollars trying to make the case that the purges that happened, right, the Great Terror, it was sparked by the murder of Sergei Kirov. A Soviet official named Sergei Kirov was assassinated. They have spent millions of dollars trying to prove that Stalin killed Kirov because it was all a plot for him to take over. It was the Reichstag fire or whatever. They can't prove that. They really want that to be true, though. They really, really want that to be true, that Stalin killed Kirov himself so that everyone would panic and then he could purge everybody. There's absolutely no evidence of that. There's no evidence whatsoever that Stalin personally killed Kirov and knocked him off so that he could make everyone panic and have the Great Terror. They want that to be true because it fits a narrative, right? It fits a narrative of Stalin, the evil, controlling man at the top. No, Sergei Kirov was killed. The guy who killed him was somebody, they went over his history. It was somebody with like mental health concerns. There probably was some kind of wider conspiracy, but he was a patsy. He was somebody they kind of got to go do it. But the idea that Stalin did it himself, I mean, that there's just no way. I mean, they've spent so much money trying to prove that. And there are some like very silly, not credible books that claim that, but there's really no evidence that Stalin killed Kirov himself, but they want that to be true. That kind of goes to...
There's no way to overcome that. Is there? Can you give us a little bit of on that?
Yeah, I think it's a tragedy because if you look at, Jay Lovestone, he was kicked out in 1928. He had the Communist Party opposition, which was thousands of people. It was several thousand people, and they were just this other Communist Party. And it wasn't until like the late 1930s that he became a full-on anti-communist. And for a while, he was just trying to have this other Communist Party that supported Stalin and supported the Soviet Union. And there was hope that they could rejoin. They were convinced the Communist Party would eventually let them rejoin, and they wouldn't. And that there is kind of an attitude, and this is a problem especially with the Moscow, official Soviet parties. You're with us or against us. We're the real deal. We're the real party. If you're not with us, well, screw you, right? And a lot of it was ultimately that, kind of the problems they had even before the split. They were all fighting for Moscow's approval, right? And this is why you get a lot of radical folks who will say things like, we want to bring back the Communist International. I don't agree with that. In a lot of ways, despite the fact the Communist Party did amazing things during the 1920s and 30s, the Communist International in a lot of ways was being directed by the Soviet Union. And there are things that communist parties in countries that are trying to organize workers and make a revolution want to do that might not be in the interest of different countries. You know what I'm saying? And if the Communist Party is constantly trying to get Moscow's approval, it may actually prevent them from doing work that needs to be done. So I don't advocate bringing back the Communist International. When the Communist International was dissolved during World War II, Mao said it was a great thing. He said because they hadn't been obeying them for years. The Communist International tried to fire Mao Zedong many times. They would send him a letter saying, you're no longer the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, and he would rip it up. He would rip it up and say, well, I'm in charge of the army, so screw you. And Stalin realized this, that having the Communist International, it may have been necessary to give guidance, to teach Bolshevik policies and methods, but at the end of the day, the Communist parties around the world, in order to do the work that they needed to do, they needed to have an independent policy. And I don't think bringing back the Comintern is something people should do. It sounds radical, it sounds nostalgic, but at the end of the day, it's not helpful.
Does that mean that the Fourth International was fake?
Right. Well, after Trotsky was kicked out, eventually he started the Fourth International, right? And that there's about 7 different Fourth Internationals now that claim Trotsky's legacy. It's almost a rule that every Trotskyist group, they can't just start a group, they have to start their own international and be the Fourth International. So
yeah, I think what you're describing here with the contradiction between communist parties and the policy of the Comintern, I think it's expressing the contradiction between like geopolitical strategy and the realities of socialist countries versus like the political realities of like socialist parties in other countries. And sometimes those cannot intertwine. Like what may be good for like, say, like the Soviet Union aligning, like creating an anti-fascist alliance with like, France and Britain, that may kind of mess with the line of the French Communist Party or the Communist Party of Britain that's trying to, build socialism in their country. So sometimes these things don't align always.
Yeah. Did you want to say something, Dr. Shaw? No. Oh, okay. All right. Anyone else want to make a comment?
I'll make one last one.
Sure.
It occurred to me, are you familiar with the Terry Bison novel? It's Fire in the Mountain or Fire on the Mountain.
I haven't read it. I've heard about it.
Yeah, I just know the general outline, and it kind of makes me think of this self-determination. I mean, it seems a little settler-ish to advocate for it now, but the idea that if in the Civil War, John Brown, who were in Kansas, we got the poster on the wall. It's the idea if John Brown and Harriet Tubman had succeeded in helping the slaves liberate themselves. And if I remember correctly, it ends with some black astronauts on the moon in the 50s. And
wow.
Because they liberated the means of production so much earlier, and they read they're reading a dystopian fiction novel called John Brown's Body, where a white man named Lincoln had helped in this inter-class war. It was an alternative. I mean, I don't know if I agree with everything in it, but it's an interesting idea to think how it would have been different if it had went that way?
I generally stay away from historical, coulda, shoulda, woulda, what if, because the reason, and this is just kind of a general philosophical point, but, we talk about the butterfly effect, right? If one thing changes, everything in our lives is so intimately connected to everything else. In order for one thing to have changed, so many other things would have had to have been different, right? You can think about your life and you'd be like, well, I made this decision back then, and if I had only made this other decision, but you made that decision for very specific reasons. Right? In very specific circumstances. And the more you start to get into that, oh, what if this had happened or what if that had happened, the more you get into that, the more you realize you can't do that.
It's paralyzing.
Yeah, and it's kind of a trap because the more you start to untangle it, this would have had to be, for you to have made this different choice, this would have had to have been the reality. And also, since we talked about Trotskyism, Elizabeth gave a great class on Trotskyism, a lot of Trotsky's writing is based on that kind of thinking.
Really?
Yeah, if only Trotsky had been leading the Soviet Union, then there would have been a revolution in France, and then there would have been a revolution in Germany, and then there would have been that's Trotsky's writing is all like that. If I were in charge, everything would be fine. Well, we saw what was the reality when Trotsky was in charge. He didn't sign the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. He completely screwed that up, We've seen what Trotsky being in charge was about, so I don't think it's safe to assume. And a lot of Trotskyists will say things like, well, if Trotsky had been in charge, Hitler would have never come to power in Germany. If Trotsky had been in charge, and it's all based on this kind of, you can't really prove that. That's just,
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with criticizing, right? There's nothing wrong with saying, well, if this, if we could have done this better or something like that. But you can't get too caught up in, because every action that one takes has like, thousands and thousands of repercussions, right? And that's one thing when we get into like conspiratorial logic, like Alex Jones, people like that, they think there's this group of grand controllers who's plotting it all, and they said we're going to have a pandemic, and we're going to, and the thing that they don't realize is that, often on the part of our leaders, what we're seeing is a really sloppy, they don't know the results of their actions. They do one thing, and then it leads to something else. And then they try to fix it by doing another thing. And on top of that, there's not one group. There's different capitalists with different interests fighting against each other. And that conspiratorial logic, when it gets into it, it's all this grand plan. They made this decision. They knew exactly what everyone was going to do. No, there's no way you can know the result of your decisions, right? I mean, you can try, but when you make a choice in your life, you don't know what's going to result from that choice. So it's again, I always try to get people to stay away from that, because that's one of those brain worms that people can get stuck into. I guess we're getting self-helpy here, but that's okay.
Hey, I need some. Bring it on.
Yeah, there you go. Anyone else want to make a comment?
I felt goofy bringing up alternative history, but I'm glad I did.
It's a good novel from what
Trotsky,
I've heard.
I mean, it makes sense because you play any video game. I think there was some like Civil Iron 4 or something. And it's got Trotsky on the Soviet. It makes sense. They always see it that way.
Trotsky's like you throw the bowling ball wrong, and then you're like.
I think the way that you were putting the situation with William Z. Foster's congressional testimony in World War I, and putting that into the context of the times and how the consequences for opposing the war at the time. It was like if somebody said, "Oh, do you support Al Qaeda today?" Like, of course you have to say no. Like, you don't get into the nuances of the situation. You just say no. Of course, I'm against. But it's just I just wanted to comment that how important it is that you put that into context and how often pretty sharp intellectuals of the left today don't do that kind of thing when they're looking for a character from history that they want to either praise or condemn. They find he supported World War I. X. This is the sort of cancel culture reaction to history, which is also very much a present cancel culture sort of oriented reaction towards. People around, any pundits, intellectuals, leaders of any kind in the world on the left today, this kind of quick tendency to just find a flaw and then jump on that and then say, oh, that person doesn't have it all figured out, and so therefore. Yeah, I just wonder if you have anything to say on that.
Oh, I got my own mic.
Oh, you got mic, sorry.
Yeah. But we want to pass it back. Yeah. But I think you're right, David. You're absolutely right. And what's interesting is that people act differently when they're serious. When they think they can actually win, they act very, very differently. When activism becomes a necessity, not a way of making yourself feel good, not a way of being like, well, I want to feel like I'm the most revolutionary, people tend to act very, very, very differently. For example, right? If someone's running for office, they want as much support as they possibly can in their district. And they'll go around and, if someone says, hey, I'm so-and-so and I'm going to vote for you, they say, great. They shake their hand and they say, you're great. But now we have this atmosphere in leftist circles where if someone comes along and supports you, but they're not pure, you're like, no, get away from me. That's, again, when people think that they're going to win, they act very differently than when they're just kind of performing to try and make themselves feel good. And you can see,
show you how important this narrative is. And again, this is that as Cold War kind of liberal anti-communism was developing, books like Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer, were widely circulated. Books like the CIA book, the anti-communist book, The God That Failed. It stopped being that communism was atheistic and godless and against everything Western. It started being, well, communism is just an example of a mass movement. Communism is a lot like fascism. It's a lot like Christianity. It's a lot like all these things that are mass movements that suppress the individual and want us to not think for ourselves. They're always very, very dangerous. And that became the Western liberal narrative, right? The philosophical, irrationalist, and postmodern narrative. It's against communism because it sees communism as an expression of human beings coming together and organizing in a collective way and threatens individuality. And that's very much, and this kind of narrative that you're getting, that's a liberal trope, right? Because if you look throughout history, human beings are collective creatures. Everything we've accomplished has been collective. But the way the liberal order can maintain its power is making sure that mass movements where people come together and work together don't happen. I mean, even Julius Evola talks a lot about the organic state. If you read Man Among Ruins, where, this is the natural form. People form mass movements that have leaders, right? Every classroom has a teacher, right? Every church has a priest or a minister leading it, right? And this, every country in history has had a head of state, even if they have a parliament or what, they still have a head of state figure. This is something we do. But breaking that down and causing us to be endlessly suspicious of this is part of the liberal order's mindfuck.
Yeah. Last thing, because I do know we have to wrap up. One of the things Grover Furr mentioned when I talked to him, and one of the things he mentions in his books, is that if you actually have a look at the gulags, they weren't that much worse, or they were kind of on par with British prisons or American prisons at the time, right? What do you make of that argument? Do you think he's going a bit far there? Because one of the comments that I guarantee you, somebody will just write, read Solzhenitsyn, okay? And one of the things that actually got me on this track was seeing that the source for many of the stats is Robert Conquest, okay? And the thing that got me onto Grover Furr was the fact that one of Robert Conquest's claims was that 5% of the entire Soviet population was sent to the Gulag.
That's ridiculous.
Well, how did Robert Conquest come up with this figure? And literally, he'd just gone and interviewed someone, and then, oh, how many people do you think it was? That person said, 5% maybe, and then he writes it down, and then the fact that Conquest writes it down is then reproduced everywhere else, and that becomes the stat. Which is like, well, this is not empirical in any single way. This is an anecdote. So anyway, yeah. What do you make of Furr's claim that the Gulag was not that much worse than prison conditions anywhere else at the time?
Well, I deeply respect Grover. He's a friend, and I appreciate a lot of his work. I just don't know enough, and I wouldn't be comfortable making that claim. My feeling when I think about like what I said before about how they were executing people at one point for drinking alcohol. And my understanding of Soviet society is that it was a very, very authoritarian place, and that, I'm just not comfortable going, where he's going there. I know a lot of people, look, according to even Grover and even some of the most sympathetic to Stalin sources, a lot of innocent people went to gulags during the mass terror of 1937. A lot of people shouldn't have been there. A lot of people were executed who shouldn't have been executed, and everyone admits that. So I don't feel a need to argue about that. As far as the sloppy scholarship, I want to say this. There's a book that was widely circulated. It's still widely circulated, called Mao, the Unknown Story, a biography of Mao that was considered, this is the big biography of Mao. And you read that book, it is ridiculous. And it's the same kind of thing. For example, one of the claims in the book is that like one of the most epic, important battles of Chinese history is, during the Civil War, there was a bridge that was like held over a river by chains, and the enemy like burned the bridge, so only the chains were there. and the Red Army soldiers like went over the like, you know, with the chains, you know, had to go through under fire, right? And that's like an epic moment in Chinese history. This book that is the most widely, it's the Mao biography in America, says that battle never happened. And the source on it is the author says she met a woman near the battle site who sold noodles, and she told her the battle never happened. And it's like, are you like, could you imagine someone writing a book and saying the Battle of the Alamo never happened? And their source is, well, I talked to somebody and he said his grandfather. No, that's ridiculous. Or saying that like the Battle of Gettysburg or the Battle of Waterloo just never happened. And then it being published and millions of Americans opening it and saying, wow, this epic battle in Chinese history never happened. Like, you can't make a claim like that and not back it up. I mean, yes, historical revisionism and people, I mean, these things do happen, but you have to prove it. But if it's Mao or it's Stalin, everyone knows they're bad. What, are you saying Mao was good? Are you saying Stalin was good? You know, you can just say anything, right? And that's you know, that's the way Western media is. It's like you create a dichotomy where, you know, I mean, and it's like, and the other thing that's weird about this is Holocaust revisionism, right? I am increasingly suspicious of it because I've noticed they've made Holocaust revisionism the go-to. If you ever question anything that they say about a country, it's like, oh, I bet you're going to say the Holocaust didn't happen, you know? And it's like, well, the Holocaust happened like in the 1940s, right? We're talking like hundreds of years ago. This is not like a current event in the news. Like, you know, but that's like the go-to point. Oh, I bet you're going to, they go to that. They've made the Holocaust revisionism kind of the poster boy for questioning any allegation of atrocities, basically, in American minds. And it's like, I have to be careful the language I use when I'm talking about Stalin, right? I don't use certain phrases because if I use them, the audience will hear that and it'll ring a bell for Holocaust denial in their heads, and they immediately have a block and they don't listen. And that's very interesting to me. And there's that documentary Defamation. I don't know if you've seen it, that talks about how Israel amplifies Holocaust denial because it feeds their narrative. Right. And that they like are desperate to find Holocaust denial and Holocaust revisionism because it feeds the narrative of Israel. And I'm very suspicious. And, you know, the narrative around the Holocaust that we've gotten. So I guess the narrative that most people grew up with, right, you know, in like the Cold War years was that like the Holocaust was an example of totalitarianism. Right. Communism is the extreme left and fascism is the extreme right, and they're both kind of the same, and mass crimes happen when you're an extremist. That was kind of the Cold War narrative, right? The narrative that I got in the 90s was that the Holocaust happened because the USA doesn't invade countries, right? That's the narrative that we got, right? You know, we read Elie Wiesel and all this, and it's like, if only America had regime changed Hitler in 1933, the Holocaust would never have happened. And that is, first of all, that's so historically wrong. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, that's just not the relationship the USA had with Germany. And there's so many layers to that are just wrong. But like you're not allowed, you know, in Holocaust, the Holocaust critics are the Holocaust denier, people that are critical of the Holocaust, like that guy I can't even remember the guy in Britain, right? They are like the bad example, and anyone who questions any claim about any leader anywhere in the world, where you're just like those Holocaust deniers, it's very, very strange. It's very, very, very strange.
Well, I mean, it's not just on historical revisionism. It is the logic for basically all claims, right? I mean, it's basically structurally identical to. I mean, we saw this language during COVID, as an example. We saw this language, you know, around climate change. We see this language around so many, where we even saw this language around people who thought that there was something up with the 2020 election. It's the word denier, right? That is I mean, so that is a structural logic. And you're right. It's the example, right? It's the example, but it means that automatically, if you question anything, you put in that box or something like this, right? So, yeah, very, very, very interesting. All right. Well, we went a bit longer than I planned on this one, but Stalin's a huge topic, obviously. Where can people find you, Caleb?
My organization is the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org, and my personal website is calebmaupinbooks.net.
And I'll just remind people, you can buy courses at the Academic Agency, Trivium, the bestseller there. I'll catch you all next time. If you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat or a super thanks, and I'll be sure to pick it up during my weekly office hours, which run every Tuesday afternoon. I also provide courses at the academic agency, which I encourage people to buy. Thousands of students now have taken the Trivium to improve their skills in writing, logic, and rhetoric. Just 3 of many courses available. Buy it now. But most importantly of all, friends, get out.
Guys, get out. This will be our corner. The federal facility where Maduro is being held is right over there.
Free Maduro! Free Maduro! No more bombs! No more bombs! No more bombs!
No more bombs!
Maduro! Free Maduro! Tax dollars need to be sent in the USA, not in another country. Stop wasting our tax dollars to a country that has nothing to do with us. We don't want to deal with this.
And as a result, the international bankers and Wall Street and the imperialists have kidnapped him. And he is now inside this facility. This is absolutely unacceptable. He should be in Venezuela leading his people. And America and Venezuela shouldn't be fighting. They should be friends. We should have trade, international friendship. Maduro is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big corporations and banks that have been destroying the lives of American working families and getting us into war after war after war. These wars don't do anything for the American people. They benefit international bankers and Wall Street, but they do not benefit the American people. We need, in this country, a leader like Maduro that'll stand up to the international bankers, stand up to Wall Street. That's what we need. Free Maduro and learn from Maduro as a great example of an anti-colonial fighter. That's what we need to do. We are the Center for Political Innovation. We're out here to say free Maduro, peace and trade with Venezuela, no new wars, no police state, hands off Venezuela, free Maduro. That's what we're out here to say.
Maduro is not our enemy.
Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. We are here because there are multiple wars going on right now. We're tired of Ukraine intervention. We're tired of the genocide, killing innocent children in Palestine. It makes us cry at night. It makes us angry. We need to realize what if that was your own children? What if that was your own family?
de Estados
And it's the
Unidos,
same thing with
que sea una
Venezuela.
América
It's
de
gonna
paz
be Iran next.
desde Canadá hasta la
All this
Patagonia,
money
Chile.
and life.
Inside the Metropolitan Detention Center, where the hope of Latin America is being locked up right now. And let's make no bones about why Nicolas Maduro has been locked up. They tell us in American media, oh, Nicolas Maduro is a drug dealer. We know who the real drug dealers are in America. That's right. We know it was the pharmaceutical companies who pushed opioids on American citizens.
There's a homeless crisis in our country. There's so much going on in the USA, yet we're like looking at Venezuela. What does that have to do with us? Tell me. Nothing. We have to do America first. Trump is not doing America first. He promised that.
That's
Is
right.
he doing that?
No.
He's not doing that. He is doing America last.
That's right.
He is not doing America first. Like he promised, right?
The reality is that Venezuela has helped its own people. The Venezuelan government has lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it's also helped the American people. When Americans in New York were cold, Venezuela provided heating oil for free to us Americans. Well, how do our authorities repay him?
It was Marco Rubio and his family who were pushing drugs in the United States. It was the cartels that the U.S. government and the CIA pays to sell drugs in America. Those are the real drug dealers. It's not Nicolas Maduro. The reason why they're going after Nicolas Maduro is because he brought jobs to Venezuela. He brought development to Venezuela. He brought education to Venezuela.
Frente a la prisión imperial donde está detenida y encarcelado el presidente de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Nosotros aquí vamos a pronunciar una oración por la libertad del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Padre Celestial, por favor, cuida la integridad física del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de su esposa, la doctora Cilia Flores. El pueblo de Estados Unidos apoya tu libertad. Nosotros estamos en solidaridad con el pueblo bolivariano de Venezuela. Nosotros nos oponemos a los dictados imperiales.
If I can't have it, no one can. No, everybody can have natural resources and oil. Everybody can have a prosperous future. That's what we are trying to stand for here in the Center for Political Innovation. And that's what they don't want you to hear. They don't want you to win. They want you to be stuck, pessimistic, and hopeless. Yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
To the CIA that have been smuggling drugs into this country for years, Nicolas Maduro is the leader of Venezuela, and he has led his people to try and be independent and stand up for justice. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are out here to say free Maduro, and lock up the bankers, lock up Wall Street, and free Maduro, 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 free Maduro.
Libertad para Maduro. Free Maduro now. Free Maduro now.
We are here to stand with the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was taken unlawfully from his home, from his country, from his people. How is this a thing? How are we now kidnapping leaders of countries? Is this something we want to be known for in America? No.
He knows we're in Ukraine and we're genociding children and women and people in Palestine, and we're not doing anything to stop it. Well, if it just starts with a few of us, then it starts with a few of us. And Nicholas, if you and your wife can hear us, we love you, and we are here from all around the United States because we support you, brother. You need to be out here now. This is inexcusable for the United States government. I am not happy with my government. I love the American people. I love what this country is about. But our government is a huge, huge disappointment. To many of us that have had to live our entire lives either poor or lower middle class, well, a handful of people have everything they want every single second of every day. It's not necessary. There's abundance for everyone, but we have to let it happen. God bless you, Maduro. We love you. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
That. And, there's that expression, politics makes strange bedfellows, that we often hear. And that really applies if you look at the history of revolutionary movements around the world. So do we want to have any more comments, or should I continue? All right. So March 6th, 1931 was International Unemployment Day. The Great Depression had happened. People were literally starving to death on the streets of America. And so the Communist Party started organizing the unemployed. And the slogan that they used was, "Don't starve, fight." Don't starve, fight. And they organized International Unemployment Day. And in Union Square in New York City, they gathered, and an eyewitness to the events, a young communist named Al Richmond, he recalled, William Z. Foster stood tall on the central platform, tall and erect, his figure etched the sun. And William Z. Foster had gathered this crowd of about 20,000 people in Union Square, unemployed people, hungry people. And he got up in front of the crowd and he said, Police Commissioner Whalen and the city officials have handed Broadway over to every monarchist and militarist exploiter of Europe, of Asia, to have a parade. But now, when the workers and the unemployed of New York demand to use the streets, Whalen's answer is that they cannot have them. Will you take this for an answer? And the crowd shouted back, no! He said, then I advise you to fall in line and proceed. And at that point, thousands of workers from Union Square poured onto Broadway. So they were singing the Internationale, and riot police officers charged them. And the New York Times called it the worst riot in generations. The headline in the New York Times, I believe, was Reds Riot in Union Square. And thousands of people charged into Union Square, and there was a bloodbath, essentially. And they marched from Union Square down to Foley Square, through into Lower Manhattan, where Wall Street is. William Z. Foster was sent to prison for inciting a riot because they had told him not to have a march, and he had defied a lawful order and gotten up and said, we're going to have a march anyway. He went to prison, and at his trial, and he went to trial, at his trial, when he was defending himself, he said, the unemployed are not going to starve upon the streets. They are going to fight. The problem of unemployment is in its final analysis can only be solved by the abolition of the capitalist system and the establishment of a workers' and farmers' government. The Communist Party and the Trade Union Unity League organized the unemployed not only for their immediate demands, but for this ultimate goal. So he basically is saying, look, I'm going to raise awareness about unemployment. I am going to call for socialist revolution. And, that's not a statement you want to make in your defense if you're on trial for inciting a riot, but he understood he was going to go to prison. And he went to prison for about a year, and you can read in his autobiography, Pages from a Worker's Life. He describes the conditions on Rikers Island, what they were like at that time, very horrendous. He talks about, at the time, there was no LGBT movement, but there were a lot of LGBT folks, trans and gay and lesbian, that were in prison and the way they were treated and what that was like, which is very fascinating. He's writing about this in a different time. And it's very interesting. He got out of prison, and then in 1932, he ran, this election campaign, 1932 for president. And he published a book for his election campaign in 1932 called Towards Soviet America. And it's 5 chapters, and it's a great book if you can get your hands on it. It's an amazing historical document. I read it when I was 15. It was one of the most clear introductions to socialist and Marxist politics ever. Chapter 1 is the capitalist crisis and why the Great Depression is happening. Chapter 2 is the rise of socialism and how great the Soviet Union is and the 5-year economic plans and raising people out of poverty. Chapter 3 is capitalist attempts to liquidate the crisis, and he talks about the emerging police state and Bonapartism and different factions of the ruling class. Chapter 4 is the revolutionary way out of the crisis and the goal of the Communist Party to overthrow capitalism. And the last chapter is Chapter 5, the USSA, the United Soviet States of America. And he lays out the blueprint for what the United States will look like after the workers and farmers take power. It's a beautiful book. I really ought to get your hands on it if you can. It's a beautiful book, and it inspired Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes, the great African-American poet, he actually wrote a poem inspired by it. He wrote, put one more S in the USA. Let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA. Oh, we can win it yet. When the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, once we take control, will be the USSA then. That was Langston Hughes. For his 1932 presidential campaign, William Z. Foster went around to every corner of the country to give speeches advocating socialism. And in every city he went to, he was arrested. He would be immediately arrested when he got to the city. The police would be waiting for him at the train station, and he would get out of the train, and they would immediately arrest him, and then they would proceed with his campaign events after he got out of jail. The 1932, yes. Yes, that was the year Roosevelt, that was the election that Roosevelt first won. Every place he would go, he would get arrested. The LAPD tortured him for hours, and he was severely injured. He was held and just tortured for hours by the LAPD. But he went to every corner of the country, West Virginia, the South, the North, many parts of the country, the West Coast, the East Coast. And towards the end of his presidential campaign, he had a heart attack and a complete nervous breakdown because it was just so stressful. On top of the fact that he was getting arrested and facing legal charges, he had pending criminal charges in a number of states. On top of that, the fact that, everywhere he went, the leaders of the Communist Party would want him to solve every local dispute and factional disagreement locally. And it was too much, and he had a heart attack. And he had a massive heart attack. And then, in response to his massive heart attack, there were rumors started in the media that he disagreed with the Communist Party leadership, that he didn't have a heart attack, that it was actually that he was in disagreement. And it was fake news, but it was some kind of psyop to try and sow division. They said, oh, Foster didn't have a heart attack. He just stopped believing in it. He knew how Stalin was so bad. It was all propaganda. It was all a hoax. But in response to his heart attack, he went to the Soviet Union where he could get medical care. And Earl Browder, who had worked as his secretary, stepped up to become the leader of the Communist Party. Earl Browder was kind of his second in command, and Earl Browder stepped up to be the leader when Foster had his heart attack. Now, Earl Browder, he became kind of the Communist Party boss of the 1930s. And Earl Browder was very different than William Z. Foster. Earl Browder was from Kansas, from this state, actually. And Earl Browder his father had been a Socialist Party member, and his father and his brothers had all joined the Socialist Party. And when World War I broke out, they decided to refuse to fight and go to prison. So Earl Browder, from Topeka, Kansas, he had refused to fight in World War I, and he went to prison. So he went to federal prison, and in prison, back then, there were not a lot of people in federal prison. This is before mass incarceration. And back then, federal prisons were actually nicer than local prisons. It's not like that now. And in federal prison, he actually got a degree in accounting. He learned to be an accountant while he was in federal prison. So he came out of prison with an accounting degree, and he also learned to play the flute. It kind of shows you, prisons are not like that nowadays, but back then, this was coming out of the progressive era. There was a feeling we want to really rehabilitate people. You can get your college degree in prison. You can learn to play the flute. He came out of prison with a college degree and an accounting degree, and he played the flute, and he came out and he joined the Communist Party. He was very close to William Z. Foster, and Earl Browder stepped up to be the leader of the Communist Party in response to William Z. Foster's heart attack. And so William Z. Foster was in the Soviet Union getting recovery. Earl Browder set up shop in New York City. Now what's interesting is that in 1928, when they launched the third period, Stalin had requested that the Communist Party move their headquarters from New York City, where they were based, to Chicago. Because Stalin said Chicago was more of the heartland of the United States, and that New York City is a very, cosmopolitan international city, but the goal should be to get to average people in the United States. So he'd moved the headquarters to Chicago, and that's where William Z. Foster had been based with his Chicago Stockyards Labor Council. Well, when Earl Browder took over the Communist Party, he moved the headquarters back to New York. And Earl Browder was the leader of the Communist Party. But a lot of things had changed, in the world. William Z. Foster had his heart attack. They had their 1932 presidential campaign, but Hitler had come to power in Germany. And in 1935, you had the 7th World Congress of the Communist International, where they redirected the policy to build a united front against fascism. The idea was, we've been fighting the Social Democrats and the reformist labor leaders in the past. Now we're going to align with them in a fight against fascism. We're going to align with them. And so the Communist International wanted Earl Browder to work on building the Farmer Labor Party. And the Farmer Labor Party, they argued, could be part of the Roosevelt coalition against fascism. Earl Browder said, no. In the United States, we can't have third parties. So he said, we're going to go into the Democratic Party. Earl Browder thought the Popular Front wasn't watered down enough, and he rejected that. And they went into he said the Popular Front didn't apply to the United States. He had what he called the Democratic Front by joining the Democratic Party. And they got rid of the black belt thesis, because the Democratic Party at that time was the party of Jim Crow. And it would hurt their influence in the Democratic Party to be organizing for the black belt and black nationalism. So the Communist Party backed away from its black belt thesis, which was something that many African American organizers in the Communist Party really particularly didn't like. Earl Browder ran for president in 1936, and he really played up the patriotism, right? His speeches would begin that if Washington and Jefferson and Lincoln were alive today, they would be members of the Communist Party, and that they are the true Americans, the inheritors of the American Revolution. And a lot of people think that that's Browderism. But actually, that was the line of the whole Communist Party. If you read William Z. Foster's writings from this period, that's how he was talking. And the socialist patriotism that was a big part of the Popular Front that was very much the Communist Party's line. Browder had his problems, but that was the whole party's line, because the feeling was that fascism, there was a real threat of a fascist military coup, and there was a feeling that in order to stave that off, they needed to show that the Communist Party were truly patriotic and that they weren't foreign agents, right? That was the slur always thrown at the Communist Party. You're agents of Moscow. So by playing up their patriotism and by having leaders like William Z. Foster, who was an Irish guy from Philadelphia, and Earl Browder, who he actually really played up the idea he was from Kansas. He called himself the man from Kansas. His election campaign song was the man from Kansas. Had Gus Hall, eventually he became a leader of the Communist Party during the late 30s, by playing up how American they are and having, white guys from rural areas running the party. That was a way to play up, to stave off the allegation that they were foreign agents. And it was also a way to kind of preempt the fascist,
This is a serious question. The godmother of your daughter, Shirley MacLaine, writes in her new book that you sighted a UFO over her home in Washington State, that you found the encounter extremely moving, that it was a triangular craft, silent and hovering, that if you felt a connection to your heart and heard directions in your mind. Now, did you see a UFO?
I did, and the rest of the account, it was unidentified flying object, okay? It's like, it's unidentified. I saw something. Now, to answer your question, I'm moving and I'm also going to move my campaign office to Roswell, New Mexico, and another one in Exeter, New Hampshire, okay? And also, you have to keep in mind that Jimmy Carter saw a UFO, and also that more people in this country have seen UFOs and I think approve of George Bush's presidency.
Actually,
and so, wait, we're just getting started here.
No. I mean, we have about 14% of Americans say they have seen UFOs. I'm going to move.
What was the percentage?
14%.
What was that percentage?
14.
Yeah. So they just hit Dennis Kucinich with that just to humiliate him, and it was just like, of all the things to ask him about on TV, the fact that his ex-wife, who he's divorced from, claims in a book that she wrote that he and her saw a UFO together. I mean, of all the questions to ask him, that was pretty clear. It's just what they did, same as what they did to Tulsi Gabbard, the same as what they do. I mean, it's the MSNBC, someone called it MSDNC, and they're exactly right? And they just hit him with this UFO issue, and it's like, and he said, well, look, he said, I didn't know what it was, and it just shows you how biased media can be. But here's the icing on the cake, and this is where it gets great. So you remember Barack Obama took office. Barack Obama got elected, and Barack Obama, it was this new Bush, the Bush years were over, and Obama was elected, and he was going to restart America's relations. About 2 years into the Obama presidency, the U.S. media hit us with this piece of crap. This piece of crap hit American media, and it was everywhere. This was everywhere. It was on The Daily Show. This was on CNN. This was on MSNBC. This was on Fox. You could not escape this. I didn't even watch much TV at the time, and I knew about this. U.S. media, 2011, around the same time Occupy Wall Street happened, 2011, U.S. media just decided they had to unload this piece of crap on us. And I found a version of it we can show.
Now at 9, a new book is generating a ton of talk this morning. It says that was no UFO that crashed into Roswell, New Mexico back in 1947. Instead, the book claims it was a Soviet spy plane that came down in a storm, and it was filled with genetically engineered child-sized pilots. The book, Area 51, claims Joseph Stalin was hoping the crash would set off a widespread panic in America. He apparently got the idea from Orson Welles' radio broadcast War of the Worlds. Now at 9, what do you think about this book's theory?
I was right. I have to go back to what you said. I was right in there with the theory till we got to the child-sized pilot aliens.
Right, exactly.
And then everything kind of gets a little fishy.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though. I mean, both theories are so...
Anyway, yes. In 2011, there was a huge public media blitz informing us that there's this new book that's been written, that shows that the UFOs were actually from Stalin. And it was so unbelievably stupid, but it was all over US media that the UFOs actually came from Stalin. And this woman named Annie Jacobson, I'm going to pull up her, Annie Jacobson is the writer, right? And that she wrote this book, Area 51, An Uncensored History of America. And they, like all the mainstream media, I am convinced this book, this was like some CIA, this is some kind of psyop, because this book was everywhere. You could not escape this. It was just all over American media. And the story was, and I'll just read you, this is what Wikipedia, their summary of the book. The book, based on interviews with scientists and engineers who worked at Area 51, addresses the Roswell UFO incident and dismisses the alien story. Instead, it suggests that Joseph Mengele, the Nazi, the evil Nazi, experimenter, was recruited by Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. What? That Stalin recruited Joseph Mengele. What? To produce grotesque, child-sized aviators to be remotely piloted and landed in America to cause hysteria in the likeness of Orson Welles' 1938 radio drama, The War of the Worlds. Yes. So what happened was one day evil Stalin was sitting in the Kremlin, and he was sitting there going, "Mwahaha, mwahaha, how can I make the Americans panic? Mwahaha. Well, I know in 1938 there was a radio show in America called War of the Worlds, and America panicked because they thought aliens were coming. So I shall take a bunch of midgets, and I shall put them in a flying saucer, yes? And I shall fly it into America. And Americans will panic because they will see that it is actually real." It is the dumbest theory I have ever heard. And this was all over mainstream media. All over mainstream media, they informed us that Area 51, there's this new book. I mean, and it couldn't possibly be wrong. That it says that actually, the little green men were midgets that were genetically engineered by Nazi scientist Joseph Mengele, who was recruited by Stalin and flown into the United States and painted green to look like little green men from the War of the Worlds. And it was all a conspiracy by Stalin. UFOs are all a big conspiracy by Stalin. That's what we were told. And the US media, they just rolled this out there, and it was just like everywhere. It's like, haven't you heard, this? And it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. I sat there, and it was just like, seriously? Like, is this for real? Like they're really trying to tell us this? Like that, and there's a lot of people who looked into this book and said this book is crap, right? Space historian Dwayne Day called Area 51 a poorly researched, poorly sourced, error-filled book that makes arguments that defy common sense and is reliant on only one anonymous source. Yeah, it's one anonymous source. And if you look at the author, Annie Jacobson, right? What does Annie Jacobson do? Well, she's a Pulitzer Prize finalist, right? And she produces television, Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan for Amazon Studios and Clarice for CBS News. And, she's written for the New York Times, and she was a contributing editor to the Los Angeles Times. And, she wrote a 2014 book called Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazis to America. And I wonder who would have given her declassified information for that. Oh, she wrote another one, The Pentagon's Brain, an uncensored history of DARPA, America's top secret military research agency. Yeah. It seems pretty clear that for whatever reason, it looks like it was some kind of intelligence psyop. Annie Jacobson got assigned to tell America that UFOs actually were midgets
midgets that were genetically engineered by Stalin, who was working with Nazis. I mean, this is like, it's the dumbest thing. Yeah, she's got friends on the inside, as they say, and they assigned her to write this piece of crap book, and they made sure this piece of crap book was everywhere. You could not open a newspaper or turn on the TV for like 2 weeks without hearing Annie Jacobsen explaining that, that Stalin flew midgets to cause panic into America. It's unbelievable. Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, "Hands off Iran." Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled
to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America. Push that, that these communists are foreign agents. We need a strong government to crush the commies. It was the idea, well, we're the true patriots. We're loyal to the country, and that Roosevelt and anti-fascism, we're the ones who are really loyal to the country. It's fascism that's German or Italian, or this is the foreign ideology. Americans believe in brotherhood, different religious groups united, different races and ethnicities standing together. That's the American way. And it was very effective. And actually, during the Second World War, the Communist Party was very good at equating racism in the United States with the Nazis. And that was one of the main contributions that they made. There were a lot of Hollywood writers who were influenced by the Communist Party. And because they'd been given permission by the government to make anti-Nazi propaganda, they made a lot of short films that linked the Nazis to racism in the United States. And that was very, very effective. The Superman comics, I talk about socialist Superman. The Superman comics had Superman fight the Ku Klux Klan because they were sowing division and hurting the war effort, playing black against white to help the Nazis, right? You can watch, there was a song written by a communist, Robert Meerpool, or Abel Meerpool. He wrote a song called The House I Live In, which is like a patriotic song. And they made a short film with Frank Sinatra. And if you watch this film, it was made during the Second World War. It's like Frank Sinatra is walking around and there's two kids that are bullying some other kid, and he walks up to them and he says, what's going on here? And the one kid says, well, we don't much care for this guy's religion. And he says to them, you guys must be some of those Nazis I've been reading about. And the kid says, no, my father's in the Navy, how dare you, or something. And then he sings this song about why racism is un-American and foreign. That was kind of the Communist Party's message. And it was a strategic way of inserting kind of a revolutionary message into the mainstream, right? The whole country is being mobilized to fight the Nazis. And so they strategically used that to push anti-racism and revolutionary politics. Now, the sit-down strike wave of the 1930s, which was so eloquently explained by Max yesterday in the class, William Z. Foster, he was back in the United States. He was still suffering from his heart attack. He wasn't at full capacity as he once was, but he was very much influential in it. He was directing it. And you see during the Communist Party in this time, there were two factions, right? You had William Z. Foster and his crowd of militant labor unionists. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who'd been a wobbly, she joined the Communist Party during this time. She held off a little bit, held on to her anarchism, but ultimately joined the Communist Party in the late 30s. And you had this crew of like labor organizers who were like William Z. Foster, and they were for workplace action on the job. But then you also had this middle class layer of, you know, Broadway actors and screenwriters and college professors and middle class folks who were joining the Communist Party as well. And it's almost like there's two factions. There's the Browder faction and the Foster faction. Now, officially, they had no factions, but it was very clear there was two types of people in the Communist Party. And that because Roosevelt was president, and Roosevelt was passing things like Social Security and unemployment insurance, and because Roosevelt was anti-fascist, it became more or less acceptable to join the Communist Party. Because by joining the Communist Party, you were supporting Roosevelt, you were opposing the Nazis. It was a sympathetic thing to do. And so they kind of watered down the requirements to be in the Communist Party. You just had to kind of go to a club meeting once a week, you know, campaign for Roosevelt to get reelected, you know, go to a union rally here and there. They kind of watered it down. And you had a lot of college professors, a lot of Broadway folks, screenwriters that were joining the Communist Party. And there was a clear feeling among the Foster folks that these folks weren't serious. That they were just kind of, these were artists and intellectuals. They weren't really serious about the revolution. And there was a feeling on the part of the Browder faction that William Z. Foster's people, they weren't really communists, they were crazy anarchists. They were, you know, they were roughnecks, they were radicals, they were extremists. They didn't understand that now we're building a democratic popular front. And there's kind of a rivalry beneath the surface between these two factions. And, you know, Earl Browder had the upper hand. And so Earl Browder did a lot to suppress William Z. Foster because William Z. Foster was seen as his rival. They would have big rallies for the Communist Party in Madison Square Garden. And Earl Browder would be the main speaker, but William Z. Foster was loved. He was the face of American communism. They'd have him come out and wave, and everyone would applaud for him. Okay, go away now. And Earl Browder would give the speech, right? They tried to kind of keep him in the background because they thought that he was too radical. But then World War II broke out. And I guess I'll quickly go over what happened before World War II. So, you know, Elizabeth talked about in her class about the Pact of 39. The Soviet Union had gone to every Western country to try and form an anti-Nazi alliance, and they'd all said no. And so the Soviet Union, seeing that they were under threat from the Nazis, said, okay, we'll make a deal with the Nazis. You guys won't make a deal with us, we'll make a deal with the Nazis. So immediately, the media went into an overdrive demonizing the communists. They've been saying they're anti-fascist for so long, but now Stalin made a deal with Hitler. That proves they're liars, they're a bunch of hypocrites. They started calling them commun-Nazis, etc. And so Roosevelt, who had been kind of aligning with the Communist Party and using them to support him against the Republicans and against the right wing, was very angry, and they framed up Earl Browder and sent him to federal prison for a passport violation. A minor passport violation. They claimed that when he'd applied for his passport, he had lied on his form or something like that, and that he'd gone to the Soviet Union on a false passport. But if you read the question, it's not clear if they're asking, have you been to someplace on a passport, or have you been... It was a frame-up, and they put Earl Browder in federal prison. And then when Earl Browder got out of prison, in 1940, they forbid him from leaving the state of New York for his presidential campaign because he was on parole. And so from the state of New York, after he got out of prison, Earl Browder recorded a vinyl record, and then they gave it to all the branches. That was where his campaign speech is. It's called The Most Peculiar Election. Because if you listen to this vinyl record, and I've heard a couple clips from it, and the speeches are published as a pamphlet. I really wish someone could produce this and we could record it. I think it'd be a fascinating historical document. But he's calling Roosevelt a warmonger. And he's saying that Roosevelt is just like Hitler. He's a fascist, and he's leading us into a war, and he's raising independence for Puerto Rico and talking about Puerto Rican independence, and they're playing up the danger of war and pacifism. There is a beautiful speech that I found from the 1940 campaign where Earl Browder he says that the United States should stop aligning with the British, and they should build a Washington, Moscow, Beijing axis, as an axis that opposes both the British and the Nazis. I think that's really cool. So Earl Browder, he got out of prison, he did his election campaign, but then, as we know, right, the Nazis didn't keep their pact with the Soviet Union. It's worth noting, you'll often hear, and I just want to throw this in because it's important, that there was an invasion of Poland, right? You'll hear that there was a joint invasion of Poland. What happened was that the pact that the communists the Soviet Union had made with Hitler, they drew a line down Europe, and it was halfway through Poland. And the agreement was the Nazis wouldn't put their troops on one side, and the Soviets wouldn't put their troops on the other side. So when the Nazis invaded Poland, they went right up to that line, and the Polish government collapsed. So it's worth noting that the Soviets then brought their troops right up to that line as well. And that was a defensive move because they didn't trust the Nazis. But the Polish government in exile, the Polish government fled to Britain in exile, the Polish government in exile never declared war on the Soviet Union. So this myth that we hear in mainstream media that it was a joint invasion, that's not true. If it had been a joint invasion, the Polish government in exile that declared war on the Nazis would have also declared war on the Soviet Union. But it was a defensive move. It was that, that most of Poland has been seized by the fascists, and they're going to bring their troops right up to the line and say you can't go any further. And there was a handshake at one point, but there you go. Go ahead.
The Soviets and Germans actually had like a couple clashes, border conflicts, like with each other, like on that borderline, because in a lot of places the Germans like went over the agreed line to seize like oil fields in like the eastern Poland, southern, what's now Galicia and Ukraine. They actually went over a bit. So there were actual conflicts. So even though they signed the non-aggression pact with the Soviets, there were always disputes and conflicts during it. So like this idea that it was a red-brown alliance to split innocent poor Poland up and carve up Europe, it's nonsense.
Yeah.
So kind of similar to the situation in Ukraine, like right now, like basically the Kiev regime ignored the Minsk agreements, and the Russian military was forced to retaliate because like Nazis have been shelling Donbass for the past 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, history is repeating itself, and we are all doomed to watch it repeat.
Indeed. Indeed. And now there's a big anti-Russian mobilization, just like there was in 1939.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So I want to finish with World War II, and then we'll open up for discussion. So do you want to hand the mic back? So during the Second World War, at the point that the pact was broken, the 1939 pact was broken, at that point the communists became very much supporters of building an anti-fascist alliance. And when Pearl Harbor happened, they ultimately supported the war. And it's worth noting, a lot of people criticize the Communist Party, and they say, oh, this proves they were agents of Moscow. They were against World War II, but then the Soviet Union got attacked, and that's also the position that almost all Americans took. Did you know that? Most Americans in 1939 were against any war in Europe. And Roosevelt's alliance with the British and such, and his sending of weapons to Britain and stuff, was unpopular. And at that point, most Americans didn't want to get involved. But then, when the Soviet Union was attacked, they thought, oh, wow, this Hitler guy is a problem. And it was Pearl Harbor that ultimately changed people's minds. And Pearl Harbor is ultimately what changed the Communist Party's mind. So the idea that they were just taking positions from Moscow, yes, defense of the Soviet Union was very important to them, no question about it. But the average Americans were also against the war at the same time the communists were, and the average Americans also changed their position at roughly the same time. So it's worth noting that. That the American public still had scars and wounds from World War I, and the idea of having a war was heartbreaking. When Pearl Harbor was attacked, my grandmother, who was from Missouri, she described how the principal of their school gathered the whole school like in the gymnasium, and he was a World War I veteran himself, and he started breaking down and sobbing because he had painful, horrible memories of being in the trenches of World War I. And that the idea of another huge world war was horrifying. The public didn't want to fight a new world war. War in the modern era, with poison gas and airplane bombers and machine guns was so horrific. The idea that having another world war was something that throughout the entire 1930s, the 20s, every politician was promising would never happen again. But when World War II ultimately started, when the United States was in World War I, the Communist Party, their position was to do everything for victory. However, Earl Browder, very much, he was the guy who was trying to get in with Moscow. So whatever Moscow said, he would try to do it 120 or 150% or maybe 200%. He went overboard with everything.
The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with our ballot in our hands? God gave the land to the people. First step, sound the blast for freedom, boys, and send it far and wide. March along to victory, for God is on our side. While the voice of nature thunders o'er
crowd is swelling from the east and from the west. Why should we beg workers when the landlords take the best? Make them pay their taxes or the land will get the rest. The land was meant for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. The banner has been raised, our might and face the battle din. The army now is marching on the struggle to begin. We'll never cease our efforts till the victory we win. And the land is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Clear the way to liberty, the land must all be free. Winds will not falter and the spark tiny person speaks. Still the flag we love so well shall wave from sea to sea. For the land that is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Yeah!
Hey folks, if you want to know how much the U.S. political left has changed, take a look at what happened in Nicaragua in the 1980s and compare it to what's going on with Syria today. So in the 1980s, actually in 1979, Nicaragua had a revolution. They had a government come into power that was not a Soviet-style communist government. It was the Sandinistas. They studied Marxism and socialism, but they applied it to Nicaragua's unique conditions. They were Roman Catholics and Christians. They called themselves the Sandinistas. They took power in Nicaragua, started trying to build a socialist government, and they were aligned with the Soviet Union, with Russia. And so the United States started funding terrorists, these people called the Contras. They went into Nicaragua and slaughtered people and bombed schools and killed people and killed priests and nuns, and it was awful. So what happened in the USA? All across the USA, there were protests against the USA trying to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. All kinds of people. There was the Nicaragua Network. There were all kinds of religious organizations, all the socialists, communists, leftists. They protested against it. They demanded that Ronald Reagan stop supporting these terrorists and stop trying to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. And there were a lot of leftists who didn't like the Sandinistas and said, look, they violate human rights, they're not true communists or whatever, but that didn't matter. There was this understanding that the USA had no business in Nicaragua and that we shouldn't overthrow this independent government. Flash forward now to what's happening today. Today, we have a government in Syria led by the Ba'ath Arab Socialist Party. Again, not Marxist, not Soviet-style communists. They've got their own ideology rooted in Arab culture, rooted in Islam and the history of that region. They're aligned with Russia. And the USA is funding terrorists trying to overthrow the Syrian government. Terrorists that are linked to Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra, that just slaughter Christians, that bomb schools, that commit these horrendous atrocities. And this is happening. And Russia is supporting the government of Syria against the terrorists, just like, mind you, what happened in Nicaragua, where the government of the Soviet Union helped the government of Nicaragua to fight off the terrorists. But what is the U.S. left doing? The U.S. left are supporters of the terrorists. They say that it's the Syrian revolution. Last year at the Left Forum, which is a big left-wing gathering in New York City, Democratic Socialists of America, one of their main speakers was Linda Sarsour. And Linda Sarsour is a Muslim American who has been rallying, demanding that the U.S. government bomb Syria to support the terrorists that are helping and working to bring down the Syrian government. There are rallies all the time in New York City by socialists, communists. All of them support the U.S. government in trying to tear down the Syrian Arab Republic. What has changed? When the USA was funding terrorists to overthrow the government of Nicaragua, which was a socialist government aligned with Russia, the left were the first to denounce it. Now, leftists all over the world support it because they turn on their TV and they think it's a revolution and it's got a hashtag. And furthermore, there is no Soviet Union anymore. And so the Soviet Union almost kind of functioned as an axis that even leftists who didn't like the Soviet Union still kind of understood that, that the Soviet Union, that being against them was a right-wing thing. Well, that's gone now. So much of the left at this point supports imperialism, and they support overthrowing governments because they think this is social justice, and they think it's the revolution. They think it's slick and sexy. They see these, these George Soros campaigns, the Arab Spring, and these protests are going on. And we're at the point where, because the USA is bringing down governments around the world in the name of human rights, in the name of women's rights, in the name of LGBT rights, now we see the left and leftists being more enthusiastic of supporting Wall Street and the Pentagon and bringing down independent governments than the right wing are. In fact, it's on the right wing that you find people that are a little more isolationist. So what has really changed with the American left? If you look at what happened in Nicaragua in the 1980s, and if you look at what's going on with Syria today, the U.S. left, the left-wing activists in the Western world have really, really changed in how they see the world.
They said so that he could stay in charge against his rival William C. Foster. So during World War I, every member of the Communist Party that was an able-bodied male had to join the military. The Communist Party also complied with Japanese internment, which is pretty awful. They sent basically a letter to all their members that were Japanese and said, go to the internment camps and cooperate. That's pretty awful, and that was a horrendous error that was made, and it's something they shouldn't have done. In addition to that, in 1942, after the Communist International had been dissolved, Earl Browder said, well, the Communist International has been dissolved, maybe we should dissolve the Communist Party of the United States. And William C. Foster and his supporters did not want to dissolve the Communist Party of the United States. So, they dissolved the Communist Party of the United States at an emergency convention. They changed the name to the Communist Political Association. And William Z. Foster spoke up and said we shouldn't be dissolving the party. So to stick it to him, Earl Browder forced William Z. Foster to read the proclamation dissolving the party, just to be mean to him. So that shows you, what a kind of a nasty guy Earl Browder was. So they had an emergency convention, and they basically declared, in order to support the war effort, we're going to dissolve the Communist Party. And that was the position the Communist Party was in towards the end of World War II. However, around the world, there were a lot of people that were listening to what the Communist Party was saying during World War I, what the U.S. Communist Party was doing. They didn't like it. One of them was Mao Zedong. And the Chinese Communist Party was particularly critical of the American Communist Party. One reason was that the Chinese Communist Party was always complaining about the fact that the USA was sending weapons to China to fight Japan, but all the weapons were going to Chiang Kai-shek and not to the communists. And so the Chinese Communist Party asked the American Communist Party to raise awareness about this. And so Earl Browder bought time on the radio and said it would be in the interests of the American people if we were to send weapons to the Red Army. Also, just as a courtesy, right? To make the point that arm the Red Army as well as Chiang Kai-shek's army. So then the U.S. State Department called Earl Browder to Washington. And he sat down with the U.S. State Department. And then Earl Browder went back and did another radio speech saying, oh, I made a horrendous mistake. This isn't true. I apologize. We are supporting the Red Army. This is just some confusion. And the Chinese communists were looking at this and said, we're not getting the weapons. This is ridiculous. And that was one incident that happened that showed that there were problems. And the fact that the Communist Party had been dissolved, etc. So then, in France, you had a communist named Jacques Duclos. And Jacques Duclos wrote a big article condemning Earl Browder for dissolving the Communist Party. And he pointed out that the Communist Political Association was very much not a revolutionary organization. The Communist Political Association, their ideology was Marxism, Jeffersonianism, rather than Marxism-Leninism. And during World War II, they had called for canceling the elections and just having the Republicans and the Democrats unify with a joint win-the-war ticket and not having elections because that would distract from the war effort. And then Earl Browder wrote his book Tehran, because you had the Tehran Accords, where Churchill and Stalin and Roosevelt met in Tehran, and they were promising that after World War II, there would be a global anti-fascist alliance between the Soviet Union and Britain and the United States. And Earl Browder read this, Tehran, and read the Tehran Accords and was so excited about it, he wrote a book called Tehran, Our Path in War and Peace, and declared that after World War II, there would be no strikes, because it wouldn't be necessary anymore, because the capitalists would realize that fascism was their enemy, so they would work with the workers against fascism or something, and then eventually the USA and the Soviet Union would merge into one country that would combine the best elements of both systems. There'd be elements of democracy, and the American system would be applied in the Soviet Union, and elements of socialism would be applied in the United States, and you'd have just one joint country between the USA and the Soviet Union. Well, most people in the Communist Party looked at this book, Tehran, that Earl Browder published, and they thought, this is ridiculous. This is the craziest insanity they'd ever seen. But Earl Browder had a lot of power, and if you challenged Earl Browder, if you opposed him, he would go after you. It took Jacques Duclos writing his article criticizing Earl Browder, and Stalin sending that article all over the world as a highlighted article that he wanted everyone to read, to awaken people in the American Communist Party to rise up against Earl Browder. And so as World War II was ending, they had an emergency convention to refound the Communist Party, and they dumped Earl Browder, and they drove him out of the party. However, what's interesting is that Earl Browder was given the opportunity that when he was outvoted on his Tehran policy, if he would simply go along with the new line, they would leave him in the party. But he refused. And the reason he refused is because he believed that Roosevelt was going to appoint him as the Secretary of Labor. He had been promised that Roosevelt would appoint him as Secretary of Labor at the end of the war, and so he was convinced that that was such a great post, and that Roosevelt, as a favor to the Soviet Union, would make Earl Browder the Secretary of Labor. And so he knew that changing their position, as the Cold War was going to start, it would ruin his relationship with the Democrats. And so because of that, he refused to back down. He was ultimately booted out of the party. They refounded the Communist Party in 1945 at their emergency convention, and the newly refounded Communist Party declared that American imperialism was the main enemy of humanity. They were opposing the Cold War, and Winston Churchill gave his famous Iron Curtain speech, right? The Iron Curtain speech, an Iron Curtain, anti-communism. The day after the Iron Curtain speech, William Z. Foster had a rally of 20,000 people in Union Square, a rally for peace, a rally against a new war. 20,000 people marched with William Z. Foster in Union Square against the Iron Curtain speech, which I think is fascinating. So do we want to discuss now?
Fascinating topic. Because early in the war, Roosevelt and there was a dispute within intelligence agencies that were operating out in China. The Navy, the U.S. Navy Intelligence Agency, was actually backing Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT. And they were making sure the majority of the funding went to the Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT, but Chiang Kai-shek was really corrupt, so a lot of that money got wasted and disappeared completely. Whereas the U.S. Army intelligence actually were kind of more in favor of the Chinese communists. There was this thing in 1944 called the Dixie Mission, where U.S. intelligence officials secretly actually went up to the Yan'an base area, and they met with Mao in Zhao Enlai. And the U.S. Army started secretly diverging funds that were going into China to the Chinese communists. They actually gave some weapons to the Chinese communists. And this is actually the first interaction between members of the U.S. state and the Chinese communists, and it's forgotten today. And during McCarthyism, after the Chinese communists won the Civil War in 1949, members of the Dixie Mission and the U.S. military were purged. They were fired from the U.S. military because they supposedly lost China by giving weapons to the Chinese communists and the Red Army instead of the KMT.
Wow.
Just an interesting fact. So there was internal contradictions within the U.S. war effort in China between Army and naval intelligence. So just really.
I also want to mention there's a fun movie. It's not like epic film, but it's a fun movie to watch if you ever get a chance, made during World War II, called Gung Ho, where it's about a division of U.S. Marines who adopt the fighting style of Mao's 8th Route Army. It's very clear they got it from the 8th Route Army and Mao. They say so in the movie, and it's called Gung Ho. And actually, because of that movie during World War II, the phrase Gung Ho has become like an expression. It means you're really enthusiastic in the United States. It's a Chinese expression that means all together, all for one. That was a slogan of the Chinese Communist Party. And the U.S. Marine Corps made this propaganda film, Gung Ho, during World War II, and then it caught on in the United States, which I think is amusing. And Edgar Snow, who wrote Red Star Over China, was the first and last person to ever interview Mao. Edgar Snow, he was lobbying Roosevelt to give more support to the Chinese Red Army. And he also wanted Roosevelt to give money to the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association. Because in all the areas that China had liberated, or that Mao had liberated in China from the Japanese, these were impoverished rural areas. But the Chinese Communist Party was already trying to get industry going. And so they had something called the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association. And Edgar Snow was actually trying to convince Roosevelt to give funding not just to the military of China, but also to the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association, which I think is fascinating.
For all Earl Browder's many faults, I think we need to study what he did right, because the Communist Party was somewhere between 85 and 100,000 and had immense influence on the left. It was the left. And Browder did support the unionization drives that the militant faction was supporting. If you know your labor history, the Communist Party was the leading organizers at the time for everything, pretty much. So what we ought to take away from Browderism, what did he do right? What did the CP USA did right in the 1930s, as well as what they did wrong?
I think you're absolutely correct. And, you know, Earl Browder's books are worth reading. When I was in college and I started getting interested in communism, I read Towards Soviet America, but I also read his book, What is Communism? It's called What is Communism by Earl Browder. And the first essay, Who are the Americans? It makes the case that communism is the most patriotic thing, and that Earl Browder was a master rhetorician. He was a very good speaker and a very good writer, and he would speak to anybody. The Roman Catholic youth organizations invited Earl Browder to speak, and he gave them a great speech. And he never would turn down any opportunity. And you know, we mentioned that Benjamin Davis had been on the city council. They controlled 2 city council seats in New York City. Both of the seats for Harlem during the time were by the Communist Party. It was Benjamin Davis, who was African American, and Peter Coscioni, who was an Italian. And also in Harlem was represented in the U.S. Congress by Vito Marcantonio, who was not a member of the Communist Party, but a very close friend of the Communist Party, a member of their fraternal organization, the International Workers' Order. And this was a member of the U.S. Congress who was reading the Daily Worker and communist newspapers articles on the floor of Congress. He's the one who proposed the anti-lynching bill that Joe Biden just recently passed, a little late, but he was the one who proposed it every time, and then the Democrats would vote it down. And he was elected. He had been a Republican, and then he switched to the American Labor Party, which was like an electoral ticket that was the Communist Party and the Socialist Party and some other groups. And he was in Congress throughout the late 30s and the Second World War, opposing war, defending the Soviet Union, etc. And the Communist Party had a huge amount of influence during these years. And it was because of a strategic alliance with Roosevelt. And I think it was correct. I mean, as we can be critical of Browder and how he carried it out, it was.
Hey folks, I wanted to make another video here because, when you talk to Russians about the history of their country, we Americans, we think we know everything about communism, we think we know everything about Russia, and it's interesting because what a lot of Russians think about the history of their country would come as a surprise. For example, there are a lot of Americans, and the way Americans kind of understand the history of the Soviet Union, a lot of Americans will say, well, Lenin was a good guy. He had good intentions. He was trying to create socialism, trying to, carry out the Bolshevik Revolution. He was a good guy. But that's Stalin was an evil mass murderer. Stalin was a tyrant and a killer. And, Lenin may have been a good guy, but Stalin he was abominable. That's how most Americans understand the history of the Soviet Union. But it's interesting because if you go to Russia today, Lenin is not very popular. I mean, he's buried in that mausoleum, and there is, there's a Communist Party here that does support Lenin. He's buried in that mausoleum right behind me. There's a Communist Party that supports him. There's certainly many Russians who are communists who do admire Lenin, but for the majority of Russians, they don't really admire Lenin that much. But there is great admiration in Russia for Stalin. Now, this is the opposite of what Americans understand, right? A lot of Americans say, well, Lenin might have been good, but that Stalin was awful. Well, the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very awful time. I mean, at that point, you just had the overthrow of the Tsar. They were invaded by many different countries. Millions of people were dying. It was a civil war. The Red Army and the White Army were killing people. The economy had been wrecked. So much of the country had been destroyed. And the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very dark time. And he died in 1924. And the time of Stalin, though, the time of Stalin is remembered as a much more glorious time
in the history of the Soviet Union. During the time of Stalin, you had the 5-year plans, and Russia went from being a deeply, deeply impoverished country to being a world industrial powerhouse. It had a steel industry. It had, was producing more tractors than any other country in the world. They built an efficient agricultural system, the collective farms. They created modern housing with running water and electricity. And then they were invaded during the Second World War, and the Soviet people fought heroically. 26 million Soviet people died, and they drove out the Nazi invaders. So, Stalin is remembered with Russia and the Soviet Union becoming a great power, with the standard of living drastically rising, with the defeat of the Nazi invaders, and the Soviet people being loved and considered heroes all around the world for their efforts to defeat fascism. And then at the end of the Second World War, the world communist movement being, so powerful because they'd been so key in defeating fascism. That's what Stalin is associated with. Lenin is associated with a particularly dark time in which the country was very divided by civil war, in which there was a lot of poverty. And that's the exact opposite. And it's very interesting because a lot of American leftists, in particular, like people that admire Trotsky, will say that the time in which Lenin was in power in Russia was good, and that things got bad under Stalin. And you almost have to notice there's like this weird intellectual disconnect there, because the time when Lenin was in, people were starving to death in their millions. There was all kinds of misery and poverty. There was a war going on. But to American leftists, that's preferable to Stalin being in there. And you have to ask, what's that about? The book, maybe the people were miserable under Lenin and suffering, but the books that they were writing, those books were good books. They had the correct political line. So who cares? Meanwhile, when Stalin was in and all these people are rising up out of poverty and they're defeating the fascist invaders, but he was a tyrant and this wasn't, pure Bolshevism or something. It kind of shows that the intellectuals who become Marxists are a little bit out of touch with things, because the time in which Lenin was in power was a very, very dark time. A lot of suffering was going on, and the time in which Stalin was in power is associated with many of the great achievements of Russia as a country. So yeah, a lot of Russians admire Stalin. Some Russians admire Lenin. His picture is up places, and there's a communist party here, but Stalin is much more popular in modern Russia than Lenin is. And if you look into the reasons for that, you'll realize that what Americans and especially Western intellectuals think they know about Soviet history is a little bit off. Correct to align with Roosevelt. In 1936, if Roosevelt had not been reelected, the USA might not have been on the same side of World War II. The 1936 presidential election, I guess we're not supposed to do that, right? That's hypothetical, right? I'm a hypocrite now, but there we go. The Roosevelt coalition, Wall Street wanted to remove Roosevelt for the most part. He had an alliance with the Rockefellers, but it was the labor movement, the CIO, that had his back, and the Communist Party, and the fact that Roosevelt was providing economic relief to people. He won the 1936 presidential election. And the sit-down strike wave of 1937 was very much a result of that election, because Roosevelt was reelected, and the employers and the factory owners from around the country were telling people that if Roosevelt wins the election, you're going to lose your job because he's taxing us too much. And so after Roosevelt was reelected, employers around the country started laying off their workers. And it was the workers who got laid off who then occupied their factories, demanding to keep their jobs. That was the beginning of the sit-down strike wave, first in Akron, Ohio, among rubber workers, and then in Michigan among the auto workers. And when Roosevelt embraced the sit-down strike wave and said it was legal for workers to occupy their factories and sent the military to Flint to defend the sit-down strikers, that was a big turning point. And that was like a signal to workers all around the country that you should go on strike, you should join a labor union. And they used to recruit, the CIO used to recruit people by walking around and saying, sign this union card, the president said you should. Well, it worked, right? The president said so. The president supports our right to occupy our factories, our right to unionize, and it was a very effective thing. Now, in the labor movement, they had control of the International Longshore Warehouse Union of San Francisco, and they had a lot of influence in the United Auto Workers, and there were some other unions, the United Electrical Workers, but they didn't have full control over labor unions. It's important to point that out. Most unions had a communist fraction. A fraction, they called it, a group of communists that worked in this industry and such, but they didn't have full control over the labor movement. And it's also worth noting that John L. Lewis, the leader of the miners' union, was a Republican. He was a Republican. And it's also very interesting when people talk about the Trotskyites possibly being fascists or whatever. What's interesting is the Communist Party and the labor movement, they were aligned with Roosevelt. right? Whereas John L. Lewis, the leader of the Miners Union, and the Teamsters Union, they were Republicans. The Teamsters are historically Republican. Well, what unions did the Trotskyites work in? The Republican unions, right? They worked in the Teamsters Union out of Minneapolis, and they also worked in the Miners Union, which was led by John L. Lewis. And so, and when World War II broke out, the communists were saying no strike, pledge everything for victory. The Trotskyites were saying, well, we want to have strikes and that, don't support a boss's war, etc. So the allegation that the Trotskyites were fascists was based on that alliance, that they were with the Teamsters and the United Mine Workers, who had strikes during the war. The United Mine Workers did actually have wartime strikes that were put down, and the Communist Party helped put those strikes down because they said we got to defeat the fascists, and if we don't have the coal, if the coal doesn't go, we might not win the war. And that's the basis. And I will say that as much as I'm critical of Trotsky and Trotskyism, that probably the strongest argument in Trotsky's favor is some of the crazy pamphlets the Communist Party put out against Trotsky during that time. A lot of the anti-Trotsky literature they put out during those years is so over the top, and they're all Nazi spies. They're, it's a little bit, over the top. But essentially, the Trotskyites were trying to unionize the U.S. military during World War II, and for that they were sent to federal prison, for hurting the war effort, basically. So there you go.
Just a brief thing is, hearing about this history and mistakes that were made along the way, whether it was Japanese internment camps or, the different factions having different perspectives. One thing I've liked about this group and that I want in a movement is, a kind of, it's easier in retrospect to see where people went wrong, but like in this moment, I know that there's something I have to be wrong about. Like I'm not 100% right. I can know that. So I just want to keep that in my mind while I'm out there talking to people that I could do something really stupid one day, and and I mean, knowing my past, I already have. So anyway.
I guess one question, I have two things. One, where can we find the What is Communism pamphlet? Because that'd be really cool to mass produce.
It's available on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah. There's a chapter about the assassination of Huey Long. There's a chapter about Father Coughlin. There's a chapter on what the Soviet Union would look like,
Yeah. And in terms of the whole Trotskyist thing, I think the accusation that Trotskyists are connected with fascism, I think this comes from two areas. One, what happened in China with the Chinese Trotskyists. The Chinese Trotskyists were very ultra-left, and they aligned with, they tried to sabotage the Chinese Communist Party, and Mao talks about this, and even Ho Chi Minh talks about this, how they were basically bandits and dressed up in 8 Route Army uniforms and just robbed people and act as Japanese saboteurs. And then particularly in France as well, the French Trotskyists, the French Communist Party, when the Germans invaded, supported the government, even though the government was actually suppressing the French Communists because of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Whereas the French Trotskyists were saying, oh, take up arms against both the French bourgeois government and the Nazis. And there were a lot of French Trotskyists, such as, let me think, there's this guy Dorois and Marcel Diet. There were people who claimed to be communists or Trotskyists in the 1920s and 30s, who later actually were very much like corporatists and collaborators within the Vichy regime. So it's very muddled, especially in World War II with Trotskyism in a lot of ways.
I made a few notes here. I just thought it was helpful to me. I first learned it from Wolf, but he recommended just explaining the history of the 30s. And a big reason I'm here was because he helped me see that behind every struggle, every civil rights, every labor movement, the Communist Party was there behind it, kind of being we're here, don't forget about us, pushing things forward, So that led me to look more into it. And as I grow in this, it's interesting to find the golden mean, you don't want to go too far left adventurism, but Browder teaches us you want to watch out for opportunism sometimes as well, and it's interesting. It's exciting to see the. It's kind of like that Stalin quote with Foster. I think American communists will remember Foster fondly.
Yes.
And that Chris Smalls is reading his work in this time is amazing. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. After the Second World War, the USA goes into McCarthyism, and McCarthyism was very, very extreme, anti-communist. Hysteria. The National Board of the Communist Party are put on trial, and they used the 1945 convention where they dumped Browder and put Foster back in charge. They used that. That was the conspiracy charge. They conspired. And the charge, it was the Smith Act of 1940, which is a law that makes it a crime to conspire to teach an ideology that might lead one to the conclusion that you should overthrow the U.S. government. Now, you want to talk about a charge, right? They never proved that the Communist Party had ever advocated the violent overthrow of the U.S. government because they didn't. In all of their writing, they always said, we advocate a peaceful transition to socialism. However, they had conspired at this convention to give people books by Lenin that might lead them to believe you need a violent revolution. So basically, they had conspired to teach something that might lead someone to think something. If you want to talk about an Orwellian, ridiculous charge, what is particularly shocking is that after January 6th, CNN published this horrendous article on their website listing various times there had been attempts to overthrow the U.S. government, and they listed the 1945 convention of the Communist Party that they were convicted for. Now, if that doesn't reveal how ridiculous CNN can be, that's shocking. But 1948, the vice president during World War II had been Henry Wallace. And Henry Wallace had been the Secretary of Agriculture before that, and he was anti-war, and he was progressive, and he was supporting the civil rights movement, civil rights for African Americans. He was supporting the struggle of labor unions, and he was wanting to maintain the anti-fascist alliance with the Soviet Union. He was opposing the Cold War. So Henry Wallace ran for president in 1948, and the Communist Party, they basically staffed his campaign. Henry Wallace was not a Communist Party member, but they said we got to do everything we can to support this campaign. So in 1948, you had a presidential election where Harry Truman was running for re-election, and Henry Wallace, the former vice president of Roosevelt, was running against him on a platform of opposing the Cold War, opposing McCarthyism, supporting civil rights. And it's fascinating, I think. So this is a time when the Communist Party, their name is mud. They're the most, hated people in the country. They're being rounded up and put in prison. But even in this atmosphere of anti-communist hysteria, they managed to, run Henry Wallace for president. Henry Wallace got over 1 million votes, and he impacted the election outcome because Henry Wallace was anti-racist. So in the North, where African Americans could vote, a lot of black pastors and a lot of black community organizers and black nationalists were voting for Henry Wallace. And Truman realized that in order to beat the Republicans, he needed votes in the urban centers of the North, in Chicago, in Indianapolis, and in Philadelphia. He needed people to vote for him. So Harry Truman took a dramatic move and integrated the U.S. Army, which was a very dramatic move, integrated the U.S. division. No longer black divisions and white divisions, integrated them. So in response to that, Strom Thurmond, the Southern Dixiecrat, formed the National States' Rights Party and ran against Truman in the election on a platform of white. Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East, aligned with Iran, is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And This year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute. So we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America. I was reading a book today that I've owned for quite some time. Well, it's a book about Nicaragua. It's called The Unfinished Revolution, Daniel Ortega and Nicaragua's Struggle for Liberation. reading this book. Thank you, Andre. I was reading this book, and every page on it seemed to scream out lessons for what's going on in the United States right now. It was like this book had been, this book is not very new. I think it was published in, what's the publication date on this book about Nicaragua? 2010. So this book is over 11 years old. But page after page in this book screamed out lessons that those of us living in the United States at this time desperately need to hear on so many, many levels. I'm not going to read you the whole book tonight, but I'm going to talk about Nicaragua tonight. And in the process of talking about Nicaragua, I'm going to talk about the United States of America and the crisis that we're in as a society and the potential way that we can get out of this crisis. Folks, I retweet news about Nicaragua a lot. People don't think about Nicaragua. It's a Central American country. What people don't realize is that Nicaragua has had a socialist revolution. And that socialist revolution in Nicaragua has ultimately been victorious. It's gone through lots of trials and lots of tribulation. Nicaragua has gone through quite a lot of trials and tribulations. But ultimately, if you look at this country in Central America, this is a country that really shows what Mao Zedong said in one of his final statements. Folks know that I end this live. The way I end this live is with, the mantra. Every one of these lives I end with, ever since World War II, I end the lives saying, a new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression, but the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. While the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today. That's how I end the lives, usually. And that's from a statement that Mao Zedong put out, a 5-paragraph statement that Mao put out in 1970. And the last paragraph of that statement contains a phrase that I often will quote. And it's very relevant to what has happened over the course of the last, 50 years in Nicaragua. The people of a small country can surely defeat aggression by a big country, but only if they dare to rise in struggle. This is a law of history. I often quote that in reference to the people of Yemen. The people of Yemen who have withstood an onslaught from Saudi Arabia for 5 years and resisted. And I often will turn to that statement. And if you look at Nicaragua and what they've been through, not only is it full of lessons for our time and lessons for our struggle here in the United States, but it is an affirmation of that statement. The people of a very small country, Nicaragua, they defeated aggression by a very big country, the United States, because they rose in struggle. This law of history has been fulfilled in Nicaragua. Folks, compare Nicaragua to Honduras. Right? Nicaragua has a socialist government. The slogan that you see painted everywhere in Nicaragua is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have a state centrally planned economy. The government controls the banking. The government controls healthcare and lending of money. Illiteracy has been wiped out. They have raised millions of people out of poverty. They have achieved really amazing things. If you compare them to, Guatemala, Honduras, countries that are in bed with the United States in Central America, the rate of poverty is far lower. The rate of the living standards, life expectancy is much higher. The socialist revolution in Nicaragua has won huge victories for the population. The people there very strongly support the Sandinistas, the communists, the revolutionary government. They very much support them because of what they've done for the population. And so tonight I'm just going to go over a couple highlights from this book on the history of Nicaragua's revolution. that I think we ought to really learn from. Those of us who want to save America, those who want to see a better country, those of us who care about our country folk in Texas and how they're suffering right now. All right, starting out. This is from the book. The earthquake that savaged Nicaragua 2 days before Christmas in 1972 was no ordinary tremor. It had been 40 years since an earthquake of this magnitude rocked Nicaragua's Pacific lowlands. The results were disastrous. Managua, the country's capital and most populous city, was leveled. Residents could no longer find their way to the city, as most of the familiar landmarks were destroyed. The human toll was catastrophic. 10,000 people died. 20,000 more were injured, and fully 3/4 of the remaining 325,000 residents were left homeless. Instead of assisting the suffering people, Somoza and his cronies and the National Guard used the disaster to enrich themselves even further. And their callous greed was apparent to all. The United States immediately sent $32 million for relief to the crippled country, but only about half of the money ever made its way to the victims of the earthquake. The other half disappeared into the pockets of Nicaragua's government elites. Accounting for all the 16 million may be impossible, but most of it appears to be siphoned off through bogus real estate deals. A person would purchase a piece of property at obvious fire sale prices and then flip it to a buyer who used U.S. aid dollars to buy it. In one case, probably the most egregious one, a government official paid $70,000 for a piece of property that he conveniently sold to the government for $3 million a few months later. As a result of this kind of misuse of dollars, Managua was not rebuilt after the earthquake. Right? That's what happened. 1972 was a horrendous earthquake in Nicaragua. Nicaragua was a brutal military dictatorship armed by the United States. Somoza was the leader of the military. The USA gave him guns and weapons. The CIA helped him round up all the communists and leftists who opposed him. And he was in power, and he was corrupt. And most of the country was impoverished and starving. And then this horrendous earthquake happened. And the whole world was trying to help the people of Nicaragua. And the military junta, that was backed and armed by the United States, stole all the money, stole the relief money. And the city was never rebuilt. Most of the city never even got rebuilt. It was horrendous. That's an important lesson. Now, the revolutionaries, of course, were called the Sandinistas, and they were named after a great revolutionary in the history of Nicaragua. And the Sandinistas, they didn't all agree with each other. They were divided up into factions. Let me read you about the different factions. Sorry, I seem to have lost my... So, 3 factions existed within the Sandinistas. The faction that followed Wheelock was called the Proletarian Tendency, and it was characterized by an insistence upon organizing the rural and urban working classes to mount a class-based revolution. Against it was the Prolonged People's War tendency. And supremacy, which was actually the words he used. I believe it was in their platform, white supremacy. So the Democrat vote in 1948 was split 3 ways in that election. Henry Wallace was the far left, the communist, aligned candidate. He was a progressive, but he was aligned with the communists. Truman was the regular Democrat running for re-election, and the National States Rights Party was running against them on a platform of maintaining Jim Crow. So the Democrat vote was split 3 ways. And there's a famous photo, Dewey defeats Truman. Have you ever seen that, where Truman is holding up this photo? There's a reason for that, because all the polling showed there's no way Truman could have won that election. If the Democrats' vote is split 3 ways, there's no way he could have won. But there's election fraud, and that's why he won the election, and that's why he's holding up Dewey defeats Truman, because in a lot of these urban centers, it was like 100% for Truman, a lot of these places. On top of that, a lot of the votes for Henry Wallace were not counted, and many southern states wouldn't allow Henry Wallace on the ballot because he was opposing segregation. So the Democrats got reelected, but it was because of communist intervention pushing Henry Wallace to run for president and supporting him that even during McCarthyism, they were able to split the Democratic vote 3 ways. 1951, they passed the McCarran Internal Security Act, which would round up communists and put them in concentration camps in a state of national emergency. Right? Horrifying, utterly horrifying. And the Communist Party was basically forced underground. Nelson Peary was an African-American member of the Communist Party. They basically told him, in order to keep functioning as a communist, you need to go underground. So he was in New York. They moved him to Ohio. And in Ohio, they told him to go to the Social Security office and say you don't have a Social Security card. And so he went in and he said, I don't have a Social Security card. And they said, oh, you black people are never getting your documents in order. And because he was black, they gave him a new name and a new Social Security card. So he was a completely different person than he'd been. And he worked at a steel mill in Ohio. And then every Saturday, he would go and meet with his party contact at the library. He was like an underground member, like a sleeper or something, right? And then one day, his party contact didn't show up. And so he kept going back, and after a few months, the party contact never showed up, and so he was just kind of in hiding, in Ohio, working in a steel mill. And a lot of people in the Communist parties, things like this happened. Now, the Communist Party was illegal and forced underground and heavily infiltrated by the FBI during these years. And one of the things that the FBI did, and I find this fascinating, is they waged an ID poll campaign. The FBI, it is proven, COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program of the FBI, they considered the Communist Party to be a wing of Soviet intelligence, so their anti-communist program was called COINTELPRO. They launched a campaign in the Communist Party to purge anyone accused of racism. And all kinds of members of the Communist Party were getting kicked out on charges of racism. Howard Fast, the very famous writer, he'd written Freedom Road and a lot of very great revolutionary novels. He had written an article for the Daily Worker in which he talked about little black boys and little black girls and how he wants them to grow up in a society with freedom. And they said that referring to any African American, even a little child, as boy is racist. And so he had to get up and apologize, and they almost kicked him out of the group. And we now know that this came from the FBI. The FBI was doing this as a way to sow division within the organization. Very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. And the Communist Party was barely functioning. The Daily Worker, it was illegal to send it through the mail. They were barely functioning. But then Khrushchev gave his secret speech in 1956 and condemned Stalin, right? And threw Stalin under the bus. And he gave that secret speech, and many members of the Communist Party thought it was a hoax. They didn't believe it because the U.S. government had lied so much about the Soviet Union. They thought this could never be true. Well, the Communist Party, suddenly they were allowed to have a public convention. And in 1956, Eugene Dennis, who was the leader of the Communist Party, came out and said, yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. And they published a document called Communists Take a New Look, announcing they were going to have another convention in 1957, they were going to have a public convention in 1957, and they would discuss the possibility of becoming a mass party of socialism, dropping Marxism-Leninism, and cutting off ties with the Soviet Union. And at the meeting where Communists Take a New Look was presented, and where Eugene Dennis, the leader of the Communist Party, came out and said the secret speech was true, a lot of people broke down crying, and a lot of people quit the Communist Party. Because this was a group of people who had stayed loyal throughout everything, right? And through, they'd gone to prison, they'd been arrested, and then to have the leader of the Soviet Union get up and say that, oh, Stalin was bad, I guess the media was right, that was too much for them to handle. And what's interesting is we now know a lot of what was in Khrushchev's speech was not true. right? I mean, he said that Stalin was so scared when Hitler invaded Germany that he started crying and hid under his desk because, you know, we know Stalin was a bank robber, right? That didn't happen, right? What does Stalin mean? It's man of steel. Stalin did not break down and start sobbing and hide under his desk when he found out that the Nazis had invaded thousands of miles away. It was a lie. Khrushchev was saying that to the United States. He was saying Stalin wasn't a good ally during World War II. And that in many ways, Khrushchev's secret speech was groveling before the imperialists. He was saying Stalin was this extreme guy, this revolutionary, but I'm going to be your friend. I want to negotiate. It was a gesture of retreat to the United States. And Khrushchev came in with this idea that he would hold back revolutionary movements around the world in exchange for the USA having détente with the Soviet Union, lifting some of the sanctions and trading with the Soviet Union. So in 1957, then the Supreme Court went ahead and legalized the Communist Party. Yates versus the United States was their Supreme Court ruling. They said it's legal to have a Communist Party in the United States as long as they don't advocate the violent overthrow of the government, which they had never done. So there you go. So in 1957, the Supreme Court legalized the Communist Party, and they had their 1957 convention, which a transcript of the entire convention can be found on the Marxist Internet Archive. And the CPUSA published it as a book because it was such a controversial convention. Because the Communist Party was divided into three factions. The first faction was led by a guy named John Gates. And John Gates loved the Khrushchev revelations, and he said, this is proof that we ought to dump the Soviet Union, we ought to merge with the Socialist Party and just become a mass party of socialism. And the next faction was led by Eugene Dennis and Gus Hall, and they said, yeah, the Khrushchev revelations revealed a lot of bad stuff, but we should remain a Marxist-Leninist party, we should remain aligned with the Soviet Union, but go along with Khrushchev. And William Z. Foster's faction, they were critical of Khrushchev, and they said that Khrushchev wasn't totally correct and that this was problematic. There was also another major disagreement, which was the civil rights movement, because Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had been organizing the civil rights movement. But you also had Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam and black nationalists that were organizing in northern areas that had a very different approach. And so there was a debate in the Communist Party, do we hold on to the black belt thesis or do we support the civil rights movement? And William Z. Foster's faction said we should support black nationalism. We should hold on to the black belt thesis, the right of self-determination, and we should support people like Malcolm X and others who consider black people to be a nation. However, the other two factions said they should support the civil rights movement, that black nationalism was divisive, and that they should just simply oppose racism. So that was the debate. And Eugene Dennis and Gus Hall, their faction, teamed up with John Gates to outvote the William Z. Foster faction. William Z. Foster was forced to become chairman emeritus, meaning you're chairman but you're retired. You basically have no role. And they kicked out a lot of members of the Communist Party, including Harry Haywood, Nelson Peary, and others who were holding on to the black belt thesis and were criticizing Khrushchev. After the convention, the John Gates faction started publishing anti-Soviet CIA propaganda in the Daily Worker and accusing the Soviet Union of atrocities in Hungary, etc. So Gus Hall and his faction kicked out the John Gates faction. So in 1957, the Communist Party was down to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people at the most, right? And you talk about in the late 1930s, they'd been about 80,000 people. They were down to about 2,000 or 3,000. And Gus Hall, who had been in federal prison, he was kind of the leader. And they talk about how Gus Hall, had been a militant steel worker organizer, had worked with William Z. Foster in Youngstown, Ohio to unionize the steel mills. He was one of the members of the National Board of the Communist Party who had gone to federal prison for violating the Smith Act, but he then tried to flee to Mexico, so the FBI apprehended him from Mexico, and so he got longer time than everybody else. And Gus Hall was the leader, and Gus Hall very much, he reminded people of the good old days. He was a very big, strong...
I am a worker and I say it with pride. The rich and their system I've always defied. The wealth is created by a class far and wide, but the fruits of our labor are always denied. The system's bad, bad, it will have to go. I've worked with men from all over the globe. We're all of one class, we share weal and woe. But lately the racists have been launching attacks directed against the entire working class. We must fight, yes, we've got to fight back. Lately my wages have been going right down. down. The same thing is true for each worker in town. The government has not got our interests at heart. Just keeping alive has become quite an art. They go down, down, yes, wages go down. I went to the union to ask what to do, but the man at headquarters just hadn't a clue. He had a portrait of Callahan, and before it he knelt, and his only advice was to tighten my belt. He speaks for the rich and not for the working man. The cause of all problems is a capitalist class. They cause wars, they cause hardship, and they always blame us. With our Marxist, Leninist party to lead, we have the solution. What the working class needs is proletarian revolution.
And pessimism is being pumped out constantly. Pessimism is everywhere in the times that we are living in. A lot of young men in particular feel that they're on trial every day. The problem with the so-called socialists and communists out there is that largely their political movement is at this point just an expression of that pessimism. When Stalin took power in the Soviet Union, they went out and they built the world's largest power plants.
When Lenin said that communism is Soviet power plus electrification, I decided that I should become an electrical engineer, that was my holy duty. And I didn't want to just draw up plans, I wanted to build an electric power station. That was my mission, and I achieved it. Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him, and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible, at one of the most difficult times, to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people, and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
But yet, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, their platform called for taking apart America's power grid and getting rid of all of the coal power, all the oil power, immediately converting to wind and solar panels and basically de-electrifying America. So much of what the so-called left does is they push this resentment and rage and tearing people down. This actually serves that Malthusian pessimism that the ruling elite are promoting. They're not building a movement to rescue the country and break it out of imperialism. They're building a movement to stoke resentment and pessimism. They're drawing, honestly, in some ways, from the dialectical materialist philosophy. Karl Marx believed that there was no God, and that all that existed was material reality, and that conflict defined reality. And with that worldview, it leads one to a very, very dark place, a hopeless place, right? If you believe that there is nothing spiritual, there's nothing higher, and on top of that, you believe that conflict is the only thing that can bring fulfillment, you're going to see something like what the so-called left is in America. You're going to see something that is just as hopeless and pessimistic and bitter and resentful, and it's going to be very, very hard for them to organize. However, I saw something different. I told you I've been to Iran. I've also been to Venezuela. And when I went to Venezuela in 2015, I visited a place called Comuna Pinal, or the Beehive Commune. It was a collective in central Caracas. And I went there and I saw how this kind of socialist mini-city within a city had been built by the Venezuelan government. And the woman who was in charge of security was a 19-year-old girl. And she was the head of security of this armed militia that protected the place. And she talked about how she had been a homeless child. She didn't even speak Spanish. She was an indigenous, peasant from an indigenous area, and basically she had been homeless living there, and she'd been adopted by a priest who was a socialist, and she grew up in this orphanage run by this socialist priest, and she said Hugo Chavez was our father. And we watched Hugo Chavez, and we watched his messages every day, and we read and we studied the books that he told us to read, like Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, and the political books. And she says, Chavez raised me. And she told me and the group of Americans that were meeting with her, she said, I am a religious person. I believe Jesus Christ put me on this earth to die for Hugo Chavez and Bolivarianism and fight against imperialism, and I hope someday I can die for the revolution. That's what she told us. And I was like, wow. And that was her life story. And actually, the Bolivarian communes in Venezuela are modeled on Hezbollah. They actually study the territories controlled by Hezbollah. You know, when Khamenei was killed, right, and the supreme leader of Iran, they said when he was killed, they said that, you know, well, what a fool he was. He was not hiding, right? He was not hiding, right? Well, he was 86 years old, and that struck home with me because I've been around some Shia Muslims in my time. I went to a workshop of Shia Muslims at Columbia. I spent a long time in Iran. And one Shia Muslim that I heard speak, he said, I am so happy. I am so happy because my grandfather was just murdered, is how he began his speech. And I thought, how are you happy that your grandfather was murdered? He says, because my grandfather was a loyal Shia Muslim. Was a loyal Shia Muslim, was a dedicated Shia Muslim. And every day he would pray, dear God, make me a martyr. And make my children martyrs, and make my grandchildren martyrs, because to be a martyr is the highest thing in Shia Islam. And he said he was getting older, and he was a lawyer, and he was representing Shia Muslims, and he was suing some of the ISIS-aligned Al-Qaeda groups. And he said, you know, the whole family was a little bit worried that he might get so old that he died of old age, but praise Allah, you know, he was killed, he was murdered by a terrorist, by an Al-Qaeda terrorist, and so now he got to be a martyr. That was his dream. And Khamenei was 86 years old. He was not a young man. And he was probably thinking, as a good Shia Muslim, I want to be a martyr, right? Because that is the highest honor, right, in Shia Islam. And so, you know, are you going to go hide in your bunker while your country's being bombed? He said, no, I'm going to be up there with my people. I'm going to be in my office organizing things. And if I am martyred, I will be giving an example to my people that it is their duty to go out and fight for what is right. That's what he was preaching.
شما اول بزرگ بشین انشالله قدرتون بلند بشه درس بخونین و عالم بشین و انشالله برای اسلام مفید باشین یه 80-90 سالم عمر کنین بعدم شهید بشین
It's interesting. People demonize Shia Islam for this. You can find the same thing in the Christian Bible. You know, Jesus said, he who gains his life will lose it. But he who loses his life for my sake shall gain it. All throughout the Christian Bible it says that to be a martyr, to die for the faith, to die for what's right, is a great honor. So that's not something particular there. But, you know, Noah told my story about how when I was a teenager, I was getting into socialism and communism. I discovered a writer named Anna Louise Strong. Has anyone ever heard of Anna Louise Strong? Yeah, well, Anna Louise Strong, she was from Nebraska. And that's where she was born, but she went to college at Oberlin College. Her father was a minister, and she was somebody who was very dedicated to child welfare. She was opposed to child labor and the way children were being worked. And she did photo displays about the horrors of child labor. And she was elected to the city council of Seattle as someone who was fighting for reforms for children. She got involved with the labor movement and, you know, the struggle to advance the rights of workers. And then when the Soviet Union, when the Russian Revolution happened, she was sponsored by the American Friends Service Committee and the Quakers to go over there and do an investigative report. And she wrote a book called The First Time in History, and she wrote a lot of journalistic accounts of what life was like in the Soviet Union. And she has a book called The Stalin Era, which she wrote after the death of Stalin. And she has a book called I Change Worlds, which is her autobiography. And she talks about how, in her mind, America is associated with growth. America is the idea that you can work hard and achieve your dreams, and you can have hope, and you can work hard, and that's what America meant. And she said in the 1930s, when the Great Depression was happening and people were homeless on the street, America wasn't America anymore. But she went to the Soviet Union and she said the Soviet Union is the new America and communism is 20th century Americanism. And she saw as people of Ukraine and the people of Moldova were mobilizing to build the power plants and build the electrical engineers and build their country up, they were incarnating what she considered to be an American spirit. And she very much identified with the Second Great Awakening. Do you know about the Great Awakening? Now, the Great Awakening was before the American Revolution. There was kind of an upsurge of religious fervor among the American colonists that laid the basis for the American Revolution. And then after the American Revolution, you had the Second Great Awakening. And the Second Great Awakening was an upsurge of religious fervor that was opposed to slavery. And a lot of the themes that come out of American Christianity go back to the Second Great Awakening. For example, the song Amazing Grace. That was written by a slave trader who, feared for his life and repented from slavery, and then he wrote a song about turning his life around. I once was lost, but now I'm found. It's amazing grace. The tradition of tent revival preaching, right, where you build a tent and you have church outside, and that comes from the Second Great Awakening. Mormonism, Seventh-day Adventism, a lot of the religious groups that are uniquely American come back to that movement. And what it really was the slaveholders, they had a political stranglehold over the government because the U.S. Constitution says that a slave is 3/5 of a human being. So in the South, the slaveholders, they were overrepresented in the federal government and on the Supreme Court because they could count 3/5 of their slaves as population. And so the only way that the anti-slavery folks in the North could defeat the slaveholders politically was they had to build a mass movement. And so the Second Great Awakening was kind of a mass movement that was created to push back against the power of the slaveholders and the British Empire. That had kind of a stranglehold on the government. And we talk about John Brown, and we talk about Frederick Douglass, and we talk about this was a mass religious movement that was created in America as a way of defeating slavery. And it was really a great moment in American history. It's important at this point to talk about pessimism and how pessimism is everywhere, because pessimism is the greatest curse hanging over our time. Pessimism is everywhere. They want people to believe there's no hope. They want people to believe there's nothing worth standing for, nothing worth fighting for. And a lot of this pessimism is what really holds people back. I think a lot of people just think you can't change anything. Or they think all they can do is listen to a podcast. Or they think all they can do is complain on the internet. When if you build a mass movement, you can change things. Look what we were able to do today. With our small group, we were able to stop the march. We were able to interrupt the speeches. We were able to do a lot with a small group of people because we decided to take action. But it takes confidence and passion to create action. You have to not be ashamed. You have to not be afraid. I know a lot of people, they have a voice in the back of their head that says, you can't do anything. You'll fail. There's no point in trying. And that's what the pandemic was all about. We were all isolated. We were all alone in our homes, all by ourselves, with nothing but the pessimistic, awful internet to look at, all by ourselves. But the best way to fight against that voice that says there is no hope, you're going to fail, the best way to fight against that is with other people. It's to have comrades. It's to have people to work with, to work on achieving a same goal. And that's what they're really afraid of. Guy who was from Finland, and he had been a labor organizer, and he had kind of a rural, Minnesota, Wisconsin accent, and he reminded people of the good old days. And Gus Hall was there, and it was a lot of those folks who'd been in through the years, and Gus Hall was there to say, we haven't surrendered, we haven't given up. But he was also saying that, we're not going to hold on to some of these radical ideas that Foster held on to. So after he was retired and he was older and he had continued heart trouble from the 1932 election, William Z. Foster went to the Soviet Union to get medical care, and in the final years of his life he was living in the Soviet Union. For his 80th birthday in 1961, they brought Khrushchev to visit William Z. Foster in his hospital bed for like a photo op. Khrushchev walked in and there, we greet you, great, American communist leader and all of that. So from his hospital bed, Foster pulled out a speech and read it. And it was a speech honoring Mao, because Khrushchev had just condemned Mao. And he gave a speech from his hospital bed honoring Mao Zedong. And everyone in the room fell silent, because they knew this was an attack on Khrushchev. And that was a bold moment, that his last act, basically, from his hospital bed, 80 years old, on his 80th birthday, he called out Khrushchev for condemning Mao. So when William Z. Foster died several months later, at his funeral, his state funeral in Moscow, Khrushchev refused to attend. But Brezhnev attended, and Brezhnev carried the casket, interestingly. And they had his memorial in Carnegie Hall in New York City. About 1,000 people were there. And George Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party protested outside with a sign that said, "One less red rat," and in full Nazi regalia was protesting outside. And now buried in Chicago. They sent his body back to the United States. His grave doesn't have the correct year of death on it. It says 1966 because that's when he was put there, but you know, he died in 1961. And that's William Z. Foster, who is really, I mean, he was the pivotal leader of the Communist Party. You can't talk about American communism without him. And the fact that Chris Smalls is now studying his labor union organizing techniques, the fact that you can see an overlap between Lenin's methods and his methods, really shows you that this is somebody that if you're serious about making socialism in America, this is somebody we ought to engage with. We can criticize, we can learn from it, but this is a real giant of the working class. One of his biographies is called Working Class Giants. That's William Z. Foster. That's the first guy.
When in the 1956 speech to the 20th Party Congress, the so-called Khrushchev secret speech, depending on who you ask, either half or a third, approximately, of people left the Communist Party, and this is in most Western countries, and many of those people joined their local Trotskyist party. They went across the street. And there were divorces over the Khrushchev secret speech. I mean, this was the speech that shook the world. Its significance cannot be underestimated.
I'm sorry, honey, but I can't take it anymore.
Go ahead.
So it was mentioned when Foster met with Wilson that Wilson started to talk to him in like really rough English, thinking that's what he would understand. So what was the nature of Foster's education, and what would you say it was that led him to become such a leader that he was?
Okay, so I'll answer those few statements. As far as the Khrushchev revelations, some joined Trotskyist groups, but the biggest faction that quit was the John Gates faction that joined the Socialist Party, and a lot of them just went back to everyday life. What I think is fascinating is I believe the parents of Michael Moore were in the John Gates faction of the Communist Party. That is rumored, and I've heard that from multiple people who are communists in Michigan, that Michael Moore's parents were in the John Gates faction. And that there were a lot of folks who were in the John Gates faction who quit in 1956 or 57. But the Trotskyist groups did try to recruit. The Socialist Workers' Party and other Trotskyist groups did recruit some people, but not very many. And in the next class, we're going to talk about Sam Marcy and the role of Marcy, who was nominally a Trotskyite and all of that. And so we'll get into that. As far as Foster's education, he was a high school dropout. He learned to read, and that was very, very important. Because he did learn to read in school, he was able to start going to the public library. He became a religious skeptic at a young age. He read Thomas Paine and his criticism of religion and stuff, but he never completed high school. So that was William Z. Foster. And yeah, he wasn't from Harvard, he wasn't from Yale. This guy was a salt-of-the-earth, working-class kid from Philadelphia. And I did want to read this. This is related to what you said, because William Z. Foster, in one of his books, he talked about what could I have done better in my life. And this is what he said. If I were starting out my life all over again, I would take the same course as I have done. But naturally, I would try to bypass the many political mistakes that I have made. One thing I would surely do, despite the press of practical work, would be to organize my time better, so as to enable me to indulge more than I have in the reading of science and history that I love so much. This is one thing that the youth in our labor and communist movement should most resolutely strive to accomplish, to combine theoretical work with practice, to find time for lots of reading, notwithstanding the urgent needs of the day-to-day struggle. And I also wanted to read this statement that he made. He said, "I think party building is probably more difficult here than in any other leading country. In many lands, communists have been subjected to all sorts of persecution and hardship, and resolutely triumphed nevertheless. Our problem in this country is prevailing over the corrupting effects of lush capitalism. It is especially hard in this land of comparatively high living standards to make workers understand the flimsiness of American prosperity, the advantage of having communists lead them in daily struggles, and the eventual establishment of socialism. For American imperialism obviously exerts a corrupting influence over the minds of huge sections of the American working class. Marx long ago pointed out similar corrupting effects that British imperialism had on the minds of British skilled workers. But we American communists have never been dismayed by this insidious difficulty. We realize perfectly well that when capitalism in this country begins to feel the disintegrating forces that are now wrecking world capitalism, and it inevitably feels them as it must, then the working class, faced with rapid deteriorating working and living conditions, will swing swiftly and heavily to the left. Our party works and builds the framework for this sure perspective.
Bad options, like what was lesser evil? How did they think back then, and was that a concern or?
Oh, I think it's fair to say that coming out of the 30s, average Americans were much more politically engaged because of the starvation of the 1930s and people being on the streets in World War II. That there was much more of a willingness to engage about politics among average Americans, to the point that forming another party wasn't considered to be just insane. There, the Democratic Party, the Wisconsin Democratic Party, still to this day is called the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, because in Wisconsin, instead of Democrats, they were electing farmer labor people, and that third parties had been more accepted during that time. So I think that might have been why that happened.
I just thought that it was really remarkable how William C. Foster seems to really embody the principle of, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change. Like, there was just so many different ways of organizing he adopted, and especially stood out to me in the 30s, in 1931, with his "Don't Starve, Fight" slogan, like comparing that to where we are right now with a looming hunger crisis, a worsening financial crisis, and a world war even potentially on the horizon. How thought-provoking and inspirational his ability to do that is for communists in America right now, when we've been so stagnant for so long.
I just wanted to mention, maybe you guys are more seasoned than me, but what's going on with Assange right now, my heart is in prison with that guy. And if it weren't for Marxism, I would have no way to explain the hypocrisy of this liberal, quote-unquote, state. That freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, how can you be in a courtroom and you put that up on one side, and then you bring someone in and say, Espionage Act 1917. How is that constitutional? How is, and you learn about this history, what they did. It just betrays the hypocrisy. And if it weren't for Marx and my understanding that the state is the means by one class to oppress another, why are they bringing this back now? Are their profits threatened by Julian Assange? Is that why they're throwing freedom of speech out the window? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that in the afternoon classes for
Good.
sure. But yeah, any other comments?
Thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you all very much. Wow, this was a great educational experience. Thinking about the 1930s and the great role that William Z. Foster played is, it's really inspirational. But I think about how. In the World War II situation, and the Communist Party USA was saying we need to defend democracy against fascism, and this was at the heyday of the Communist Party, and it was super strong and had a tremendous amount of power and influence on the left, and was part of the Roosevelt coalition, and. But I was thinking about this yesterday. Hearing this term "defend democracy from the fascists," it really makes me think of the kinds of things that we're hearing nowadays. We're hearing today. But of course, the situation is extremely different. The Democratic Party now is far less labor friendly than it was in the 30s, of course. And but we hear this: our democracy is in danger. Our democracy is under threat, and Communist Party USA, it seems like nowadays, of course, it also is a smaller and weaker organization than it once was. We hear all of this, oh, the Republicans are a fascist threat. Republicans are fascists. They're so scary. We got to keep voting Democrat. We got to support the Democrats. And I wonder, like, comparing, if there could be some value gained in, like, comparing and contrasting these situations. So thank you. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, I think the best way you can compare this is that, like, back in, like, the 30s and the 40s, the Roosevelt coalition represented a kind of like a popular front against the National Association of Manufacturers, Henry Ford, and fascist Prescott Bush and fascist like-minded people. Whereas today, the Democratic, and in this context, the Communist Party in the 30s and the 40s was justified in entering a popular front with Roosevelt and forming kind of an alliance with him in order to get gains in terms of the labor movement and in terms of U.S. society in general. Nowadays, though, it is completely unjustified for communists to enter a popular front with the Democrats. The Democratic Party is an imperialist party. It is actively eroding our civil liberties, our rights, and our Constitution. And a popular front in America is going to basically, it's going to be defending our Constitution and our civil liberties, but it's going to be outside the two major parties because they're attacking our civil liberties and our Constitution.
You're with them, but they're not with you. A popular
It's
an agreement, right? So throw you under the bus.
Greatest explosions in global history. We saw the feudal commons being broken up. We saw that mercantile class that was neither a peasant nor a landowner seizing power. And it was a dramatic social explosion. And it launched the beginning of a period that you can call primitive accumulation. And the period of primitive accumulation was when the feudal system was being ripped apart and the mercantile class was taking power. And it was a quite violent period. We know about the French Revolution, right? Liberty, equality, fraternity, the reign of terror, mass executions. In Britain, for example, King Henry VIII very famously started executing homeless people, vagrants, vagabonds. They were being executed. And they made it a crime to be homeless. All these people who were peasants who had a place on the land, all of a sudden were being kicked off the land as the land is being turned into the private property of a capitalist or an owner. So thousands of people suddenly had no place in society. So they started killing them en masse. There was an uprising in Scotland, the Jacobite uprising. And in the aftermath of that uprising, there was genocide committed against the Scottish Highlanders. And in big numbers, they started slaughtering and exterminating the Scottish Highlanders. And capitalism was created in a very violent way. The transnational slave trade, right? Where people were being taken from Africa to the United States and to the Caribbean, millions dying in the process, horrendous, right? We know about the killing of the Native Americans in South, Central, and North America. It was a horrendous process. The establishment of capitalism, primitive accumulation, laying the basis of the capitalist system, turning the feudal commons and estates into private property was very violent. It was mass theft. You know, you get this, that defenders of capitalism will say, well, socialism is theft, right? Well, the capitalists all just work hard, right, to create what they have, and these socialists just want to take it away. Well, capitalism began with primitive accumulation, mass theft and killing on a massive scale. And that was the first period of capitalism you can call primitive accumulation. But eventually, we know that these merchants, with their trade routes, laid the basis for factory owners and industry. And we started to see the beginning of the second period of capitalism, the period of industrialization. Right? We saw the factory system coming into being. And that was the second period of capitalism. We saw the beginning of industrialization. So we have a factory owner. Maybe it's a loom, maybe it's a textile mill, maybe it's a steel mill. And these workers are working to produce products. And we have the factory owner, the capitalist, who hires the workers to work in his factory, pays them a wage, takes the product that's produced, and sells it to make a profit. And his income comes through owning. Whereas the factory worker sells their labor, and their income comes through working and renting themselves out to a boss. Right? This is the two classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, coming into existence. And the factory owner has a contrary interest with the factory worker. Right? The factory owner wants to pay the worker as little as possible. The worker wants to get paid as much as possible. They have a contradiction of interests. And then that leads to a problem in the way factory production is carried out. So, let's say that you're producing a product, right? Let's say that the product you're making is this pen, right? So in order to have this pen, first you have to hire workers to assemble it. So that's your labor costs, A. And then you're going to need the materials to make the pen, B, right? And then on top of that, you're going to need to ship the pens to where they're being sold, so that's C, right? And the total cost of the pen is D. But here's the problem, right? The labor costs can never be equal to the total cost of the pen, right? Or else you wouldn't be able to pay for everything else, or else the capitalists wouldn't be able to make any profits. So A cannot equal D. And the problem is those labor costs, those workers are also consumers. And the worker can never buy back the product he produces. And this is the basis of the boom-bust cycle, where you have pretty soon the market being glutted with products that can't be sold. And this is what makes capitalism a naturally unstable system, is that the worker can never buy back the product he produces. And on top of that, the capitalist is constantly trying to advance technology to make production as efficient as possible. But at the same time, the worker can't buy back the product. So the capitalist is driving to fill the market with as many products as possible, but pay the worker as little as possible in order to buy the products, and it leads to that boom-bust cycle. And we talk about the Federal Reserve System. We talk about all kinds of mechanisms that have been invented by governments, you know, the invention of the corporation and stock ownership. All kinds of things have been done to try and resolve this basic contradiction. But as long as you have capitalist production, you're still going to have this problem, right? And during the period of industrialization, we saw huge achievements taking place, right? We saw, you know, all kinds of inventions invented for the purpose of making production more efficient. Electric lights, radios, all kinds of inventions and achievements taking place, but we saw frequent panics and collapses, and it was very, very unstable, right? You talk about the sweatshops that existed. They talk about, you know, the textile mills and people suffering. This was all happening in Europe. But eventually, this gave way to the next stage of capitalist development. Which is imperialism. So, imperialism began with the factory owners and the captains of industry being replaced by bankers and finance capitalists and lenders. And there's a fundamental difference between a banker and a factory owner. Because a banker makes money through lending money. A factory owner makes money through selling products. So a factory owner, he wants to pay his workers as little as possible, right? At the same time, he wants to sell as many products as possible. But a factory owner generally wants society to become wealthier, because the more prosperous people are, the more products he can sell. But a banker is very different. A banker simply wants to continue making money through lending money. And with imperialism and the rise of finance capital, we saw a dominance and the emergence of international cartels, huge multinational corporations, going across the world and essentially carving out spheres of influence. How about the Opium Wars in China, where they forced China to accept the importation of narcotics, forced them to accept products from Britain, not allow any tariffs, beat down the economy. The USA seized the Philippines, right? We know about the Spanish-American War, but not much is written about the Philippine-American War, which was hundreds of thousands of people killed in the Philippines, forcing the Philippines to be a captive market. And what's different between imperialism and industrialization is that during industrialization, that was the capitalists trying to raise the living standards in their home country, trying to expand the apparatus of production. But imperialism was the emergence of huge multinational cartels that were actively trying to stop development in the third world. In Asia and Africa and Latin America, they're going there and they're trying to hold back economic development, keep these countries poor, captive markets, make them dependent on international corporations. For example, when the British went to India, they very famously burned down all the textile mills. India had a huge textile loom apparatus. They burned it all down and forced them to import their cloth from Britain. Right? That's imperialism. And
in the time of imperialism, we saw the standard of living in the first world increasing at the expense of beating down any industrialization in the third world. And in the first world, you had the emergence of what you could call the labor aristocracy. And these were workers that were working class people, worked in a factory, worked in manufacturing, but they were well paid enough that they identified with the bosses and aligned with their own big corporations against the people in the developing world. And while the USA was bombing Korea and bombing Vietnam and destroying countries in mass, you had very prosperous manufacturing jobs in the home country, right? You had this aristocracy of labor that was necessary in order to have the unity in the first world in order to continue underdeveloping and beating down and halting development in the third world. And that was imperialism. And Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, describes this period in which banks dominate over corporations, in which they're carving out spheres of influence in the developing world, in which you have an aristocracy of labor that develops in the home country. He describes it very accurately. But then, imperialism gives way to the stage that we're in now, which is called accumulation through destruction. A friend of mine actually coined the phrase accumulation through destruction. During the period of imperialism, at that point, you had an effort to beat down development in the developing world, but to develop and raise living standards in the first world. You had this labor aristocracy of good-paying industrial jobs that laid the basis for a prosperous economy in the first world at the expense of the third world. But what's happening now is essentially we're seeing the elimination of the labor aristocracy, and this method through which capitalists are starting to make money off of society further impoverishing. In a socialist society, self-driving cars would be a good thing. It would mean less work, and those who make their living driving cars could do something more rewarding. They could, it would be great. It would be great. That'd be less work for everybody because the cars can drive themselves. But under capitalism, it means mass unemployment. It means the elimination of millions of jobs. We know about the military-industrial complex, which is a big aspect of the period of imperialism. But now we have a prison-industrial complex. Fine, people are more unemployed, people don't have jobs. Well, we can make money by locking them in jail. Capitalists are enriching themselves. You know about the opioid epidemic. Millions of Americans are getting addicted to opioids. And so now, it's a way to make money. You talk about, the oil prices shooting up very dramatically during the Bush years because Iraq, an oil-producing country, was blown to bits, blown off the market. A country's destroyed. And then that makes the oil in the hands of American corporations tied in with Saudi Arabia far more valuable. You see Libya, an oil-producing country, blown to bits and destroyed. And that makes the oil in the Western countries more and more valuable. This is essentially the period we're in where instead of trying to hold back development in the third world and trying to develop the first world, the capitalists have gotten to the point that they are now underdeveloping the first world in a global race to the bottom. And we see an unfolding low-wage police state in the United States with civil liberties being stripped away. We see roads that are not being properly paved. We see bridges that are not secure. We see drinking water that is not being purified. Basically, what the imperialists were doing to the developing world, they're now doing to the first world as a process of capitalism's development from imperialism, its third stage, up into its fourth stage of accumulation through destruction. And that's capitalism. This is a continuation of capitalism. Capitalism is a system where the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Mao Zedong said capitalism is a system where profits are in command. And that is the natural conclusion of it. We've got huge multinational corporations getting wealthier, while the entire world is getting poorer and poorer. We have technology eliminating labor, and millions of people no longer having a place at the assembly line, while huge multinational corporations and banks based in Western countries become wealthier and wealthier. This is the reality of capitalism, and that is my first section, which I called What is Capitalism? And that's my explanation of what capitalism is, and I think we'll have our first break and discussion now of that period. Sound good?
Would you say that the stage of accumulation through destruction would be like synonymous with maybe like Kautsky's ultra-imperialism?
Okay, I'll address that.
Just explain again what, in simplified terms, what exactly is.
Hey friends, so we're here in Detroit, where we just successfully infiltrated the People's Conference for Palestine and distributed about 1,000 copies of our book, Who are the Houthis and what are they fighting for? We want to thank everyone who contributed and helped us get this anti-imperialist message in there. This is Noah, who drove out here and helped us infiltrate and get the books out. What do you think, Noah?
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting event. When we walked a lot of the books over from the parking lot, we began by distributing them to people who were walking by outside the conference, lighten our load a little bit. And what I noticed was that a lot of them, in fact, 99% of them, were extremely receptive. Some of them, may have known who we are, but the overwhelming majority who just saw, well, I support the Houthis, and they began to take them. They really appreciated that, we went through the effort of giving them out for free, and a lot of them were surprised that we were able to do so. Afterwards, we went inside and we began to distribute them to folks inside. We had registered beforehand. We had to pay, in fact, in order to get in and to know the location of the event. And we did that for a little bit. We were able to distribute about 1,000 books. And then, unfortunately, we were asked to leave. We were kicked out of the event. We continued to distribute again, and we were asked to leave. And it's quite disappointing. It seemed like they didn't want to have a political conversation with us. We tried to explain that we agree with them, that we support the Palestinians, that this is supporting the Houthis. And I can understand how they might have security concerns, because obviously there are a lot of shithead Zionists out there who, are looking to disrupt. But we clearly were not that. We were trying to say, we agree with you, we support you, and there are a lot of Arab Americans there who feel very strongly that the Palestinian people are oppressed, and they're right to feel that way, and that they need to do anything that they can. And to some degree or other, I felt like they were being taken advantage of. It almost seemed like it wasn't that it was anything political, yet, for reason that we were kicked out, but it was that we didn't pay a fee to set up a table.
Yeah, the whole thing just seemed like a big giant crafts fair. It was almost like it wasn't really about Palestinians. It was about like selling, trinkets that look Muslim or look Arab or something. We were there because we view the struggle of the Palestinians as well as the struggle of the Yemeni people as tied in with the struggle against imperialism, and the future of American working people is tied in with the struggle of the people of the world against the Zionists and the imperialists. But we were able to get them out around the conference. We got them out in the parking garage. We put them on cars. We got them out in all the hotels where people from the conference were staying, and we got them everywhere. And so we're glad we did it. Thanks again to everyone who supported us, and we are going to keep doing what we do, spreading our message. We're going to keep going, and I'm glad we were able to carry out this operation. We hope that we got through to a few people who will read this pamphlet and take it seriously, and to see that some of these annoying liberals were seething, oh, they're here, they can't be here, oh, they're bad, when we're handing out a pamphlet that says basically in much clearer language what they're supposed to believe, what they're pretending to believe anyway. So it was interesting. What was interesting is that this conference was largely put on by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, except the speakers were liberals. The speakers were Linda Sarsour, the speakers were Hassan Piker, and it's like there's got to be people in the PSL that are like, we're a pro-China group. We're a group that stood with Syria, and we're just kind of rolling out the platform for a bunch of Arab Democrats. Like, what's this about, So,
and for many of whom, were afraid to champion the cause of the Palestinian people until it was trendy. Hassan Piker, he had a show with a Zionist for years, with somebody whose wife served in the IDF. He had no problem with it until it was a way that he could no longer make money.
Yeah, so we're hoping we got through to somebody, and we're going to continue carrying out operations like this. We are the real anti-imperialist movement. We say out of the movement to the masses. We published a great article on our website about the future of the Palestine movement, why it's trapped. And I will say this year's conference was much smaller than last year's conference because they don't have anything new to offer. It's just the same old slogans, the same old flags, the same old chants. Meanwhile, the Palestinians are dying. And they're in a rut because they really don't have anything to say. Well, our approach is out of the movement to the masses. We need a government of action to fight for working families. The danger of a new world war must be opposed, and that Israel first and is not, consistent with America first. So, we're glad we were able to intervene. Thanks to everyone who supported us. Go and check out the book that's banned from the pro-Palestine conference, right? The People's Conference for Palestine doesn't want you to read this. Apparently this book that is on their side is so toxic they had to ban it. So go and read it for yourself. Read the book that was banned from the Palestine conference. Check it out. Thanks, everybody. Hey everybody. The world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam, they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying, "Hands off Iran." Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time. Now is the moment when CPI needs to shine. We are a real political movement. We're not a podcast. We're not a form of internet intellectual entertainment. We're a real organization. We've been in the streets. We've been out there with Iranian flags. We've been there with the Uhuru movement from the beginning in ways that no one else has. We are the organization that was created for this very minute, so we need your support. We need you to take the time to send us $10, $50, whatever you can right now to help us get through this next period. Funds are short, and we've got a lot on our plate. Some big anti-war operations are being planned. There's a lot that we could be doing right now, and we have moved mountains in these critical moments, but we need your support. Now, if you can't send money, there are other things you can do. Please get our videos to as many people as you possibly can. Show by our example that you can do something. You can be in the streets. You can take action. You don't have to just sit at your computer and feel helpless. In addition, show people that it's important to raise solidarity with those who are under attack, like the Uhuru movement, like Tucker Carlson, like others who are facing government persecution at this time. In addition to that, we would really appreciate it if you would become a member of CPI and join our ranks so that you can be involved in these operations. Now is the time. I emphasize endlessly that we need to be optimistic, and we remain optimistic despite the confusion of the current period, despite everything that's coming at us, all the news that's hitting us very quickly. But we need your support. We are in the trenches, and we need your backup now more than ever. Please send us a small contribution so we can continue. It is crunch time, and we need you to be part of what we are doing here in America. And in addition to that, there was something called the insurrectional tendency, the terceristas. The terceristas believed that it would be wisest to bring the battle to the cities and to enlist the support of all of those who opposed Somoza from whatever region or class they came, including the church and business sector. The prolonged People's War tendency and the terceristas argued that the proletarian tendency was imprisoned by an impractical Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. The proletarian tendency and the terceristas argued that advocates of prolonged People's War were reveling in a romantic fantasy of rural guerrilla warfare that was no longer relevant. The prolonged People's War and proletarian tendency argued that the terceristas were bereft of any guiding principles at all. They were accused of being opportunists who sought victory by any means possible, regardless of the compromises. All right, this is... And there were three factions. And it was the terceristas, or the insurrectional tendency, that ultimately became the tendency that won out, that came to dominate the revolutionary movement in Nicaragua. And as the country is moving toward revolution, the Sandinistas, they formed something called the Group of 12, Los Doce. It was perceived as an autonomous group not connected to the FSLN and more moderate in its agenda. Initial statements raised by the Group of 12 were generally reformist rather than revolutionary. They did not, for instance, call for armed insurrection, but rather the voluntary abdication of Somoza, coupled with a serious national dialogue. The Ortega's reasoned that the Group of 12 would eventually turn to them to win the revolution by force, and in this way they would remain in control. Forming the Group of 12 turned out to be a masterpiece of political organization, as well as political propaganda, because it did capture the public spotlight both inside and outside of Nicaragua. Statements issued by the Group of 12 commanded attention in a way the FSLN never could. It allowed the Ortega faction of the FSLN to forge links with more moderate and reform-minded groups in Nicaragua, even more conservative business groups. And while they were left-leaning and socialist in their sympathies and informed by Marxism-Leninism, the Ortega brothers were not communists. They preferred a mixed economy in which a responsible private sector would play a significant role. They therefore did not perceive themselves as anti-bourgeois, or at least narrowly so, and wanted a revolution that would be nationalist, not Marxist. Strategically, they bargained with the bourgeoisie that would ultimately need them. The bourgeoisie had not developed insurrectional capabilities necessary to win a revolution, nor even recognized that a revolution would be necessary. This is interesting stuff. So, the Sandinista Liberation Front has these three factions. One faction that is, very obsessed with Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy and class. Another section that is obsessed with rural People's War and, doing the guerrilla warfare thing. But it's this faction led by Ortega that is the more pragmatic faction that says we have to do anything possible to bring down the U.S.-backed dictatorship, and we have to make all the alliances possible. And eventually, in order to bring about the revolution, they make an alliance with this group of 12, they call it, the Group of 12. And the Group of 12, is a group of folks that are not even advocates of revolution. They're just kind of dissidents within the government there, and they make an alliance with them. It's fascinating. And this is even more fascinating. They talk about how in the lead up to the revolution, you also, in addition to the Group of 12 in Nicaragua, you have what was called the People's Church. The People's Church took the form of Christian-based communities, CEB, which were small neighborhood gatherings in which a dozen or two Catholics would meet about once a week to discuss church teachings as applies to their daily lives. On the eve of the revolution, there were thousands of CEBs, and many were veering insurrectionist. The CEBs existed in some tension with the formal church hierarchy, which in general resisted extending legitimacy to a popular church and cautioned against liberation theology. To have the church condone even the defensive violence of the insurrections. So in addition to this united revolutionary front that has revolutionaries and anti-capitalists of different strata, right? It has, the hardline Marxist-Leninists, it has guerrilla warfare enthusiasts, it has the more pragmatic Ortega faction. They're building alliances. They have these people's churches that are meeting where it's religious folks getting together to discuss politics. It's fascinating, the united front they built. And ultimately, they took power. Eventually, the crisis escalated to the point that the Sandinistas were able to seize control of the government. This revolutionary united front that they created took control of the government in Nicaragua in 1979. Nicaragua, had its revolution. Somoza, the U.S.-backed military dictator, was overthrown. And one of the first things they did in Nicaragua was launch a literacy campaign. Among other obstacles was a population in which over half of the adults were illiterate. How can a populace that cannot read or write vote? Accordingly, a main early initiative and an authoritarian initiative, if a label must be attached to it, of the National Directorate was to launch a literacy crusade that relied on tens of thousands of volunteers to teach approximately 400,000 adults how to read and write. The crusade was a sensational success, garnering an award in 1980 from UNESCO for the best program of its kind in the world, and it reduced the illiteracy rate from over half of the population to around 13%. But it did not stop there. A spin-off anti-malaria campaign was launched with corresponding success, and public school enrollments were twice as high in 1982 as they had been in 1978. Not surprisingly, the literacy crusade was challenged because some critics felt that under the guise of teaching basic literacy, the Sandinistas fostered ideological indoctrination. Some examples from 1983 from formal instructional materials used in public schools showed passages from primary school readers that were decidedly tainted with Sandinista ideology. So at the same time they're teaching people how to read, they're also teaching them communism. In addition, the National Directorate passed on accepting Peace Corps volunteers, alleging that they would be undercover CIA agents. What? The Peace Corps working with the CIA? Oh, never! That never happens! What a crazy conspiracy theory, those Sandinistas. Oh, boy. However, they welcomed volunteers from Cuba. So immediately they take power. And they're teaching people how to read. This is Daniel Ortega, The Unfinished Revolution. They're teaching people how to read. They're having smashing success. The UN is just blown away at their success. This is very amazing stuff. Very amazing stuff. So what happened? What happened in response to the revolution in Nicaragua? There was this horrendous earthquake. The government, proved itself unable to take care of the people in that crisis. That launched a civil war. Eventually, a united front was built. Different factions came over to the revolution. You had the Group of 12. You had the people's churches, and eventually, all of this culminates in the seizure of power. They immediately start redistributing land. There was a huge land redistribution campaign that was launched. They started, giving land to small farmers. They started setting up collective farms. You read about this. So what happens? The United States immediately declares, oh, it's a dictatorship. It's a dictatorship. And starts funding and arming terrorists called Contras, the Contras. Read about the Contras. And these terrorists, the Contras, started going through Nicaragua, murdering people, murdering literacy volunteers, murdering priests and nuns. It was horrendous what the Contras were doing. But of course, U.S. media claimed that the Contras were fighting for democracy and the Sandinistas were a dictatorship. But it gets better. It gets better, folks. It gets better. Let me read you something here that is quite interesting. All along, the United States is claiming, oh, they're just helping the people of Nicaragua fight for their freedom. Oh, the people of Nicaragua are suffering under an evil Marxist dictatorship. However, a 1983 U.S. Defense Department report flatly stated, support for democratic resistance in Nicaragua does not exist. Although it spun the truth by referring to the Contras as democratic resistance, when the report itself concluded that they did not have democratic support. In 1984, the elections were a landslide for the Sandinistas. Sandinistas were wildly popular. They were teaching people to read. They were bringing in Cuban doctors, giving people access to health care, giving peasants and low-income people their own farms, raising people up out of poverty. But of course, in U.S. media, they just did the same thing they say about Venezuela. Oh, brutal communist dictatorship, killing people. And of course, they started funding rebels, that had no support in the country, even according to a Defense Department report that I just read to you. And so what did they use? What did they use to try and garner support for the terrorists that were trying to tear down the Nicaraguan socialist revolution? What did they use? Identity politics. Identity politics. You can look this up. ID poll. Russell Means, the head of the American Indian movement, a left-wing activist, someone who had done some very militant revolutionary things to fight for the rights of Native Americans. They hired Russell Means to go to Nicaragua and make propaganda claiming that the Sandinistas were racist, white European Marxists, and the indigenous Nicaraguans hated communism and hated socialism. And documents have come out revealing that the CIA was hoping to get some indigenous folks on the Mosquito Coast killed. They wanted there to be a massacre of indigenous people so they could make propaganda. So even at the same time, the CIA is telling people, oh, you got to oppose the Sandinistas. They're oppressing Native Americans. They're trying to set Native Americans up to be murdered. The CIA was trying to set up this indigenous group of people to be murdered so they could make propaganda about them. And they hire a left-wing American activist, Russell Means, leader of the American Indian movement. They fly him to Nicaragua to make all these propaganda films saying that, oh, the indigenous people are being oppressed. Oh, it's so awful. The Sandinistas are all a bunch of racist Bernie bros. They're teaching them Marxism down there. Oh my God, you can't do that. That's not ID poll. The ID poll stuff has been going on for decades. Read about it. This is in the book. Russell Means, the Mosquito Coast, while the Nicaraguans are teaching indigenous people to read, building healthcare clinics, the propaganda is, oh, you can't support the Sandinistas because they're a bunch of racist Bernie bro white men. This is how they work. This is how the imperialists work. And eventually the U.S. Congress passed a law against supporting the Contras, and then that's where the infamous Iran-Contra scandal came from. Ever heard of the Iran-Contra scandal? That was when, Oliver North and Ronald Reagan, they sold missiles to Iran and used the money to give to the Contras as a way of avoiding U.S. government money being used. It was illegal for U.S. government funding to go to the Sandinistas, to go to the terrorists, the Contras. And so they went around it. It was a big scandal. There was a congressional investigation. You can read about Iran-Contra. Very famous. And all throughout the United States, there were big protests against what the U.S. government was doing in Nicaragua. And a huge united front. The peace movement, socialists, communists, Roman Catholics, Buddhists, pacifists, all kinds of people understood that what the USA was doing in Nicaragua, funding terrorists, was wrong. And now we know, as a result of Gary Webb and his heroic journalism, that the Contras, the terrorists in Nicaragua that were murdering people, executing literacy volunteers, burning healthcare clinics, that didn't have any Democratic support, according to the Defense Department's own documents. The Contras are the people that brought crack to the United States. They're the people that brought crack to the United States. The crack epidemic of the 1980s was brought to you by the Contras. That's right. In response to the Nicaraguan people having a revolution, overthrowing a brutal dictator backed by the United States, and then teaching their people to read and redistributing the land, not only did the U.S. government fund a bunch of terrorists that bombed the harbors of Managua, that destroyed people and committed horrendous atrocities, not only did they launch an ID poll campaign claiming that if you supported the Sandinistas, you were racist, and that the U.S. government was just trying to help those poor, oppressed indigenous people that are being oppressed by the evil communists. Not only did that go on, but on top of that, the CIA and the U.S. government turned a blind eye to the fact that these Contras, who didn't even have any support on the ground, nobody supported them, they had no chance of winning, the people supported the Sandinistas, that these Contras that were being supported by the U.S. government were bringing crack into the United States. And they were flying in cocaine and crack, and they were selling crack all over the United States. And the black community was devastated by the crack epidemic of the 1980s, brought to you by the people trying to tear down the Nicaraguan Revolution. This is what was happening in the 1980s, the Contra War. The Contra War, they called it. It was awful. But the people of Nicaragua didn't surrender. They kept fighting for their rights against everything the United States was throwing at them. And the left, there were a lot of people on the left who understood it. They got it. They'd been through the Vietnam War. We had, the Marxist groups were bigger at that point. A lot of people on the left understood it. Maybe they didn't like the Sandinistas. Maybe they thought the Sandinistas were revisionists. Maybe they thought the Sandinistas were not true communists. But everybody on the left seemed to understand that the CIA supporting the Contras to try and tear down Nicaragua was not right, right? There was no feeling that, the ID poll stuff might have worked in a mainstream audience. But among leftists, whether you were RCP or SWP or ISO or QWH or XYZ, everybody seemed to understand. Everybody seemed to understand that supporting the terrorists trying to tear down the Nicaraguan Revolution was wrong. And there was a widespread campaign of opposition to it. It was a big incident, and there was a horrendous civil war in Nicaragua. Hundreds of thousands of people died fighting against the Contras and the terrorists backed by the United States. And as the Contras were bringing crack into the United States and cocaine, what happened here at home? Mass incarceration. In the 1980s, the prison population in the United States started rising, right? Just say no. The war on drugs. The same time the U.S. government is arming a group of drug dealers in Nicaragua. The U.S. government is saying, we got to crack down. We got to get tough on crime. We got to get tough on crime. We got to the Just Say No campaign, destroying the lives of all kinds of people. Crack is flooding the inner cities. All kinds of people are going to prison for big, long sentences. All of this is going on. What was happening in Nicaragua directly affected us as Americans. We would not have the prison population that we have right now. If it wasn't for the, all right, just say no. If it wasn't for the Contra War and what was going on, it was directly tied in. Ronald Reagan, while he was funding terrorists and extremists in Nicaragua, he was also setting up a police state here at home and giving law enforcement the ability to destroy people's lives, locking people in prison for decades and decades for using cocaine. So they walked hand in hand. The war at home and the war abroad, they go together. The war on Nicaragua was also a war on the black community in the United States. The war on Nicaragua was also a war on the American working class, right? These things walk hand in hand. You can't separate these things. They walk hand in hand, they go together.
Accumulation through destruction again.
Okay. I had a question, but I'm not sure if it'll make sense because has anyone here seen Endgame or Infinity War, the Avengers movies?
Yes.
With Thanos. I was thinking when he was describing it, I couldn't help but thinking that accumulation through destruction sounded kind of like what Thanos was trying to do. So I was wondering, like, if there's differences between that.
Maybe kind of on that theme, of culture, like, so in Marx's theory, there's a base and a superstructure, right? So you see a transformation of the base into this accumulation and destruction. How is it going to change the superstructure? How will it change people's ideology? How will it change the culture?
What precipitated the transition from imperialism to accumulation through destruction?
Okay. So Kautsky's theory of ultra-imperialism, that was in the lead up to World War I. Karl Kautsky argued that inter-imperialist rivalries no longer existed, and that all the imperialists of the West, Germany, Britain, France, the United States, were all united, and that they were all kind of in agreement about colonizing the Third World. They were all on the same team. Obviously, that was not the case. World War I and then World War II broke out pretty dramatically. And what Kautsky was arguing was not correct. And Lenin argued that there were inter-imperialist rivalries between the countries. And the biggest rivalry was Germany, which was a very late-coming imperialist country, was at odds with Britain, France, and the United States, and they were competing for colonies, and that eventually broke out into World War I, in which Germany was stripped of its colonies, and then Germany tried to re-seize its colonies in the Second World War, and that was the Second World War, and Kautsky was clearly wrong about that, and a number of other things he was wrong about. But as far as what defines accumulation through destruction, it's the deindustrialization of the First World, I think, is the definitive aspect. And what laid the basis for it? It's the computer revolution more than anything. But it's also, I would say, the rise of socialism, which I'll get into as well. I think the emerging alternative on the global economy has also helped lay the basis for that. The fact that there's the new Silk Road, and there's an alternative, that people around the developing world no longer have to only buy things from the West, that there is this alternative, that has also laid the basis for some of it. And there are a number of factors that play into it, but the computer revolution is probably the main thing. That's what I would say. And as far as base and superstructure, there has been a dramatic shift in the ideology of the First World since the 1960s and 70s, really since the 50s, right? And that in a lot of ways, some of the social conservatism and hangovers of feudalism that were existing in the West were almost stripped away. And you see the West kind of presenting itself almost as a champion of social liberalism, which I think is interesting. It's been a big ideological shift in the West. And I think that has laid the basis. In some ways, you can call that an ideological shift that is laying the basis for accumulation through destruction, which I think is interesting. But yeah, shall we go on to section 2, or is there anything further?
I just wanted to, I agree that, Kautsky, historically, ultra-imperialism wasn't the correct theory, but today, it just seems to me that there's only one real imperialist bloc. That's kind of how I'm using it, U.S. NATO has become the, singular imperialist bloc in the world. It's hard to call, PRC and the RF imperialist powers, in my opinion. That's kind of why I'm referring to that. And it's almost like they were able to engage in this accumulation through destruction more with ease because there was no real existential challenge to their system from 1991 to maybe the outbreak of the Syrian Civil War. So that's just kind of my addendum to that.
Anybody else?
Actually, to your point about Civil War and Infinity War and things like that, it's interesting. Thanos actually is more of an allegory for so when it comes to environmentalism, right, there's a lot of different theories. Thanos is more of an allegory, the way it's been explained, for the theory of overpopulation, and that ties actually a lot into accumulation through destruction in the ways in which people are trying to use the problems that are created by capitalism and the way they're affecting the environment and blame them on the individual. One of these ways is overpopulation, and the doctrine of overpopulation is sort of represented by Thanos' idea, which is that there are too many people, thus we must have the population. In a way that's a very similar parallel to the ways in which corporations are sort of pushing this narrative. as one of the ways in which we could improve the environment. I think in later sections we'll sort of go into as well the ways in which, and in other classes as well, environmentalism and the effect that capitalism has on the environment. But I think it's more of an allegory for that than anything else.
Just in terms of the culture, I think for me it seems like American culture is increasingly violent, not just violent, but like celebrating violence. So in the sense that you have like video games which are extremely violent, you have now the most popular sport by far is American football, which is the most violent sport ever invented. And then you have on television, it's dying out a little bit, but the most popular shows for a while were like these reality shows where basically you watch people being humiliated. Like that was really the idea. Like we're gonna like put everybody on an island and eliminate them one by one until there's one last standing person. So it's like this war against all, all against all, and that's like what people are taught to strive to.
I think through culture, because culture is, especially in the United States, is mass-produced by corporations, I think that the violence in popular culture is one of the ways in which the media and corporations have sort of primed us towards accumulation through mass destruction by glorifying it, so that it's easier for people to accept. I think it also allows us to apply this attitude of destruction in interpersonal interactions, and thus when corporations seek to destroy countries and populations and the average American people, I think it's a lot more digestible.
So the next section is called What is Socialism? And there's a lot of confusion about that. What is socialism? I learned in school when I was a kid that socialism is everyone gets paid the exact same wage no matter how hard they work. And so then everyone's lazy because that's what socialism is. I've had other people, the more common definition you get now is socialism is whenever the government does anything. If the government does something, that's socialism. The USA, I've heard, is half socialist and half capitalist because we have Social Security and the post office and the US military, but we also have private companies. There's many different definitions of socialism. The first use of the word socialism was in France. It was Henry Saint-Simon, and he was a French religious man who was worried that after the French Revolution, all these people were unemployed, and factory owners at that point were like raping women who worked in their factories and mistreating them, and it was a feeling there was something wrong with liberalism, which was the ideology of the French Revolution. They didn't say they believed in capitalism; they said they believed in liberalism, individual rights. And Henry Saint-Simon said, well, maybe in contrast to this liberalism, we need socialism. But he never really explained what it was, but he did a lot of charity work, and he opened some cooperative businesses, and that was Henry Saint-Simon, and he used the word socialism in French. The first person to use the word socialism in English was Robert Owen, and Robert Owen was a Welsh factory owner, and he started a colony called New Lanark, and it was a cooperative, commune that existed in Scotland for a while, and he eventually moved it to Indiana, and set it up in the U.S. state of Indiana. It was called New Harmony. And it's still there. You can see it. It's a nice little, they got a museum there, and it was this cooperative that Robert Owen built. And he actually addressed a session of the U.S. Congress and gave a lecture on socialism. He was the first guy to coin the term socialism. But Karl Marx distinguished scientific socialism from utopian socialism. Henry Saint-Simon, Robert Owen, others, they were utopian socialists. But Karl Marx described himself as a scientific socialist. And he described socialism this way. He said, we have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class and to win the battle for democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production into the hands of the state, and of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the productive forces as rapidly as possible. That's what Karl Marx laid out as his vision of socialism. Now, Friedrich Engels, he described socialism. He said, the proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have borne thus far, and gives their socialized character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes possible. The development of production makes the existence of different classes of society henceforth an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy and social production vanishes, the political authority of the state eventually dies out. Man at last is the master of his own form of social organization,
And he becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master, free. To accomplish this act of universal emancipation is the historical mission of the proletariat, to thoroughly comprehend the historical conditions and this very nature of this act, to impart to the now oppressed proletarian class a full knowledge of the conditions and of the meaning of this momentous act is called upon to accomplish. This is the task or the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement of scientific socialism. So what is the idea? Well, the idea is in capitalism you have these means of production that are privately owned, and under capitalism profit is the basis of the economy. Houses and buildings like this don't get built because people need a nice place to have classes. They're built so that landlords and bankers can make profit. Food isn't produced so that people can eat it. Food is produced so that agribusiness and big box stores can make money by selling it. Profit is the basis of the economy. And socialism is when the proletariat, the working class, the majority of society, takes control of the government, and then through the government seizes control of the means of production. The economy is then forced to work in the interests of society overall. You have production upon a predetermined plan rather than production for profit. And that's the difference between capitalism and socialism. And it's pretty vague. I recently debated an advocate of more liberal social democratic capitalism, and he kept insisting that in my defense of socialism that I lay out and explain exactly what things would be nationalized and what things would not be nationalized. Well, that's Robert Owen. Robert Owen would do that, right? Henry St. Simon might do that. But that's utopianism. Socialism comes about due to this contradiction between the worker and the capitalist, and eventually driving the workers to rise up and seize control of the means of production. And socialism looks very, very different. And Marx predicted that socialism would happen first in the first world. He was existing in the period of industrial capitalism, and he assumed eventually the workers would just rise up and seize control of their factories. That's not what happened, because capitalism moved on to its period of imperialism, where you had the labor aristocracy and the rising standard of living in the first world, and it was countries in the developing world breaking out of the control of Western bankers. That was what socialism was. It was countries around the world that had been kept in feudal or semi-feudal conditions and been unable to develop because of imperialism, and it was them rising up, seizing control of their economies, and building socialism. The Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks take power, and at that point you had 15 different countries invade Russia, what became the Soviet Union. And you had a country that was blockaded, you had a country that was in very feudal, it was mainly a feudal country. There was industry in the cities, but it was mainly a feudal, impoverished country. And out of the Russian Revolution and the Bolsheviks' struggle to hold on to power, you had a political model.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who, the Russian we're supposed to be working for, was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation, I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on a Vladimir Putin, President Putin was on the stage, and Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized, and he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that, and he put it before them, and I thought that was really powerful and really great.
Things between our two countries are
not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. It was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. The attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elliot.
Cuba supported Nicaragua, gave it military support. The Soviet Union supported Nicaragua, gave them military support. The U.S. government and the CIA covertly supported the Contras, but the Soviet Union fell. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Contras and they had the upper hand, and the Sandinistas were forced to have an election. And they had an election, and you know what? They lost. They lost the election. 91, 92, they lost the election. So the Sandinistas stepped down. They stepped down from power, and a pro-American capitalist took office and started imposing free market reforms on Nicaragua. It was pretty awful. It was pretty disastrous. During the 1990s, the Sandinistas were forced out of office. They lost the election. They stepped down peacefully. A pro-free market regime was in office. But then things started to change. You had Venezuela moving towards socialism, starting in 1999 with Hugo Chavez, eventually after the 2002 coup, 2003, Chavez is building up Venezuela as a strong socialist country. You have a situation where, the oil prices are rising. Russia is getting stronger because the oil prices are rising. You have a situation where the United States is increasingly isolated because of the unilateral invasion of Iraq. So in 2006, the Sandinistas ran for the election again, and Daniel Ortega was their candidate. The population was tired of the free market reforms that had devastated the economy. So they voted the Sandinistas back into power in 2006. They were re-elected. Daniel Ortega was elected again. And this is from the book. I'm reading to you from the book. Immediately upon assuming the presidency in 2007, he launched yet another literacy crusade. The campaign had 54,000 volunteers, and as of 2009 had already provided lessons in reading and writing to over 400,000 illiterate Nicaraguans. The goal was to eradicate illiteracy in the country immediately. He eliminated fees for public school education. In terms of any understanding of democracy, these are thoroughly democratic initiatives. Ortega then created Citizens' Power Councils, councils of citizen power, in an attempt to advance the practice of participatory democracy. Controversial as they properly are, the councils of citizen power are democratic institutions. They encourage average citizens to join together and act in concert for their mutual well-being. Though answering to the party, they do not require participants to be party members or even party sympathizers. This is amazing. So he creates on a local level, he creates these Soviets, these like workers' councils, these citizen councils of citizens' power. Ortega immediately provided subsidies to lower food staple prices for the poor and provided free access to medical care and embarked upon programs to assist the poor with housing. Then he launched two eminently practical anti-poverty programs. One was called Zero Usury. Zero Usury. And it was a microcredit program that in the first year provided small business loans to approximately 13,000 mostly urban merchants. So you have the state taking control of the banking sector and lending money to the population, helping Nicaraguans start their own businesses based on how good they are for the community. They call it Zero Usury. 13,000 urban merchants, right? Imagine that. Imagine that. Furthermore, the other program, Zero Hunger, distributes a package of farm goods to rural families with the intention of enabling families to become self-sufficient in farming. Within the first year, the program reached 12,000 rural poor. This is the Sandinistas. I mean, and you look at it, it is utterly amazing what the Sandinistas have achieved. It is utterly amazing. It's utterly amazing. They have reduced poverty amazingly. With state control of banking, with state control of major industries, central planning of the economy, cooperating with Russia, cooperating with China, cooperating with Venezuela, they have expanded access to housing. They have completely wiped out illiteracy. And if you compare Nicaragua to any other U.S.-aligned country in Central America, you will be blown away by what they have achieved. Socialism in Nicaragua has achieved amazing, amazing things. And that's why I'm always retweeting about it. Here in the United States, we're unpaving the roads. Have you noticed that? 27 different states right now, they are ripping up the asphalt, pulverizing it. And where you used to have a dirt road, you have a paved road. There's actually a machine you can rent. That city, that city maintenance and all that, they have a machine called a reclaimer. And in cities all across the United States, we cannot afford to maintain paved roads. We are unpaving the roads, replacing paved roads with dirt roads in the richest country in the world, in the United States of America. But in Nicaragua, every day they're building new highways, they're building new schools. I follow the Nicaraguan news on Twitter. Every day, it seems, they're opening another educational facility. They're launching another medical initiative. They are doing so much to raise up their people. Nicaragua is a deeply poor country. But with socialism, they're raising their people out of poverty. They're developing their country. Meanwhile, here in the United States, the richest country in the world, we're undeveloping the United States. Look at Texas right now. Our power grid has fallen apart. The Sandinistas brought electricity to all of Nicaragua. They electrified Nicaragua. Meanwhile, our government has unelectrified Texas. I mean, this is a situation that we're having right now. Socialist Nicaragua, an impoverished country, far lower life expectancy and living standard than the United States, is developing. Meanwhile, capitalist United States, the greatest country in the world, is undeveloping. It's undeveloping with capitalism, with free market, neoliberal policies. We're undeveloping the country. In 2012, the power station of Manhattan exploded during Hurricane Sandy. That kind of defined socialism in the 20th century. And it's generally referred to in academia as real socialism or really existing socialism. People who don't like it will call it Stalinism. But that political model developed. And that was the socialism of the Cold War. You have the state controlling the major industries. You have 5-year economic plans in which the population is mobilized to build. People who work in factories and work extra hard, they get a reward. In Soviet Union, they call it Stakhanovism. You have a one party, the Communist Party tends to be the ruling party. And you have almost a political structure that in a way almost kind of mimics feudalism. You have the leader and his face is everywhere. You have the state almost kind of taking on the role of the church and putting out ideology with a single party. And the economy is planned. And this model of really existing socialism was very successful in raising countries out of poverty. And you wouldn't know that if you watch American media or you attend American universities. But real huge economic achievements were carried out due to really existing socialism, right? There's a good book called The Soviet Economy Since 1917 by Maurice Dobb. And he describes how they launched their 5-year plans in 1928. And by 1938, they had multiplied the rate of electricity 10 times. The coal production had increased 3.5 times. There were 20 new tramway systems. There were 80 new bus systems. The number of hospital beds in rural areas doubled. And by 1938, the Soviet Union actually had a larger tractor production apparatus than any other country in the entire world. They also led the world in locomotive and train manufacturing. You have to remember, at that time, the rest of the world was having the Great Depression. And Louis Fisher, who was writing for The Nation, he said, "The Soviet frontier is like a charmed circle in which the world economic crisis cannot cross. While banks crash, while production falls, and trade languishes abroad, the Soviet Union continues in an orgy of construction and national development. The scale and speed of its progress is unprecedented." First mobile phone was patented in 1957. They actually, by 1985, they had developed their own home computer system, the VK0010. And all these economic achievements happened, and the whole world was kind of in awe of what the Soviet Union was doing. There was a NATO treaty that made it illegal to share any technology with them. But despite that, they had amazing breakthroughs. The Encyclopedia Britannica, when they wrote the entry for Joseph Stalin in 1956, this is a sentence from their entry. It says, "He found Russia working with wooden plows and left it equipped with atomic piles." Now, W.E.B. Du Bois, the beloved African-American intellectual, he says, quote, "What I saw in the Soviet Union was more than the triumph of physics. It was the growth of a nation's soul, the confidence of a great people, and its plan and the future. We begun to recognize the Soviet Republic as giving its people the best education of any in the world, excelling in sciences, and organizing industry at the highest levels." The New York Times in 1931 marveled at the Soviet Union's educational achievements. This is from the New York Times, 1931, December 1st. "There seems to be no parallel in history to the drive for learning in all branches of knowledge, from reading and writing to the abstruses of science, as is now in progress in the Soviet Union. Before the revolution, only 7 million children attended school. Now there are 23 million. Fraser Hunt, who was an American journalist, he was writing for the New York American, he said, quote, "Japan, westernizing and industrializing itself 50 years ago, was doing child's play compared to what the Soviet Union is doing today. Already, almost overnight, the USSR has become an industrial country." The Soviet Union also had a huge impact on global culture. For example, the fact that nowadays racism is considered to be a bad thing. That has a lot to do with the Soviet Union. It was the Soviet Union, from its inception, believed the notion that one race is superior to another was false and fought against it and inserted that into public consciousness. That was something people believed all over the world. And W.B. Du Bois, an African-American man who studied in the Soviet Union, said, "The Soviet Union seems to be the only European country where people are not more or less taught to look down on some class, group, or race. I know countries where race and color prejudice show only slight manifestations, but no white country where race and color prejudice seems so absolutely absent." That was W.E.B. Du Bois.
And it's largely understood that the birth of the modern civil rights movement of the United States, where Martin Luther King Jr. Became a household name, was after the lynching of Emmett Till. Right? He was an African-American man who was accused of whistling at a white woman. The owners of his store came and killed him and were acquitted in court. Well, the reason that that case created such a huge splash was because the Soviet Union took the image of Emmett Till's mutilated body and sent it all over the world and humiliated the United States. The Cold War was going on, and the United States was saying that we're a land of freedom and these are communist dictators. And then the Soviet Union just held up that picture and said, oh really? That's your idea of freedom? And it was in that context that the northern wing of the Democratic Party started to move against the rival wing of the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats of the U.S. South. The Soviet Union had a lot to do with writing the UN Charter in the aftermath of the Second World War and condemning racism and bigotry. The Soviet Union also gave huge amounts of support to people in Africa that were fighting against colonialism and imperialism. And that also forced the United States to address the issue of racism. And everywhere that really existing socialism came into being, it had huge economic breakthroughs. I mean, and you don't have to listen to them. You don't have to take their word for it. I mean, a great resource is the U.S. Library of Congress. The Federal Research Division of the Library of Congress has published a study of every country in the world. And this is their study of Romania, a very poor country in Eastern Europe. This is what it says. It says between 1950 and 1971, the number of hospital beds per 1,000 people more than doubled in Romania. The number of doctors per 1,000 people increased by 25%. The infant mortality rate was reduced by 75% from 1950 to 1984. In 1945, only 27% of the people were able to read and write. However, by 1966, illiteracy was eradicated. By 1970, the number of teachers had tripled, and the number of university professors in Romania had gone from only 2,000 before the Second World War to 13,000. Right? For a very small, impoverished country, these are big, dramatic changes. Right? If you take a country and you expand access to healthcare, you wipe out illiteracy, you expand universities, I mean, this is huge. This is very, very big. People who say socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been tried, it's never accomplished anything, just doesn't match the facts. Cuba is very famous for its accomplishments, especially in the field of healthcare. I'm reading from The Guardian. Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%. And its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's high ratio of doctors to patients and its proactive, community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of many first world countries, not the least the United Kingdom. Cuba, UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon said that their medical school is the most advanced medical school in the world. So that's their achievements. And I mean, even after the fall of the Soviet Union and the economic hardships, you can look at the CIA World Factbook and compare the life expectancies between Cuba and the surrounding countries. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years, about the same as the United States. Dominican Republic, 71 years. Jamaica, 74 years. Honduras, 71 years. Guyana, 68 years. Mexico, 76 years. Guatemala, 71 years. Haiti, 64 years. Right? I mean, it's pretty dramatic that the socialist system has done a lot to improve people's lives in Cuba. Of course, we're not going to hear about that in the United States. It's also funny that, we'll often hear about North Korea and the economic hardships that North Korea has had since the 1990s, the fall of the Soviet Union, the food shortages. But this is actually from an article from the BBC, published in 2008. This is what they said about North Korea's economic development. At one time, North Korea's centrally planned economy seemed to work well. Indeed, in the initial years after the creation of North Korea following World War II, with spectacular results. The mass mobilization of the population, along with Soviet and Chinese technical assistance and financial aid, resulted in annual growth rates estimated to have reached 20 and 30% in the years following the devastating Korean War. As late as the 1970s, South Korea languished in the shadow of the, quote, economic miracle north of the border. Now, obviously, they've had problems during the 1990s and the fall of the Soviet Union. But the fact that there were huge achievements in industrialization, that they built hospitals all over the country, they wiped out illiteracy in the country, they industrialized the country, again, gets kind of glossed over. Remember, socialism just fails everywhere it's ever been tried. And that was really existing socialism, and that was the model that kind of defined the Cold War. And obviously that model had big problems in terms of human rights and the way people were treated. And it had big problems in terms of not having a market sector and people that were intellectuals and academics kind of being stifled and stuck. But we've had other forms of socialism that have come into existence. For example, in the Arab world, right, you had Ba'athist Arab socialism. and that was a political movement. Ba'ath means rebirth in Arabic, and there was a guy named Michel Aflaq, and he was a Syrian, and he was in the Communist Party. But when the Second World War broke out, the Communist Party of Syria was basically saying that the French, that there had to be peace with the French occupiers. And he, being a Syrian who didn't like French colonialism, broke with the Communist Party and formed his own party, the Ba'athist Party. And the Ba'athist Party eventually took power in Iraq. It eventually took power in Syria. We've also seen other forms of Arab socialism. There was Arab socialism in Egypt with Abdel Nasser. There was Islamic socialism in Libya. Let's talk about what Ba'athist Arab socialism has done in Syria. And the Soviet Union provided Syria with $100 million to build the Takba Dam on the Euphrates River. It's considered to be the backbone of all economic development in Syria. For the first time in Syria's history, the country achieved full primary school enrollment for males, and 85% of females also enrolled in school. In 1981, 42% of Syria's adult population was illiterate. By 1991, according to the United Nations, they had wiped out illiteracy in the country. Between 1970 and 2009, the life expectancy in Syria increased by 17 years. During this time, the infant mortality rate dramatically dropped from 132 deaths per 1,000 live births to only 17. And that's according to the Evincia Journal of Medicine. And they just kind of marveled at what the Syrian Ba'athist Arab Socialist government did in terms of bringing access to health care to the population. The U.S. Library of Congress country study describes the Ba'athist government of Syria, saying it was known for massive expenditures for the development of irrigation, electricity, water, road building projects, and the expansion of health services and education to rural areas. The increases in the standard of living in Syria under the Ba'athist Arab Socialist government have been dramatic. You see all these articles coming out, and they can't understand why all these people in Syria would fight against the extremists.
In Flint, remember the Flint water crisis, where for 5 years people were saying our water is making us sick, and they were ignored, and children were drinking lead in their water. Horrendous. Horrendous, the Flint water crisis. You look at it, I mean, this is, but if you turn on American television, if you turn on American TV, if you read the New York Times, if you read the Wall Street Journal, you know what they say about this guy, Daniel Ortega, who was democratically elected many times, who led the Nicaraguan revolution, who's raised so many people out of poverty, who is wildly popular in Nicaragua. Do you know what they say about him? Whenever you hear about this guy on American TV, about Daniel Ortega, whenever they mention this guy, do you know what they say? They say, dictator Daniel Ortega. I kid you not. Even though all the elections have been overviewed by the UN and the Carter Center, even though he's wildly popular because he's raised so many people out of poverty, wiped out illiteracy, helped people open small businesses, redistributed the land, no matter what it is, in U.S. media, despite all the good things this man has done, despite the fact that he clearly has massive public support, despite the fact that the elections are completely fair, whenever they mention Daniel Ortega on American television, they call him dictator. 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 I just read to you everything that he's achieved. I just read to you why he's wildly popular. I read to you about how in 1990, 91, 92, he lost the election. And he stepped down because he lost. He was out of power. From 1992 to 2006, he wasn't in power. But still, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. That's how American media is. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. You know why he's a dictator? Because they lost. That's why he's a dictator. Wall Street, monopolists, the bankers and the billionaires, the human rights industry, the open international system that Hillary Clinton and Anne-Marie Slaughter talk about, they lost. And whenever they lose, it's a dictatorship. Whenever we win, whenever working families win, they call it dictatorship. You just need to understand this. The sooner that you understand this, the better. Whenever we win, U.S. media calls it dictatorship. Whenever we win, whenever working families win, whenever the working class takes power, whenever the billionaires and the bankers are pushed back, they call it dictatorship. In American media, there is no difference between Daniel Ortega and Kim Jong-un. They treat them exactly the same way. There's opposition parties in Nicaragua. It's not a one-party state like North Korea. And, you know, in Nicaragua, the Carter Center monitors the elections. In Nicaragua, the opposition is everywhere. They even step down. Doesn't matter. They still call it a dictatorship. In American media, there is no difference between Kim Jong-un and Daniel Ortega. As far as NBC is concerned, as far as Fox News is concerned, this guy is the same as Kim Jong-un, is the same as Xi Jinping, is the same as Vladimir Putin, is the same as the Cuban government, is the same as Vietnam. Whenever we win, they call it dictatorship. There is no way to appease these people. And the sooner you can understand this, the better. Stop waiting for a government to arise and practice socialism that the New York Times will approve of. It will never happen. And you need to take the leap. Infrared, getting them on the stream. Okay, all right. It will never happen. It will never happen. Never are we allowed to win, and they don't accuse us of being brutal mass murderers and dictators. So you have to stop looking at history as if you can get an objective view from the New York Times. You have to start looking at history in terms of which side are you on? Which side are you on? Are you with the imperialists? Are you with the working class? Are you with the Wall Street monopolists and their international banking system and their global monopolies and the Silicon Valley fascists? Are you with the huge multinational corporations that control the United States? Are you with working families? Which side are you on? That's the way you got to understand history. This guy is on our side. This guy is on our side. This guy, he's on our side. And you know who else is on our side? The people of Yemen, the Ansar Allah, the Revolutionary Committee. They're on our side. You know who else is on our side? The people of China are on our side. The people of Vietnam are on our side. Russia is on our side. The Korean people are on our side. The people of the northern part of the Korean Peninsula, they are on our side. Venezuela is on our side. Bolivia is on our side. Working families in the United States have the same enemy as the working people of the world. And whenever there's any country that is able to break free from global international capitalism and start raising their people out of poverty and start setting up a system where the banks and the factories and the major industries are under public control, they're on our side. And I don't care how they do it. I'm not going to sit there and nitpick with you about, I'm telling you, you have to stop viewing these things in this vacuum. You have to stop viewing these things as if the New York Times is a trustworthy source. There is a global class war going on. All right? And Nicaragua's on our side. The working people of the world are on our side. And the imperialists, when they go to attack a country, do you really think that the CIA cared about the Mosquito Coast? Do you really think that the reason the USA sent guns and weapons to the Contras while they were selling crack and murdering priests and nuns, do you think that they cared about those Native Americans in Nicaragua? No, they didn't. They didn't care about. In fact, we now know that at the same time they were making propaganda about the indigenous people of Nicaragua, at the same time they were making propaganda about them, what were they doing? They were trying to set them up to be murdered. This is now a fact. At the same time they're saying, oh, you gotta oppose the Sandinistas. They're racist white men. And at the same time they were doing that, they were hoping to set the indigenous people up, this indigenous faction in Nicaragua that was against the Sandinistas. They were actively trying to set them up to be murdered. That's how much they cared about them. Folks, the CIA does not care about the Mosquito people. Western media didn't care about the indigenous people of Nicaragua. Russell Means was a synthetic left, useful idiot. And right now, they don't care about the Uyghurs.
they don't care about.
And religious fanatics that want to overthrow the Syrian government. Well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Syrian government has so dramatically improved people's living standards. It also has a lot to do with the fact that the Syrian government protects religious minorities like Christians, like Alawites, and others who would be persecuted if the extremists that are trying to overthrow the Syrian government came to power. But the Western media just can't understand why Syrians would want to defend the Ba'athist Arab Socialist government. Well, they should read what the Library of Congress says. It pretty dramatically explains it. You know, in the 2000s, we've seen the rise of Bolivarian socialism in Latin America. That's a different model. It's governments that are elected, and the elections are kind of referendums on Western neoliberalism. These Bolivarian governments have come to power, and they've had dramatic achievements. In Nicaragua, the construction projects have overall reduced poverty by roughly 30%. The GDP of Nicaragua, since the Sandinistas came to power, back into power in 2006, the GDP has gone up by 36%. The World Happiness Report, published by the United Nations, lists Nicaragua as having the greatest increase in happiness of any country in 2017. Bolivia, which nationalized its oil and natural gas production, it actually has seen very dramatic increases in the standard of living. The rate of illiteracy in Bolivia when Morales came to power was 16%. Now, according to the United Nations, there is no illiteracy in Bolivia. And it was Cuban volunteers who came in and wiped out illiteracy. The Bolivian government under Evo Morales has built roads all over the country in places they didn't have them before. This is according to Bloomberg News. By 2017, Bolivia was 42% richer than when Morales took office. 42% richer. Right? Poverty has declined by 25% since he was elected. That's Bloomberg News that is admitting the dramatic economic achievements. And Venezuela, they've recently had their hardships, but, you know, in 1998, before Hugo Chavez was elected, Venezuela only had 12 public universities. Now it has 32 public universities. Free health care is provided to all citizens in Venezuela by Cuban volunteers. They have free heating and cooking gas. Adult illiteracy has been wiped out. Between 1995 and 2009, poverty in Venezuela has decreased by 50%. They have interest-free loans for people to buy loans. I actually walked through a neighborhood in Caracas where every single house had been paid for by an interest-free loan provided by the Bolivarian government. They have cheap public transportation, and all of this is paid for by state-controlled oil resources. I just want to go over some of the wonders of the world that have been built by socialism. The first one I want to talk about is the Aswan Dam in Egypt. Abdel Nasser, the Arab socialist leader who was elected president of Egypt, he teamed up with the Soviet Union, and they built the biggest hydroelectrical power plant in the Middle East. And it electrified all of Egypt. There were whole sections of Egypt that had never had electricity. And he electrified all of Egypt. And it was built by Soviet technicians and Egyptians mobilized by a socialist government. The China-Pakistan Friendship Highway. It's one of the highest and longest paved roads in the world. 810 miles long. And it's very high elevated. It was built in an alliance between China and Pakistan in 1966. The Great Man-Made River of Libya, that's the world's largest irrigation system. It is the largest irrigation system in the world. It was very damaged in 2011 during the Libyan war, but it's still functional. It was built by the Islamic Socialist government of Gaddafi. They built the world's largest irrigation system, enabled Libya to start growing their own food on a much bigger scale. It was very dramatic. The Soviet space program. No one ever talks about the fact the Soviet Union had the first satellite. The Soviet Union had the first person in outer space. During the 1930s, the Soviet Union built the Dnieper Dam, which was at that point the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world. Well, it's not the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world anymore. Today, the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world is actually the Three Gorges Dam in China, a government-controlled hydroelectric power plant that was built by the socialist government. And the China Railway Corporation is at this point making the fastest trains in the world. And I just wanted to end this section by talking about an example that I think clearly illustrates the difference between capitalism and socialism. And that's what happened in China in July of 2015. July 8th and 9th of 2015, the Chinese stock market dropped by roughly 30%. 1,400 companies filed for a trading halt. Imagine if that happened in the United States. 55% of the population of the United States is directly tied into the stock market. A 30% drop on the stock market. There would be riots in the streets. Food would not be delivered to stores. It would result in an utter societal collapse. And that didn't happen in China. In fact, less than 6% of the Chinese population is in any way tied into the stock market. And On July 8th and 9th, the Chinese government stepped in with what they called anti-selling measures. The Communist Party announced that anyone caught short selling or betting that a stock would go down would be immediately arrested. They also banned all major shareholders from selling any of their stocks for 6 months. These state-owned enterprises followed government direction and were carefully managed. And like 2 weeks later, the Chinese stock market had dramatically gone up again, right? Because the Chinese economy is not centered around the profits of the people on the stock market. It's centered around the state. The state controls the means of production. The stock market simply exists as a vehicle for bringing in foreign investment. And because of that, they were able to just dramatically recover from an event that would have wiped us out in the United States. Why? Because profits are not in command. You know, there are difficulties in socialist countries. There have been many bad things that have been done. But this notion that you can't have socialism and have growth, socialism has created a huge, huge amount of economic growth in the world. It has proved that a society without profits in command can make dramatic improvements, raising people out of poverty, electrifying, wiping out illiteracy. I mean, huge achievements have happened under the leadership of socialist governments. So that's how I want to end section 2.
Yes, you spoke of various types of socialisms around the world, in practical things. But then you started with scientific socialism. And I still don't understand what you mean by scientific socialism. What is scientific about it?
Okay.
I was wondering if there's any connection between scientific literacy and advocacy of socialism, because I've noticed that in a lot of places where socialism had a big influence, though this is just something that I've noticed myself, that it's much more common for them to not discount global warming and care about its effects, whereas like places where like neoliberalism has a big say, is like that's where you get the most like global warming deniers.
You spoke about the various national forms of socialism, and you didn't say anything about, I think is equally important, the emergence of phenomenon like the BRIC as an alternative banking system, and by extension the biggest threat to the existing neoliberal establishment, imperial establishment. How do you see that progressing, especially in the case of the efforts of the United States to target its time-trodden, artificial destabilization programs of countries like Venezuela and Iran, and the obvious failure of that that is evidenced by the disappearance of Mr. Bolton?
So first of all, the difference between scientific socialism and utopian socialism is really the difference between materialism and idealism. Does socialism come into existence because of ideas in someone's mind, or does socialism come into existence because of material conditions in society? And the utopian socialists said, hey, we have this vision for what an ideal world should look like. Let's go put it into practice. Let's go get our little tract of land and try to build our ideal heaven on earth society. But materialist and scientific socialism says that socialism emerges from the contradictions in capitalism. The contradiction between the worker and the capitalist, the contradiction between the developing world and the first world. That is what lays the basis for socialism, and that's the difference between scientific socialism and utopian or idealist socialism. That's the primary difference. Now, what you raised about scientific literacy, I actually wanted to read this. Albert Einstein was a big supporter of socialism. The most famous scientist in all of world history. This is what he wrote in an essay published in 1949 called Why Socialism? He said, I am convinced there is only one way to eliminate the grave evils, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which will be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are planned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. A planned economy, which adjusts production to the needs of the community, would distribute the work to be done among all those who are able to work and would guarantee a livelihood to every man, woman, and child. That's Albert Einstein, the most famous scientist in the world, right? So I think that's pretty cool. But as far as what you were asking about climate change, I feel like, climate change is a reality, right? You can't deny climate change. But among today's capitalists, there are two viewpoints, right? You got the fracking companies. You got the small capitalists. And they're afraid that environmental regulations are going to cut into their profits. And so their attitude is, climate change isn't real, it's fake, it's something they made up to ruin my profits, a communist conspiracy. That's the lower levels, right? But then you have the higher levels of American capital and the higher levels of international corporations. They say, yes, climate change is a reality. And that means all these countries that are trying to raise themselves up out of poverty, they just can't do it. right? You know, it'll be bad for the earth, guys. You know, and you'll see this, right? And Obama, the speech he gave in Africa, where he told people in Africa that basically they should stay in poverty for the sake of the environment. You know, that seems to be their attitude. But what's coming out of China and the socialist world right now, and that'll get to what you raised, their attitude toward the problem of climate change is the opposite. They say it doesn't mean that we should end development and end historical progress. That climate change proves the necessity of advancing technology beyond fossil fuels and making new breakthroughs that have never been made before. That climate change necessitates an alternative to fossil fuels. It necessitates fusion energy. It necessitates the space program, right? That the answer to climate change is to continue advancing faster than ever before. It's not a pessimistic view of the climate crisis. It is an optimistic view. It's an understanding that just like humans overcame the Black Death that they talked about in Europe, just like humans overcame, the scarcity that existed at the time of hunter-gatherer civilization, that this proves that with socialism and economic planning, we must advance, and that's the difference. And that's very similar to the BRICS. There's an alternative in global trade that's emerging right now. The way neoliberalism and Western trade works is the USA goes to an impoverished country and says, okay, we'll give you a loan to develop your country, but in order to do it, you need to privatize all your state-owned industries, right? And you need to stop subsidizing domestic corporations. So we'll give you this loan, and then you have to privatize, and pretty soon American companies come in there, and they put all the local manufacturers out of business, and the country's economy is basically looted, and they become a captive client state in exchange for getting a development loan that helps them keep the electricity on. What China does is the opposite. It goes to developing countries, and it says, okay, you could really use a power plant here, and it builds a huge hydroelectric power plant. I've seen some of these hydroelectric power plants built by China and Brazil. They go to a developing country and they say, wow, if you had a high-speed train connecting this part of the country to this part of the country, that would improve your economy. And this is...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Blake and the next President of the United States, Senator Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you, St. Petersburg. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. In recent years, we've learned that basic truth, that you can't have a thriving Wall Street if you don't have a thriving Main Street. And we've had somebody in office who doesn't seem to care about what's going on Main Street. Special interests put their thumbs on the scales and distort the free market and work get tax loopholes and tax havens in the tax code, then everybody suffers. And when our government fails, hold on a second, what's happening there? Hold on a second. And when our That's all right. That's all right. Listen. Excuse me. And when our... Hey. Hold on a second. You'll have a chance to answer your question, but you don't want to disrupt the whole meeting. Just be courteous, that's all. All you got to do is be courteous, that's all. Just be courteous and you'll have a chance to make your statement. Just relax, that's all. Just relax, you'll have a chance. All right, what was I talking about? Now, I'm announcing a two-part emergency plan to help struggling families make ends meet. First part of my plan is a $1,000 emergency energy rebate that would go out to families this fall to cover rising prices, not only in gas, but also in home fuel. Now, the second part of my plan is $50 billion in stimulus to help jumpstart job creation and help local communities that are struggling due to our economic downturn.
Why is it that you have not had the ability to not one time speak to the interests and even speak on behalf of the oppressed and exploited African community or black community in this country.
On each of these issues that you mentioned, I have spoken out, and I've spoken out forcefully. These are issues I've worked on for decades. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to always satisfy the way you guys want these issues framed, and I understand it. Which gives you the option of voting for somebody else. It gives you the option to run for office yourself. But those are all options.
Can you please speak to those family members and those service members who are decorated war veterans who are coming back wounded, injured, and have no recourse?
We owe a sacred duty to our veterans to treat them as well as they've treated us, to serve them as well as they've served us. No more homeless veterans. We will give them housing. We will give them substance abuse programs. We will give them mental health services. We are going to get our veterans off the streets because they are the heroes that have kept us free. All right. This is the most important election of my lifetime or your lifetime. We have some serious choices to make. And just ask yourself, when you go into that polling place, or when you're talking to your friends or neighbors, do you think we can afford to keep on doing the same things we've been doing over the last 8 years?
The Uyghurs, right? They don't care about the Uyghurs. You know, did the Sandinistas do something wrong in Nicaragua to the Mosquito people? They've said they made mistakes. Jay, okay. They've said they made mistakes. They've admitted that they made mistakes. There were things the Sandinistas did to some of the indigenous groups that weren't right, and they needed to correct that, okay? But the CIA was actually hoping that there could be a massacre they could make propaganda of. Same for the Uyghurs. Is it possible that China is doing some things that are not right to Uyghurs? Sure, it's possible. Do you think that American media cares about the Uyghurs? Do you think that they're just sitting there and they're like, well, gee, we just are so concerned about the Uyghurs. Give me a break. In fact, you can bet that at Langley, at the CIA office, they are sitting there going, can we please get a massacre of the Uyghurs so we can make propaganda against China? Just like they did in Nicaragua. They were hoping for a massacre. Right? Look at some of the new information that's just been published about the Uyghurs and some of the facts, I mean, the narrative is starting to come apart, right? But, you can bet that they don't care. The Pentagon is not a human rights organization. The CIA is not a human rights organization. And again, they don't care about human rights, right? There's a lot that we can learn from this. We can learn from the different factions in the Sandinista Revolutionary Front. We can learn from the coalition they built with the Group of 12 and the People's Church. We can learn from the Citizens' Power Councils. There's so much that we can learn from. The Nicaraguan Revolution. And now we're looking at a situation in Texas where people don't have water, they don't have electricity. Look at a situation, look at what happened. The government of the United States is in criminal neglect. It doesn't care about working people. It doesn't care about working families. The billionaires and the bankers of the United States have destroyed so many countries around the world, are now destroying this country. They're coming for the working families. They are looking to just devastate people. And that is why those of us who understand that capitalism is the problem and that socialism is the answer, we have a responsibility. Jeremy Corbyn. We have a responsibility. Our responsibility is to get out of our bubbles. And thank you for the super chat. Get out of our bubbles. Find a way to get to the broad masses of Americans with a socialist program. A program about how to save the country from the greed of the Wall Street billionaires and monopolists. How to save the country from capitalism. How can we get to the broad masses of people with a socialist program? How can we win America's working families?
to understand that capitalism is the problem. Socialism is the answer. I've often said that socialism in the United States would begin with a 4-point program. Step number 1, reconstruction of the country. A mass mobilization to rebuild America. Rebuilding the country's power plants, rebuilding the country's water treatment facilities, building high-speed railway across the country, giving every section of this country access to high-speed Wi-Fi, internet. A mass construction initiative. All the unemployed young people. So much unemployment right now among young people. All the unemployed young people should immediately be hired by the government. They should be given bright green uniforms and dispatched to start rebuilding America. No, I don't want to send the young people of America to go fight and die in some war for big oil companies. No, the war is here at home. There are communities in this country that are desperate and suffering. There are communities in this country that need paved roads. There are communities in this country that need their water treatments fixed. They need their power plants fixed. They need so much. We need railway in this country. We need better schools. We need better universities. It is time for a mass program of reconstruction of the United States, a 5-year economic plan. The state should be mobilizing the population to raise people out of poverty. That would be the first step to saving America from capitalism, would be a mass program of reconstruction. This is what Hugo Chavez did in Venezuela. When he got into office, there were mudslides, and he mobilized the country into a mass mobilization to rescue the population from the mudslides, right? When the Sandinistas were in office, they immediately launched their literacy campaign and their land redistribution campaign. Well, the first thing that a socialist government in the United States would do would be to start rebuilding America. They would build a network of community assemblies, and there would be a mass popular mobilization of the public, a mass mobilization of the public, a mass hiring of all the unemployed young people in a huge effort, something like you've never seen before, where the whole population was mobilized to start building, to start constructing, feed every child, right? Pave every road, build new schools, no more, inefficient water, no more inefficient power systems. America would be reconstructed. That would be the first step. Second step of a socialist government would be, in order to pay for this mass effort to rebuild America, would be taking under public control, America's oil, America's natural gas, America's coal, and America's timber. That should be the second step. In order to pay for it, we would have to, obviously, we couldn't just have everyone's taxes go up. There would have to be a nationalization. The oil and the natural gas and the coal and the timber of this country should be considered the property of every American. The corporations that now make profits off of them, that get rich, the fracking companies are making loads of money right now in places like Pennsylvania and Ohio and Oklahoma and Mississippi. Those states are getting poorer, the population's getting poorer, the life expectancy is going down. These big corporations are making lots of money. Well, that ends today. The profits from America's coal, the profits from America's gas, the profits from America's timber should go into the public budget. Public control of natural resources, and using the profits from natural resources to pay for the mass reconstruction of the country. Step 3, public control of banking, much like what the Sandinistas did. Suddenly, credit cards, mortgage finance loans for housing, banking in general, business loans, no longer is it run by private bankers who loan based on what they think they can get paid back. Oh no. There would be a monopoly on lending in the hands of the state. The Federal Reserve would no longer be printing our money. The state would be printing our money. The government could decide how much money is printed and what kind of currency management we have. Furthermore, the lending of money would be a monopoly in the hands of the state. We would lend money to businesses that would be good for the community. We would lend money to working people to own their own home and not have a crazy, astronomical interest rate. Any interest that was made would not go into the pockets of private bankers, but would go into the public budget. Right? We would use that money to fund the reconstruction of the country. And the final step
the final step would be enacting an economic bill of rights, declaring that every American has the right to a job, the right to housing, the right to an education, right? College, health care, an economic bill of rights.
It's not selfless. It's not charity. It's not. This is in China's interest, because the wealthier that country becomes, the more that China has to trade with, right? So that China makes more money, and this country makes more money, and it's win-win cooperation. It's an alternative model in global trade. Whereas what the United States does is it's zero sum. It comes in there and puts these countries out of business. What I think is very interesting is that during the period of industrial capitalism, as imperialism was starting to emerge, you saw some of the advocates of industrial capitalism advocating a similar model. Alexander Hamilton, Henry Clay, they had similar theories. They argued that the state should protect industrial capital, and they were arguing the United States should sponsor infrastructure projects in developing countries, and they had some theories that are similar to what China's putting out now, but it's not the same. But China's vision of global trade is countries getting wealthier together, right? Win-win cooperation. It's an alternative to the U.S. model of global trade. And you'll notice that the response of the World Bank and the IMF is almost to admit that China is right in its criticism. They're throwing up their hands and saying, you know what, we were too neoliberal during the 1990s. We were too free market. We went too far. Oops, we screwed up. That's kind of their response. They don't even try to counter the narrative, because everyone saw what happened in Latin America during the 1990s. I went to Ecuador in the 1990s, 1999. I was 12 years old. I got off the plane. I had never seen that level of poverty. I mean, just crowds of starving people out in front of the airport. Desperate poverty. What had happened? Well, the USA and the IMF and the World Bank had forced Ecuador to give up its domestic currency and start using the dollar. They had privatized the land, and thousands of people from the countryside of Ecuador were being forced off their land and into the cities, and it was a dramatic, horrific thing. When I was in Venezuela, people talked to me about how during the 1990s, Venezuela would need a loan from these Western banks, and so to get their loan, they would say, okay, well, you need to lay off sanitation workers, right? You're spending too much money on sanitation workers. And so it would get to be that in certain parts of the capital city, the garbage wouldn't be collected for weeks, right? The electricity, they would say, you're spending too much money on your electrical system and your power plants. So it got to the point that the electrical system was just going off because the government didn't have the money. The Bolivarian movement in Venezuela traces its origins to an uprising that happened in response to a very dramatic increase in the cost of public transportation, the Caracazo. Neoliberalism was a nightmare in Latin America. It was also a nightmare in the former Soviet Union. The fall of the Soviet Union, the shock therapy economic reforms that were imposed by Jeffrey Sachs, by George Soros on Eastern Europe were dramatic. I mean, the rate of suicide went through the roof, the rate of drug addiction went through the roof, all the factories were closing their doors, the agricultural system shut down, and they started having to import all their food from the United States and from Western Europe. Free market neoliberalism imposed on the world by the IMF and the World Bank was an economic disaster. They don't even try to pretend it wasn't, but it wasn't being done to raise these countries out of poverty. It wasn't like an experiment. It was being done to secure a monopoly for Western corporations. That's why it was being carried out. And it very effectively did that until in Russia you had the rise of Vladimir Putin, who created Gazprom and Rosneft and turned these two giant energy corporations into the basis of kind of a state-centered economy that could counter the West. And that was a very dramatic shift that happened when Putin got into office. But until then, I mean, we saw Eastern Europe being gutted, and much of Eastern Europe is still suffering under this. When George Bush invaded Iraq, he talked about the new Europe, right? He said that France and Germany, all the countries that didn't agree with him, they were the old Europe. They're the old Europe. But there's this new Europe. There's Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia. And if you look at the new Europe countries, still, these countries have never recovered from the fall of the Soviet Union. They were gutted and economically destroyed by Western banks. And China's model of global trade is different. And, people hear this and they let me repeat, I'm not saying that China is being selfless. This isn't the Soviet Union, sending aid to Africa. This is China working in its interest, but seeing its own economic interest in being this country raising up out of poverty. And what China is doing in terms of fossil fuels right now is amazing. China imports most of its oil. That's a weakness they have. That's why they're trying to control the South China Sea and make sure those oil tankers can continue to go through the South China Sea. They realize it's a weakness. So what China is doing in terms of forcing both domestic Chinese companies and international companies to build electric cars or new energy vehicles, is really dramatic. They're changing the global car market like overnight. It's really, really dramatic. So that's really important what you raised. Section 3, I wanted to talk about the international Marxist movement. So in 1866, Karl Marx formed the International Working Men's Association, or the first international, 1866, right? The Communist Manifesto ends with "Workers of the world unite." He says that the working class has no loyalty to any nation, so he's going to build an international communist organization. And he builds it, and Karl Marx is in London, and they estimate at least 1 to 2 million people were somehow affiliated with it. But it wasn't just followers of Karl Marx. It was basically anyone who believed in any kind of form of socialism. A big section of it were anarchists, and Karl Marx spent a lot of his time at the First International fighting with anarchists. And in 1872, they had the Hague Conference of the First International, in which Karl Marx and followers of Proudhon and Bakunin had their fight, and it eventually led to the split, and by 1877 there really was no First International anymore. The Marxists and the anarchists couldn't get along. The Marxists really couldn't continue having an international. The anarchists continued trying to have an international, but it didn't really work out. The primary difference between them was the effort to seize state power or not. Karl Marx said the effort of the working class was to take control of the government. The anarchists said that taking control of government is oppressive, and that instead they should just form worker cooperatives and independent autonomous unions and things that were not coordinated, because trying to seize government power was a diversion from the workers' struggle, and it would lead to an oppressive state that would be just as bad. And so it was the fight, that was the demise of the First International. 1889, you have the foundation of the Second International. And it's funny because there were 2 Second Internationals that were formed. There was the Marxist one and the non-Marxist one. They eventually merged together. And the flagship party of the Second International was the Social Democratic Party of Germany. And you know, a lot of the names that you associate with Marxism in that time, in the 1890s and 1910, Karl Kautsky, Ebhardt, Edward Bernstein, were affiliated with Marxism in Germany. And Marxism was basically centered in Germany. The German Marxist movement was considered the center of it. And so, 1904, you have a very prominent leader of the Second International and of the German Marxist movement named Edward Bernstein. And Edward Bernstein comes along, and he's not a minor figure, Edward Bernstein, mind you. Edward Bernstein had like family connections to Karl Marx. He had translated some of the volumes of Capital and published them and edited them after Marx's death. He was a very prominent person. And he came out with his theory of revisionism, right? Because at the time, capitalism is transitioning toward imperialism, its third stage. And so because of that, he's saying, why are we not having revolutions? Why are the working class of Europe not rising up? What's going on? Why is the standard of living increasing when Marx theorized that it would continue to go down? What's going on? So Edward Bernstein came out with this theory he called revisionism. He said that Karl Marx's idea that there would be a revolution and that the workers would seize control, that's wrong. He says, socialism is merely the sum of popular reforms. His slogan was, the movement is everything, the goal is nothing, right? And he basically argues that, look, he says, in Germany we have universal male suffrage. No one was even thinking about letting women vote, but they have universal male suffrage. And there's more workers than there are capitalists. So eventually the workers will just outvote the capitalists. We'll have socialism. You know, we have 12-hour factory days. And basically capitalism in the Western world is just kind of naturally turning into socialism. That was Edward Bernstein's theory of revisionism. Now, the term revisionist is kind of a slur. It's like if you don't like someone's theory, you say they're a revisionist. But Edward Bernstein said, I am a revisionist. We need to revise Marxism. And a big part of Edward Bernstein's theory of revisionism was not only this belief that capitalism in the West was just kind of naturally turning into socialism, but that imperialism and the colonization and military interventions in the developing world was good, because the West is already moving towards socialism. So if they take over a country in Africa or they take over a country in Asia, well, that'll help them to get even closer to socialism as well. So the Western capitalist system is just kind of naturally turning into socialism. It's expanding all over the world. Edward Bernstein pushed these views, but the majority of the Marxist movement disagreed with it. Rosa Luxemburg very famously wrote her pamphlet, Reform or Revolution. Karl Kautsky, who was the big theoretician of German social democracy, they rejected the theory of revisionism. But that kind of thinking, revisionism, began, and that kind of laid the basis for a lot of the thinking of what you could call modern social democracy. You know, this belief that the movement is everything, the goal is nothing, that capitalism and socialism are not distinct stages, there's not an event horizon or a revolution, socialism just kind of naturally evolves out of capitalism, and the West is bringing its more advanced system to the world. That was kind of the basis, and that's how a lot of social democrats in the world today think. Interestingly, though, Kautsky and the Second International rejected revisionism. In 1912, as World War I was on the horizon, you had a gathering, the Basel Congress of the Second International, and all these parties said that they would never support an imperialist war. And they wrote a beautiful manifesto in 1912. World War I is approaching on the horizon. They write, "It would be insanity for the governments not to realize that the very idea of the monstrosity of a world war would inevitably call forth the indignation and the revolt of the working class. The proletarians consider it a crime to fire at each other for the profits of the capitalists, and the ambitions of dynasties or the glory of secret diplomatic treaties." So they're swearing they would never support any war. 1914 comes along, and all of these parties, with a few exceptions, basically supported World War I. And so by 1916, the Second International had collapsed because they had all been at war with each other. The German Social Democratic Party voted for war credits and supported the war, and the British Labour Party and British Socialists also supported it, and French Socialists, and this was the collapse of the Second International. And Vladimir Lenin, who was in Russia, who had the Bolshevik movement, he declared that the Second International was a stinking corpse, and they were filled with outrage. And Rosa Luxemburg, Eugene Debs here in the United States, there was many people in the socialist movement that were furious about the socialist parties that had sworn they would never support World War I, changing their position and supporting the First World War. Lenin blamed it on labor aristocracy. And he said, look, the fact was the German Social Democratic Party, even though it talked a good game and all of that, at the end of the day, it was dominated by wealthy, well, not wealthy, but well-paid industrial workers who identified with German imperialism. And Lenin said that the revolution was going to come from the developing world, from countries where people were being kept deeply poor, not from the first world at that point, because of this stratification. And he called on serious revolutionaries to not organize the labor aristocracy, but to go what he called lower and deeper among the more impoverished and oppressed workers. So World War I was raging. 1917, you have the Bolsheviks come to power in Russia. And then, in 1918, you have the November Revolution in Germany. Right? World War I has ended. There's an armistice already. So the German Kaiser told the Navy to go and commit a suicide mission. Right? To just basically go die. You know, just all die before the war is over. Have a glorious, glorious death. And the German Navy, they thought, okay, the war's already over. We've already surrendered on the land. They refused to do it. And they shot their officers. And you had an uprising all throughout Germany where workers rose up and workers' councils were formed. And from November of 1918 until January, it was a council of people's deputies. It was a Soviet, basically, a workers' council that ran Germany. And it was...
Hey everybody, the world seems to be going crazy right now with this horrendous war against Iran, but in a way, this is our time. We in the Center for Political Innovation have been preparing for this moment for years. If you look at what we've been talking about on this YouTube channel, all the issues that we have highlighted are now at the center of the global crisis. We distributed a book all over this country about the Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, what they stand for, how in the name of Shia Islam they are battling against Zionism, imperialism, and austerity, educating people about what the movement around the Middle East aligned with Iran is all about. In addition to that, we've been raising the alarm about the Foreign Agents Registration Act and telling people about how dangerous this piece of legislation is. Now Tucker Carlson is fearing that he could be prosecuted under it. We did our best during the 2024 election cycle to boost the peace message within Trump's campaign and to amplify the voices within the Trump camp that called for peace. And now that is paying off as we see voice after voice speaking up. And, Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director, has stepped down. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and so many other voices within the Trump camp, people like Megyn Kelly and others, are opposing this war. The work that CPI has done has all led up to this moment. And this year, we have done a lot already. As soon as Maduro was kidnapped, we were in the streets all over the country within a matter of hours. A few days after that, we gathered our forces and we were outside the federal detention facility in New York City where he was being held. We had a big event in New York City to kick off the year. Now, it's also important to note that on February 22nd, we filed a letter with the Islamic Human Rights Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the United Nations, urging the United States not to attack. In addition to that, we had a national day of action on February 28th with activists in 8 different cities saying hands off Iran. Now, that further escalated. And recently, we saw our members in the streets of New York City blocking the No Kings parade and having a huge impact because the No Kings organizers wouldn't mention the war against Iran. We made a point of holding up the parade, clashing with marshals, creating a confrontation, and changing the conversation. We had a special event in New York City afterwards with speeches. In addition to that, we've launched a new outreach campaign with Kim Il-sungya, the flower named after Kim Il-sung, a new pamphlet that we're educating people using the flower to open the door to a conversation about anti-imperialism. We had an event recently at the United Nations where I spoke, and at the closing ceremony for Women's History Month, I was able to raise the issue of anti-imperialism as well as not forgetting the crimes of Japan during the Second World War. All of this has happened in just 3 months. You could say that in the first 3 months of 2026, we've done more than we did in whole previous years of our existence. The Center for Political Innovation was created for a moment like this. And as much as it's easy to get frustrated and disappointed with times like this, in a way, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is our time. This is the moment that we were created for. But I've got to say, we need you to be involved. We are in the trenches and we need your backup. We need you to be supporting us because right now we've got a lot of big things on the horizon. Now, I am scheduled to speak at the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's National Convention on April 17th, and I am trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for my plane tickets. In addition to that, we are planning to have our national convention August 15th in Chicago. We've got an event coming up in New York City on July 2nd to commemorate 250 years since the American Revolution. We've got a lot on our plate because now is the time.